Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the 8th round, the penultimate round, Harshit
Absolutely.
bhai.
And I'm super excited because it's the last two games of the day and Arvind has taken the lead, which means that today the game between Prague and Liam is going to be very interesting because I think Prague is going to go all out for a win today with the white pieces.
It seems like Harshit bhai, you were thinking about this tournament even in your sleep yesterday. The moment we began, you are like, I am excited for this. I am excited for this. Did you get good sleep?
I got very good sleep, but the weather changed a lot and I made a very
Rookie error.
rookie error of keeping the window open.
Oh
So
my God.
whenever as soon as I woke up, I felt a little unpleasant, but I'm very excited and which I'm sure is going to make
It
me
also
feel better.
shows in your dressing today. A very nice shirt.
Oh, thank you, bhai.
Yeah.
But look at you, bhai. It
Arre.
feels like you are going to some cocktail party.
No, I'm here for commentating. I'm here. I brought this suit with me, but I never wore it. So I thought might as
It
well
looks very
today
sharp,
and tomorrow I can wear it and then show that I'm a professional.
Bye.
Also, it's a nice vibe, no? Like I'm more professional, you are more chilled.
Just by our dressing code, yeah.
Yes, dress code. No. Otherwise, so you are amazing. Guys, let's have a look at the standings of the Masters section. As Harshit Bhai was saying, Arvind Chidambaram is on the sole lead with 5 points out of 7. Fantastic performance by the youngster. Prague is within a shouting distance, actually.
Yeah, I mean, just trailing him by just half a point. But Shankland is 1 point behind Pragnananda, which tells me that only Arvind or Pragnananda have a chance of winning this event.
Very possible. Unless Arvind loses both the games and then someone else wins 2 games and moves ahead
But
of
today
them.
Arvind is playing with the white pieces against David Navara.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's going to try and win this game as well. He's on a roll.
Well, it could very well happen. We will see. Let's have a look at the pairing for this so that we know. We have Arvind, as you said, taking on David Navara and Prague taking on Lekwang Liam.
Yes, I think those two games are definitely going to be very interesting. At the same time, Anish lost his game yesterday with the white pieces against Arvind,
Yeah.
which tells me that his game today is also going to be very fighting. I don't think that he's going to go for a draw because he wants to come back to 50%.
Right. By the way, Himang Ghosh in the chat says leaders are not immune to losses. We saw that at Tata Steel
Yes, Gukesh losing.
and Prague losing both in the last round. So who knows what will happen. So these are the pairings. Maybe we can also later on have a look at the standings in the challengers section.
Yeah, I'm very
Because-
curious.
Oh, there we have it.
Björ and Nordirvik are just completely running away with it. 5.5 points out of 7. Mark Kohn and Mark Andrea Moritzi are trailing them by 1.5 point. So I don't really think that anyone besides Björ and Yakuboev have chances in the challenger section. So I think it's well established. In challengers, it's Björ and Yakuboev. And in the masters, it's Arvind and Prague who are going to have a shot at winning the championship.
Very likely. This is how things will pan out. But there are always surprises. And there we see David Navara taking fort in the background. He is always there whenever I meet him. If we can have a look at his camera, he's around there. I think Harshit, David Navara versus Arvind is one of the main battles that we will focus on.
For
today.
sure. I mean, David is a very fighting player. As nice of a guy he is, he's very fighting on the board.
Yeah.
And Arvind, on the other hand, yesterday was very passive. Oh, and there's the handshake. And I think this is definitely going to be a big battle. Arvind was waiting for Anish to be aggressive today, and then he took his chance and never let it go from there. I think today we might see a different approach where with the white pieces he might try to press.
Yeah, and
David.
also David always likes to fight, so draws are unlikely here.
Quite possibly. And I think the games should begin any moment now.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to Arvind's first move. What is your call here? I have a feeling he will go for,
The king's pawn.
I think, yeah, very solid e4 because somewhere Arvind also knows that a draw will do him fine.
Yeah, so I think he wants to keep a position very solid and under his control. He doesn't want to make it very complicated. So I think he might go for Catalan.
Could be. So he'll start with d4, that
Yeah.
means. Okay. And by the way, we have Lei Kwong Liam there waiting for Prague to arrive. Prague also has the white pieces today. So Prague will go all out. Like
For
today, Prague will have nothing that he will hold back.
Well, in some sense, he's not going to go completely all out because even a draw today might still make him have chances tomorrow. But definitely wants to win today with the white pieces against Lei Kwong Liam, who also lost yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Which means that the momentum is in Prague's favor.
I
Definitely.
agree. Lei Kwong Liam had perhaps one of the toughest losses yesterday because he simply blundered and had no chance after the opening against Sam Shankland. So let's see when Prague arrives. He always comes a bit late, yeah, Prague?
Yeah, I think he's taking a feather out of
Magnus's
hat because he's always just coming right before the game starts, and there he comes, the handshake. Like it's 2:59 p.m. when this happened in real time. And the game should begin any moment. Now, who got the game of the day? It must be Arvind for sure yesterday.
Let's have a look. I think they will give it now. If we can go to Arvind's board, maybe there the award ceremony could also be happening. Let's see if...
Guys, can you give your predictions? Do you think Prague will win? P for Prague win and A for Arvind's win and PA for both of them win.
Arey. Wow. Let's see what our chat has to say. In the background, we see the very experienced journalist Dirk Jan ten Guzendam. He is the editor of New in Chess. And the entire chat is like P.
Papa.
P. Papa. A.
Oh,
P.
and there Arvind gets the game of the day
Not
for
a
his
surprise.
yesterday's brilliancy. And look at David's gesture. He was also appreciating that very, very nice sportsmanship shown there by his opponent before the game. And I think this is going to be an exciting clash.
Absolutely.
Chess pa, are bhai.
I feel today Arvind looks more confident, yeah? Yesterday he looked a bit stressed out. Although it's very difficult to decode from Arvind's expressions.
I think he has his eyes closed. He's just like meditating. Maybe even we should close our eyes and meditate.
Really? Why?
I'm joking.
Do you
calm
meditate?
Before the storm.
Harshit bhai, do you meditate?
It's been a while since I meditated. Why are you laughing, bhai?
I don't know. Like maybe only when you have chess tournaments it seems you meditate.
Yeah, usually.
So you are using meditation as a means to get better as a chess player.
Not necessarily, but as a means to calm my nerves down and as a means to get clarity of thought.
So that you can play better chess.
Yes.
Yes. Mainly, right?
Yeah,
so
mainly.
At the end
exactly.
it's... B3? Wow.
No way.
Smile.
He will take it
He
back.
takes it back
naughty,
so
naughty.
quickly. He takes it back. He was like, no way I'm going B3 today. Arvind here.
What a tricky fellow, yeah? B3. Imagine if he actually goes for it.
There we have handshake, and David always so respectful, getting up to shake hands there. And now Arvind's first move, I think we were right.
King's
We were
pawn.
right. E4 has been played by Arvind Chidambaram here.
E5.
E5 on the board.
Oh, by the way, look at Anish. Anish goes for the fighting Sicilian opening with the black pieces.
Let's go to that game in a bit. But first, let's have a look at the opening that is being played here.
E4, E5, knight F3, knight C6. If bishop B5, I think that David is going to stick with his... No, knight F6.
No. Oh, he played it.
Yeah, he always plays the Berlin with the black pieces.
Got it.
So it was definitely predictable that David is going to go in this line, which makes me think that Arvind has something very, very unorthodox prepared.
I think he'll just castle.
No way.
Knight E4, rook E1.
I think he'll go D3.
Castle, rook E1, why?
By D3.
We saw David play this against Nguyen, Van Nguyen as well.
Guys, D3 hoga yaar for sure.
Castle.
We've got a friendly rivalry right now. You think that he'll play castles?
100%.
I think that he will go D3.
100%.
100%.
100%. No way. D3 is too sharp for this occasion when you are half point leading in the tournament.
Yeah, but that's what he excels at. So why should he deviate from something he's very good at? Oh, arey yaar. Sagar bhai. Well played. I'll
Thank
get
you.
you back, bhai.
No, now you have to do something. For
What
this.
we did?
Harshit bhai just trying. Now what do you think? D4 or Rookie 1? Again.
What do
important
you think? D4, really?
Rookie 1.
Rookie one, yeah.
Yeah. It's
Wow.
just the vibe of today.
You think he'll just make a draw?
No. He'll try to press for something here, but I think he'll be okay. You think about it. Even if he draws today, he's in the lead joint if Prague wins or else Seoul.
Well, actually, I think he's also inspired by the opening of Guen Thaidai 1 against David Navara because from the same opening, Guen actually had gotten quite a decent advantage.
Yeah. He was pressing a bit. He was pawn up in the end game. So let's see if Prague, Arvind.
Can we actually? I know a very Bishop F1, and can we actually go to that game because I've noticed a very interesting point from that game of Guen versus
Let's see
Navara.
if they play the same line, then we should go there. Rookie 5. I would love to know this. You prepared something?
Yeah, there was like something I was discussing after Guen at the end of after his game,
Yeah.
and he pointed this incredible variation out that we were analyzing, and I would love to show that if that variation has happened because it's possible it happens again.
Mm-hmm. Well, we can even show it on the board here. I have the game. So it went. It didn't. There was a big difference here. Oh, here at this moment after castles, knight c3 was played by Guen.
Okay.
And Arvind, whether he'll go knight c3
Or
or
d4.
then we will know whether he's following the Guen game
He
or
plays d4.
not. So he's not following
He's
that
not
game.
following
But
it,
can
yeah.
you show us?
Yes, so it was knight c3, bishop f6,
Yeah.
rookie
Rookie 1.
1, rookie 8,
Yeah.
rook takes e8.
Yeah.
I think he took back with the knight,
Yes.
knight d5, bishop g5, d4.
I think c4, no, first?
Oh yes, you're right. Bishop g5, c4, c6, knight c3, d5, d4, knight c7, I think.
I'm not sure if this is. One second. Let me check. So knight e8, knight d5, bishop g5, c4, c6, knight c7 first, then d4, d5, queen b3.
Yeah.
So
Queen B-
first c4, c6. It transposes,
Yes,
but
it
it
does.
went this way.
Queen b3, b6, bishop g. Sorry, he didn't take. Can I?
Yeah. b6. And then there was the move queen a4, bishop b7, queen g5, bishop g5, queen g5.
Yeah. And now, c takes d5 was played. Knight takes d5, rook e1, knight f4, knight e4, attacking the queen and trying to jump to d6. So queen goes back to
This
e7.
happened in the game?
Sorry, no, but so rook e1 happened. So cd5, knight d5 happened, and here after cd5, knight d5, he took knight takes d5, and it led to an equal position. But here he could have gone for rook e1. This was the line that I was discussing. Knight f4. Now black is threatening to go knight h3 and knight f2. So we go knight e4, protecting the f2 pawn. Black has to go back to e7 so that he controls the d6 square. Queen e7. And now, just one
Rook e3.
second. No, and now is the most insane. White to play. Can someone find it? If someone finds it, we have to figure, like if someone finds this variation,
I found it.
that we need to
So
give them a
easy,
shout
bhai.
out. Sorry? No, there is something very,
Something
very
stronger, guys. Himank says the only top level game where the result is not a draw in Arvind Navara line seems to be Magnus Aronian from 2018.
good. Yes,
Where
and in
ma-
that line, Himank, White had gone for d4 and d5. I distinctively remember watching that game. Rook e3 is possible, but White has a better move. That was your move, huh?
No.
Okay.
By the way, someone has said Queen A3, Arnav Agarwal, which is not a bad idea actually. It might come in some positional books,
Yeah, it's.
like where you take
I
these
don't.
double
Well,
pawns
the thing is
to
though
get
that
this square.
it's possible. It's very, very possible. But in this position, I think it's the doubled pawns are a bit too weak and
Yeah.
too much of a concession just to get the d6 square. There's something much stronger, guys. Can you find it
I
after
think
queen?
Polly Walnuts is right.
Is not.
No?
No.
I thought that move.
Mm-mm.
The move I thought was D5.
Knight
Oh,
takes d5, just simply. This is not easy at all. Sorry? Rook takes? 6, but they're just gf6 and then...
Do it the other way. Your idea is great.
Exactly.
Check,
Knight f6
take.
first and now queen takes a7. Absolutely insane variation.
Well done.
That could give white a small advantage. Very, very easy to miss. And this is why I wanted to really show this, because this is insane. Knight f6, queen a7. Definitely a puzzle-worthy moment
Wow.
that could have happened in the game.
Harshit Bhai coming here today with such good moves. Harshit Bhai on the board.
Yes.
Will there be moves off the board, like maybe a dance move?
Maybe. I think
the
after
end of the day.
at the end of the stream, we might do something fun. We'll go to the live position because Arvind chose a different approach. Instead of going for, after rook e5 castles, instead of going for knight c3, he goes for d4, which is also one of the most common lines. And I think the game that Monk was talking about, I'm pretty sure was knight e8 and then white pushes d5.
But he went bishop f6.
But he went bishop f6, and now white does have this cute option of going bishop d3, which works very well in blitz and rapid for all the guys who are watching. You can, so all of the 2000 people are watching, I'm going to give you a very cool trap for blitz and rapid. You can try this move bishop to d3, and this was first. This has been also played at the top level a few times.
If I take the rook?
If you take the rook, okay. Let's try to, like, you've never seen this idea, right? So let's try to play it with black.
Knight e8.
Only move because the knight has no other squares.
Queen
So knight
h5,
go back to e8, and let's say I go knight queen h5, or let's say knight c3 first. You go d6,
Yeah.
very logical. If you go d5, I can just capture the pawn on d5 because queen d5, bishop h7 check would lose your queen. So after knight c3, you have to go d6. I go queen to h5, threatening a
G6.
mate. You go g6, only move.
Because h6 I am afraid of bishop takes
h6, I'm going to do boom bam. You cannot allow me to do that. You have to go g6. Now I go queen to h6.
Threatening bishop g5.
Threatening, so free pawn, right? So you'd capture my free pawn.
One second.
No, I mean logically.
Logical.
Yeah, you take my free pawn, and now white goes bishop to g5.
Oof. Oh, now if f6, there is bishop c4 check.
Exactly. And again,
And
king
the
cannot
rook is
move
hanging.
because the rook is, and if it hanging, if rook f7, you can simply take, and h7 pawn is hanging, this is over. So bishop g5, you have to go queen d7, right? To protect me from going bishop e7.
But now knight e4.
Exactly. Knight to e4, threatening knight f6 check. Also, after knight takes f6, bishop f6, no way to stop queen g7. So you have to go queen e6 because again, f6 would run into bishop c4 check.
f5
And
also.
after rook f7, you can simply even capture knight takes f6 because the rook is pinned. So knight e4, you go queen e6. And again, guys, white to play. Exactly.
Whoa.
Very
strong.
quick.
Very quick.
Bishop to c4 is the best move in this position. Yan is very quick. The point is that if queen takes c4, now the f6 square is unprotected. The knight jumps into f6, and after knight takes, bishop takes, the mate on g7 is unprotected. Unstoppable.
Today we have a lot of people, Harshit Bhai, in the chat who's joining in, and you are giving such amazing traps and everything. That's so nice to see. So very nice. Also, Nishita, hello. Many people whom I know are in the chat.
Yeah.
So
No,
wonderful.
It's great. So this,
But one guy said this is very high level trap because my opponents don't play this line. I think the Berlin will be played by people who generally know this stuff.
yes, but you know what happens? Even at the lower level, they watch all these top level games and they try to imitate it. So for whenever your opponents try to imitate the top players, you have something to confuse them.
Correct.
So, okay, obviously at the top level, it's not very advisable to go for that. Rook e1, queen takes e1. And now David is thinking. Very solid position. We also saw Prague trying this against Arvind. So Arvind has a lot of experience in this event.
Today, Prague has gone not for any such simple stuff. He's gone for something very interesting and aggressive, guys. Look at where his queen is standing, right in the corner, opposite the bishop. That is something quite unique. It has come from, let's go slowly over the moves. We are seeing a Catalan with knight c3. This knight c3, g3 is becoming more and more popular. And I'm sure Liam came well prepared because Prague played it here against Van Guen.
It was it was a bit different because the black knight instead of d7 was actually on c6.
Correct.
And and then white played a fantastic game to win in that line. I think Prague really enjoys sacrificing this pawn on c4 and getting initiative.
Yeah, I think it is part of his prep. By the way, c5 played, e4, take, queen takes, and now the knight jumped to c5, looking to take advantage of this weakened squares on b3 and d3. So Prague took here.
Yep.
In came queen d3.
Yeah, the queen jumps into d3, which is very interesting because now if you take queen takes d3, knight takes d3, black is going to win the bishop on c1 because if you move your bishop, you're going to have to say goodbye to your pawn on b2. And I think that our pawn on b2 is too dear to say goodbye to right now. So we cannot really trade the queens. And I think queen b4 was chosen by...
What a move, by the way.
Yeah, it seems risky.
It seems risky, but there is no good discovery because the bishop is hanging.
Yeah. So black goes a5. If you go queen b6, you really should be scared of a move like rook a6, which might pose problems on your queen. White goes queen a3. Also, now the knight on c5 cannot move because the bishop on e7. So now
he went back.
Very nice move by Liam. Going back to d8, saying that my job has been done. I put the queen from c4 to a3, and now I can simply go back because the queen is poorly placed on a3 as compared to when it was on c4.
But look at what Prague has done.
What?
He didn't go queen a2. He went rook d1. It was a mouse slip. But now, think about it. Actually, there could be some dangerous discoveries this time. I was wondering if knight takes pawn works.
What?
Because the point being, if queen takes bishop, I can take here. If you take the queen, I take your queen. Now the problem is if you take this back, I will take it back with my bishop.
Yeah, it's actually so easy to miss it that
and
the bishop can go back to
I'll take
a3.
This.
Yeah.
So in a way,
take the bishop on c8. Wow, super nice suggestion there.
Rook
takes
here.
c8 because if rook takes c8, you get two pieces, which would obviously be good in an endgame.
And
to
then
have
rook
two pieces.
takes, knight takes, rook takes. Rook takes, pawn takes.
I
This
think
is very good for black.
But instead of rook takes, perhaps you could have taken back with the b pawn.
And very important, no? This small decision of not trading one rook gives white a better position.
Actually, 1 second. Instead of taking on a3, white could start with knight takes e4. Knight takes e4 and now take b takes a3.
That's also
because these pawns are actually doing a very good job of making the b pawn weak. Rook b1 is gonna come next, bishop e3, and these two bishops are going to give white great winning chances. So I don't think that taking on e4 is a possibility right now, which makes me think that queen e8 or bishop d7 might be two logical moves that Liam considers.
Yeah. So important moment here for Liam. I think he's out of his prep already, it seems, Harshit bhai.
And it seems like Prague has looked at this because he still has 90 minutes on his clock, which is obviously a good sign in this very important game.
Prague is one of the best prepared players in the world of chess. He's always so well prepared.
By the way, look at Arvind's game. The queens have been exchanged already.
Oh, it happened queen e7. Arvind quickly took, played bishop f4, and now David says I'm here for a small fight with g5.
Wow. Asking direct questions to white's bishop as to where you want to move. And I think that maybe after yesterday's crazy game, Arvind is like, okay, I've got like 7 crazy games in this tournament. Let me just take it slow. Maybe just, take a small rest, make a draw perhaps. Because in the last round, he's going to play against Gurel.
But think about it this way. He might have a risk-free edge here to keep trying.
How does white have an advantage?
Like, for example, if I go bishop g3, you want to... No, you can't come knight f5.
If you go bishop g3, I might consider even pawn to f5.
Okay, that's too much. I get this square, no?
You go back to bishop e5. That's an interesting
But
point.
maybe
Yeah.
there is something even better. Maybe f3
Yeah, f3,
or
and
f4.
maybe the pawns on f5 are too weak, and this looks kind of good for white.
It's also wondering if f4 makes any sense, but it weakens this square a lot.
Yeah, I think h4 is a very good move.
h4,
Hmm.
giving up a free pawn.
Yeah, and now I go bishop f4, and I've
Wow.
got very good control over the position. Okay, so I guess that there is still some. I mean, obviously the material is equal, but these positions can always lead to a result if one of the sides is playing for a win.
By the way, let's go to Anish Giri game versus Shankland because we are seeing the Sicilian, open Sicilian happening and we have no Najdorf. Anish goes for classical Sicilian because Anish feels that Najdorf is something that everyone knows that he plays.
And also, Sam Shankland is a very big expert in the Najdorf. So Anish deviates slightly, goes for knight to c6,
Yeah.
and bishop g5, e6. Obviously now, instead of queen d2, I'm just trying to show some opening concepts today. So in this position obviously is a very big theoretical battle. It's known as the classical. Bishop g5 is the most testing option because
It's
white
called
is
Richter Rouser.
yes, and white is ready to go queen d2 long castle. But recently, a few years back, there was a very cool concept of white playing queen to d3. The point being that white can now swing over to g3 in one move. And this was very, very interesting and novel idea that people were playing. And if a6, which is one of the most common moves, white is already much better.
Oh.
Because white takes knight takes c6, b takes c6, long castles, and the same line that we have in this position, the queen instead is now on d3, which means that after a move like bishop e7, you can swing your queen to g3, and white is just doing very, very well. So after queen d3, the best move for black was actually to go bishop to d7, so that taking on c6 would be met by bishop takes c6.
Interesting.
So
Queen d3 feels like as if the queen has more room.
yes,
So why are people not playing queen d3?
because there are a lot of people playing it, and I think one of the main reasons is because of this move bishop to d7. And the thing with the queen on d2 is it does also protect the bishop on g5. So there are many variations in which the bishop on g5 needs protection. So that's why the queen is better placed on the d2 square. Also, in many lines, when queen a5 comes, for example, I can just illustrate this: bishop e7, long castle, short castles, king b1. Let's say, I don't know, knight d4, queen d4. In a position like this, bishop d7 would be a big mistake. Can players find it out?
Yeah, let's
White
ask
to
our
play.
chat here. White to play.
There is a better move.
Better move. Better move.
So in this position, actually, just to tell you, bishop f6, even though you win a pawn, like even though you win a pawn, black get like a position like this, black gets excellent compensation because these two bishops are doing a great job. The rook is going to come to d8. But yes, you are absolutely right. I didn't want to stop my thought. Yes, you are absolutely right. Bishop d7, knight d5 is the best move. Many people finding it because now if queen takes d2, the king is on b1, which means it's not a check. And now you have the intermediate knight e7 check, following it up with rook takes d2, and white is doing very well. So that's why the queen on d2 has its own perks of being placed there.
Actually, some people have also said in this position, which was tempting, but is wrong, is the move e5. And their thought was if d takes, then they would take here and win the bishop. But the problem, of course, is that after e5, the queen would swoop in and take the pawn.
Absolutely.
So that doesn't work. By the way, in the game, queen d2, a6. So again, amazing insights there by Harshit Bhai. I think you guys are all becoming stronger opening experts thanks to Harshit Bhai. Harshit Bhai, what if they all use these traps against you?
But maybe I have something prepared that I'm not saying here.
Bhai.
Tricky.
Always tricky, Harshit Bhai. To the core, queen e1 played
What?
by Sam Shankland, where
What?
the engine evaluation drops.
How?
Anish
What?
goes-
It drops so much?
I think just 94, does it work? No, it doesn't work. 94.
Sorry?
E5 instead of queen e1 looks very natural.
Yeah, e5 possible.
E5
E5
is a,
97.
so when I play these positions, like obviously e5 is something you want to do, right? Because after knight d7, you can exchange the bishops on e7, and it feels like the dark squares are super weak. The problem is that black sometimes pushes c5, brings rook to b8, and his attack sometimes is very quick. Because it's a bit difficult for you to push f5 because your e5 pawn is always going to be a bit weak. So although e5 is tempting, it does like release the tension which you always had on the d5 pawn. Exactly. Which means that black can now push c5 and get his quick counterplay. So he goes queen e1, which obviously looks in some ways natural, but it seems slow.
Actually,
because
this is a very typical idea.
rook b8 and black is ready to go queen a5, and I'm not joking. Black can literally mate if white is not careful. Like queen a5,
But
rook takes b2.
does Anish realize that suddenly queen e1 is not the right move here? Like, I don't think, because in many lines I've seen queen e1 happening. Queen can move here. You are defending. The rook opens up. So, but maybe he will just play the natural move and still be better. Like,
Rook b8.
there is queen a5 also possible or not?
Queen a5. There is a very cool trick possible for white.
Oh, that's the idea of queen e1.
Yes, he's setting up a trap.
Wow. Guys, what's the move? By the way, Harshit bhai, one of the finds of this tournament is of course Arvind.
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the chat, we also found a mod this time, Pepsi Cola, who has been wonderful and mentions that they are from Seattle.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, that's amazing.
Is Seattle near
Yeah,
where you stay?
it's only 2 hours away from where I live in Portland. So if there's ever
Actually, today I shared on my Instagram stories a chess club being formed in Seattle. Where
Yes.
people are meeting. Prasanna Rao, who is an IM, went there, played a Simul.
wow.
So it's like chess. This was
Community.
a chess gathering community. And maybe if you have someday time, Harshit bhai, you can take that 2-hour journey and meet all of them.
Yeah, definitely. One of the weekends I can try to plan it.
Right.
Can you go knight d5 again?
Exactly.
Or are you scared of queen takes?
No,
That's,
knight d5 is absolutely correct. That's what I thought. Because if queen e1, you have the intermediate knight c7 check.
With queen takes a2.
Oh, but you know something that even I just noticed is that after king f8, rook takes e1, rook a7, and your knight on c7 is trapped.
Oh my
That
God.
would be an unpleasant surprise to.
Also, queen a2 was a decent option there.
Queen a2, I was a bit scared of losing my rook on a8 because now the king cannot go on this file because the rook covers
But
it.
if I go king f8,
And I
knight
just
a8,
take the rook,
queen a1 check.
king d2, and
King
it does
d2.
look scary. But I think that since I'm gonna get bishop d3 next. Sorry?
The bar says that white is winning with this position.
Yeah.
Yeah, white is winning.
White is winning.
That's
yeah.
absolutely right. So maybe it's not knight d5, queen a5. There is some, maybe e5, just simple chess. Break their castling.
Yes. Or it's possible that it's ed5 first and then knight takes d5.
Harshit bhai wants to play knight d5.
Yes, because of the king being on e8, I think that tactically it's a very strong possibility
Let's
that you
see.
can make it work.
Right.
So let's say ed. Okay, it's froze. cd5 and knight d5. But the thing is that even with capturing the pawn on d5, my knight on c7 is still going to be trapped. Which is, I've never seen the knight being trapped on c7. It's such a cool tactic that one should be
Also the
careful about.
Pawn on f4 stops the bishop from coming back and defending it.
Someone mentioned knight takes f6 check, but the problem with knight
GF.
takes f6 check, yes, it's very important you ask this because after gf6, the bishop on g5 is en prise, and after you take on e1, black will simply capture and will be winning. So, I think after queen e1, queen a5 seems to still be possible. Yeah, e5. E5, knight d7, that's the best way to show it, yeah.
Just take, no?
Take on e7 and knight takes d5 check, exactly. And the queen on a5 is hanging.
But okay, let's see what Anish comes
I think
up
rook
with.
b8, no? I mean,
He hasn't played, and I think he senses it because he's all well prepped up. He always knows the way to play. Harshit bhai, do you need something?
I'll just actually be right back. I'll just
Yeah,
clear
please.
my nose and be back.
Please. Harshit bhai, of course, you can switch off your microphone.
The bar says that black is better.
Yeah, black is better because last move queen e1 was not at all a good one by Samuel Shankland. So rook b8 is a good move here for black, putting pressure on b2. And I think Anish Giri might be looking at his first win today. Already too early to say in the opening, but not good signs for white if after 10 moves you're already in a bad position. Le Quang Liem and Prague suddenly, after Rook d1, Liem goes queen b6, which has led him into a difficult position slightly, it feels, because of bishop e3 pinning the knight here, and there's also a pin here. So very nice position here for Prague. I like it. You know, he is in a must-win game today, but this seems like the position from where you can press a bit. Also, what should black do here is pretty unclear. Maybe there's one idea to just move in with your queen, trying to trade. But maybe it's not the best because at some point I could push my pawn forward, maybe just directly here, and the knight cannot move. So e5 is a very realistic threat now. Knight e4, queen takes, b4, ab4, knight e4, knight e4, and now, okay, there should be many ways to get an advantage, but very likely just the knight moving here, opening up the bishop, should be very strong. So in a way, it seems like Liem has to tread carefully in this position. He is looking a bit in difficulty. Let's go to the other games. There is a game between Edis Gurel, who scored his first win yesterday in a super tournament, taking on Vincent Keimer. And this is a big clash because Vincent would be looking to win today with white, while Edis would be trying to be very solid. That's what he's done with the Petrov. d4 takes, pawn to d5, knight comes out, queen d7. Yeah, this is a well-known move by Edis. Bishop d3, he goes back, and the bishop comes back. This is hyper-modern stuff that's going on. Castles, bishop e7, rook comes out, they castle. Knight jumps into g3, knight comes to the center, and now b3, wanting to maybe just put the bishop on these squares, and he goes bishop d2. I mean, b3, the idea of course is to put the bishop perhaps here, but after b6 he goes bishop to d2, and Vincent has a lot of time on the clock, which means he could still be in his prep. Adiban says b3 followed by bishop d2 feels weird. That's true, Adiban. We always thought that b3, the idea was to put the bishop here, but bishop d2 seems like an idea of the computer, and maybe that is the preparation for Vincent Keimer. So Edis seems to be in a good position here. He can just simply develop bishop b7, get his rooks to the center, and we will be looking forward to this game. Another game which has developed quite a lot is the battle between Wei Yi and Van Nguyen. Wei Yi is currently on 3.5 points, 50% score, and will be looking to try and win here. Whoa, knight g5. He goes for this fried liver. d5, pawn takes, and now this knight a5 move by Van Nguyen, giving a check. Bishop d7 played. And generally, black is all the time playing the move c6. Take, and this is very well-known theory. But he goes bishop d7, and I would say conventional wisdom would say this is not the most accurate way to play as black because of queen e2. But it seems like Van Nguyen has come prepared. Knight comes back. He takes back the pawn, and after takes, queen takes, he chops off the pawn in the center, Wei Yi. Queen f5, attacking the pawn on c2, which was defended with d4. The knight jumped in to attack c2. Wow, crazy game. By the way, I had a question here. Could this be a move? Just c6, yeah? c6 and then queen e5 hangs with a check. So that doesn't work. So d4, knight jumps in, attacking here. What's the way to defend this pawn? Knight d... Yes, knight a3 was played in the game. He played knight a3. And castles... This is the position. Oh my god. Look at the clock of Van Nguyen. 1 hour 33 minutes. He's like super well prepared. He's come in, he sacrificed a pawn. He's playing this. Now he's attacking the d4 pawn. Way he has to be careful. Yeah, c3 looks like the best move. But I believe there is something that he has in mind over here. I have a feeling that f6 might be an idea now. Because it does look weird, but I am fighting for the d3 square. Yeah, it's the right move. I'm getting better, Harshit, at chess.
Really?
Yes.
That's amazing.
It seems like without even using the engine, I'm able to spot some moves. Ooh, Are you okay?
Yeah. Oh, wow, what an interesting position.
Yeah, this is the live board, and c3 was a suggestion here, which is natural. But then f6, and if you take, I take with a check,
Wow.
pick up the knight, and if you play knight f7, I have at the very least knight d3 check, putting you in big problems.
If king f1, can we just continue that?
King f1, bishop a3 maybe.
Wow, yeah, that's a cool move. Bishop a3 followed with rook e8, right?
But he will take one of the rooks.
Which one?
Or maybe there's something stronger.
Oh, wow. I think bishop a3 is good enough.
Bishop a3, knight h8.
And
I think just save the bishop. This knight is trapped anyway.
no,
Oh no,
F7
bishop
is
d6
coming.
is knight f7, so maybe bishop f8.
No, knight f7, I don't think you should allow.
No? Maybe c1, rook c1, bishop f8 seems like...
Maybe bishop f8, maybe. Yeah, bishop f8, knight f7, rook d7, that's... No, but no, it doesn't work because queen
because
e8
of
is made.
check.
Yeah. What's the... Okay, let's try to figure it out, yeah? Black to play. Because there is a way for black to win
Knight
this.
f4, I think.
No.
Oh, bishop f4, sorry.
Maybe just...
Bishop b2.
Yeah, that's what I was considering, but I don't
Oh
know.
my God.
Maybe it's too much.
Bishop b2, knight f4.
Insane.
Wow. Queen e3.
And now...
Knight c4, Knight c4.
Oh
wins.
my god. All the knights are jumping in, yeah? The knights are making it a nightmare for white's queen.
What about queen f3? There is maybe queen b5 check.
Oh la la. Jumping for all the directions, yeah? This is too much.
Wow.
Today
Vivek Sarkar, well done. He found it.
Oh, Adiban is in the chat. Wow.
Yes. Adiban mentioned some... Like he mentioned that in this position of Gurel Kaimer, bishop d2 looked a bit weird to him after playing pawn to b3. He went bishop d2.
Wow.
So this
Yeah,
is...
interesting insight, yeah? Because it obviously seems natural to put the bishop on b2 after goes b3, but maybe b3 also helps from stopping c4. But I think today Vincent is definitely in a very, very aggressive mood because he's pointing his bishop towards the black king. He's already gotten all the knights. The cavalry is set, you know. The attack is about to proceed now.
Yes, everything is set. The only thing is someone has to just start it off, like enter the enemy territory. And I think it might be the knight who will do the honors. by coming to f5.
But it's a very, Vincent is very, very classical. He knows that before starting an attack, he needs all of his pieces in the perfect position. He doesn't want to start an immature attack where one of the pieces will go forward, but the opponent's king will be like, come. You know how in, is it Kho or
Kabaddi.
Kabaddi, yes. Where if you go too much inside, they will trap you, yeah?
Yes.
So he knows that he needs to be very strategical about it. And now I think he might even go a very typical idea, by the way, for everyone to know is h4, following it up with knight g5. So I'm
By the
liking
way,
Vincent's position.
Anish Giri has found the move rook b8
Yeah, this
and
is...
he has played it. And as we have discussed, this can get very dangerous for white right out of the opening. It's interesting that yesterday Shankland won out of the opening. And today he's already in a slight difficulty.
But this is very, it's not, because sometimes whenever you win a game, Arvind mentioned this point that he always forgets whatever happened in the last round. Because it's possible that you overestimate your chances after winning the last game. And it's possible, but actually I think that Sam was just completely not expecting Anish to go for the classical opening, because look at his clock. Sam is usually very well prepared, but already after 10 moves, he's thought for more than 17 minutes, and after rook b8 has a tough position.
Yeah, I agree. So you were saying that Arvind generally wipes his mind clean after every game. Do you think that here he is showing the versatility that should exist in like someone like Magnus? Like yesterday, sack pieces and win. Today, play some kind of a very dull, dry position and win.
That's yeah, I mean, he's completely shifting his strategy. And a top player is not just good at attacking chess. He's also he's good at every single aspect of chess. And Arvind is showing in this game he can also play positional chess. And I'm very excited to see if he's actually going to get anything from this game, because black has 2 bishops.
My general idea here would be to play b6.
B6
to get my bishop out.
Yeah, obviously this
And
is...
if you try to jump, attacking here and here, then I just simply drop my bishop back and ask you like...
So in this position, the only thing that white is fighting for right now is
e5.
Is with his quick development.
Or e4, e5, yeah.
He can even try to put his knight to f5, knight g3, and then after bishop b7, he'll put his knight on f5, which looks like a very, very good piece.
Yeah.
And then follow it up with rook e1. Very important to take control of that file, because I don't want your rook to come to e8. Bishop c4 is going to come next. And with my knight on f5, you do feel a little uncomfortable, right? You have to...
Maybe I'll come here and just put my bishop.
A very nice move. Very nice move.
Sorry,
And
Harshit
just to illustrate that knight e7 check would be a big blunder now.
Oh,
because
wait. Let's ask our chat and people here. Why is this terrible?
Takes and then bishop e6.
Exactly.
You are not a good host, yeah? You are like inviting the guest into your home and then locking them up. That's not nice. Bishop e6 and the rook, unfortunately, is gone.
Wow, Arav Gupta found it. Very nice.
Yeah, well done, Arav.
Because it's bad move. That's the best
by the
answer.
way, a big mistake it seems by David.
No way.
Look at this.
Knight f3.
What is happening with Arvind here? He plays anything, he gets great positions.
Oh my god, it might be knight f3 that's the
No,
best
no, wait,
move,
wait,
no?
wait. Let's think, Harshit bhai. This is like, look at this, guys. This was the position. The bar is just like here. He makes the move bishop
No
f4
way.
and it climbs up to almost +1.
What? In a completely like
In a jiffy.
How is it
I
possible?
can't believe that a player like David can make such a move.
Well, because if you go knight c4 and then followed by g3.
Knight c4 runs into d5. I was a bit afraid that black would be able to develop with the tempo. I was very inclined by either knight e4 so that d5 would be a big blunder now, because knight f6 check. But knight f3 is my intuition.
So Harshit bhai thinks knight f3 with the idea of g3 and winning the pawn, right?
Yeah. Knight e4 is also logical, because now d5 is not possible, because knight f6 check and it will be an oopsie moment.
So knight e4, pawn push, you jump in, give a check and win the pawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
And knight e4, oh, maybe
Look
it's-
at Adiban says knight e4 exclamation.
Oh, okay, so if Adiban says it, we should probably believe it, yeah.
Because knight f3, I guess the issue is h6 perhaps.
But then rook e1?
Rook e1, king f8. Are you are you able to progress?
Yeah, well, the
somehow?
G3 or also knight bishop f4 is so weird because it allows white to develop G3 with a tempo, no?
I don't even know what David is doing here. Like, okay, let's see. Knight e4, by the way, is the best move here. Let's see if Harshit's knight f3 is also strong. Well, it drops the edge. I think f6 might be the move, Harshit bhai.
Oh, that's
Because it takes away this, and then king can come. Oh no, but it opens up this diagonal.
Someone mentioned G4, and after G4, I was very curious if I am in. Okay, maybe I am not. Yeah, I thought I might be in time to go G3, and my idea was that if GF3, GF4, I might be able to pick the F3 pawn. That was my idea, like H3, King H2, and I try to pick up the pawn. Like let's say H3 now, and King H2, King G3. But I think Black is in time to get Bishop F5 and.
You put the
Actually,
bishop here.
but I can go Rook E1, no? And I'm still doing quite well.
Bishop e6.
And let's say even a move like Rook E5 to threaten F5. It looks, I mean, it also has some interesting strategic ideas behind it. But I think Knight E4, the move that has been recommended by Adiban, is a very, very powerful move. Because D5 is not possible
D5
now.
not possible, and D6 will trap your bishop.
Oh my god. that is unfortunate.
That's terrible. That's just not what you want.
And if F5, well, obviously that's the move that we should consider. I think Knight F6 check now.
Do you want to give check here or do you want to give check here?
I thought Knight F6, yeah?
Check. King F7.
Not G7 obviously, because then I'll have Knight H5 check, and then I'll capture the Knight Bishop on F4 and then Rook E1, and I think it's over. It's like White is winning this position.
What if I go B6?
I mean, maybe Rook E7.
7, not 8.
Yeah.
Because then Bishop B7.
Mm-hmm.
And I've managed to convert my lead in development into now material advantage.
You make a very interesting point there when you said that, how you converted one advantage into other. People are so used to the fact that there is only one kind of advantage, which is material advantage. But that's not the case.
That's not true, even in life. By the way, Harshit, Knight E4
Arre bhai.
on the board.
Oh, he played it.
He finds it in a jiffy.
And I think this is definitely going to put Navara in a lot of trouble now.
It could very well be that today Arvind
Joined us again.
that I was saying he might well win the tournament.
Well, yeah.
Because if he wins today, he will have, if Prague doesn't win then he might have a 1-point lead.
Yeah, actually, can you continue this line? Because I think F5 is basically the only way to continue.
Knight F6.
Knight F6, King F7, right? Because now you don't have
Knight D5.
Knight D5, Bishop D6.
Now threatening C6.
And now I'm going to go Bishop to C4. Because if you go C6, I can do a discover check and win your Rook. So you have to move your King again.
King
Where do you
G7.
go? Well, now I bring in my Rook. Oh my, this is just over, Sagar bhai. This is just
C6,
over.
C6.
C6. I mean, I can just go Knight E7 check, I assume. Of course, if you take, I take with the Rook. That's completely losing. So I suspect you have to go King to F6.
Yeah.
And now I can even consider Knight to G8 check.
And Rook E8.
Because you cannot go to F7. Thanks a lot to my beautiful Bishop on C4. And you go King G7. And now I'm going to come with my Rook to E8. Let's say you go B5, trying to unpin.
Bishop B3.
Bishop B3, but I also see this very interesting move in this position. Correct me if I'm wrong, but is Knight to E7 possible?
Wow. Crazy.
Yeah, very crazy. The point being
Bishop is hanging on C8.
And I'm threatening Knight F5, Knight D6. That was a very cool point. That BC4, Knight F5. It might seem that Black is winning with King F7, but Knight D6 check not only attacks your King, but also protects my Rook on E8, and White is completely winning. So this Knight E7, and if you take my Knight, I will take with the Rook, and King F6, Rook F7 check, followed with Bishop B3 should give White great winning chances. So I think this is one of the reasons why Knight E4 gives White such a big advantage.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is like that maths, you have to prove something.
Yeah,
Prove
like
this,
a theorem.
And then you kind of give the entire steps and you're like, hence proved that Bishop F4 was an error.
Yeah.
But, okay, it's like quite a deep line.
Yeah.
And there could be branches here, but clearly this position here, I mean, even if you don't play your bishop here, but just Rook E1 also looks very pleasant.
It does. Absolutely.
So
I think
in a way, I mean, David Navarra is in big trouble here.
Yeah.
He will have to play, but he does that. He gets into trouble and then plays well, like he did yesterday against this Vincent.
Yeah.
You know, he was pawned down, that he kept fighting. So Arvind will have to be still accurate.
Yeah, I think for Arvind's moves, like, we always need a lot. There's a lot of deepness to his moves.
Yeah.
Like on the surface, it might seem like his moves are his moves doesn't make sense, but he actually has a very deep point whenever he makes a move. So it's very interesting that in this position where we thought that Black is going to be able to draw very easily in the Berlin, he actually had something prepared. Yeah, King G7. No way, Jose.
What happened?
I mean G3. No.
Who is Jose?
No, I mean it's just a statement.
By whom?
I mean, okay, it's like I've heard this somewhere.
Where? In football?
I don't even. I've heard it somewhere.
Some
yeah.
series.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Oh my god. G3? Yeah? You want to go G3?
I want to go G. Yeah, I want to trap your bishop.
Okay.
And if you go to D5, I thought I just win a pawn. No.
Take. Let's see.
But David in this whole event has been defending positions down a pawn.
Yes.
With Vincent,
because
he did this.
when it's equal material, he feels uncomfortable, it seems. He needs to be pawned down.
Yeah.
GF, DE.
And just take the pawn. King G6.
BG2.
Or Rook E1.
Bishop F5.
Bishop F5. I
H4,
don't. I mean, I'm not joking. F3 is a very serious consideration.
Nice.
Actually, I might be even a bit tricky and go pawn to F4. Because if you don't take en passant now, my G5 pawn is
But I'll
well
take
protected.
en passant.
Okay, and you take, and then I'll and my rook. I love putting my rook on the 7th rank. The C7 pawn is hanging. The king can always come to F2, so this pawn is kind of irrelevant. And bishop C4 is also going to jump in. Wow, I feel very energetic today. Even though my health is a bit down, I can really find out these ideas. I think that this looks very good for white.
People are saying WWE reference you made.
Ah, okay.
Jose one. Harshit Bhai watching football, WWE, is a grandmaster at chess, finished his MBA. No, finished what?
Undergrad in finance.
Undergrad in finance in a university. Also finds time to do dance moves. Like, where do you find so much time, Harshit Bhai?
Sagar Bhai, if you are the one saying this, then I don't know what to say.
But okay, so here we see, by the way, Prague also in quite a good position. Bishop E3, knight jumped in to attack the bishop. We see bishop moving up. And now this move, queen B4, which earlier wasn't particularly great. I was analyzing this line. If you go directly here, that was terrible because after not first takes, first E5. And then take.
You showed this line.
Yeah, I showed this line, and here bishops.
Oh wow, that's a very nice idea that you showed. It was definitely not that easy to understand. And now white will push the knight from G4 away with H3. And then even though black has 2 bishops, the problem is that white has just a tremendous lead in development. And
no, it's great position.
This is very good for white.
So in a way, Liam said, first let me move my knight, attack your bishop. Prague went here, hoping for E5 so that his knight can jump. Liam came in with the queen. Prague is now thinking.
Yeah. By the way, can we check Anish's game? Because after rook to B8, actually no, Arvind's game first of all, because is it clear that after is G3 the best move, or is there anything else that we were missing? Because this is one game where it's possible that white just is like crushing.
You know how much is the advantage?
Plus
I just switched 1.36.
Oh my god.
That's huge. That's almost like 1.5 pawns up.
Yeah, and I think after, I just don't see what black can do. Like G3, the line that I mentioned might just be happening by force, no? Because bishop D6 you can never play from the right mind, because I don't even need to capture on
D6.
Exactly, I'll capture on D6, CD6, rook E1. This is
no. If someone told Arvind that if you play this rook E1 in move number 5,
and you will get this
and
position.
on move number 20 you will play rook E1 and get this, he would be like,
no, yeah.
Thank you so much.
I think then I would be the one saying, I cannot believe what's happening here.
So As you said, G3 there is just nothing much. Maybe we will see the D5 line.
F5 is another way to attack the knight, but I don't see why this would change anything.
Yeah, it's
Fg5
very
and
similar. In fact,
D.
now the bishop is even
So
close.
D5. Let's actually look at this. Do I still go F3? Or F3 or F. Do I still go for this idea
This
of
is
F4?
very weird. Yeah, F4.
F4 is very smart because now I can go
EF3,
King
bishop
F2,
D3.
King E3.
Yeah, and if EF3,
Oh,
bishop
EF3.
D3.
No, I just bring my rook in, and I'm jumping with my rook inside.
But I thought bishop D3 stops his king G6.
That's very, very smart, Sagar bhai. Very
Rook
nice.
E1, king F2.
That's very nice.
H4, H5, H6.
Yeah, very nice move. Bishop D3. Prophylaxis against black entering from king G6, also preventing bishop F5. Fantastic positional idea to just dominate black's king.
You know, if Arvind wins this and comes here, he will be like, I don't know what's happening. And this time, it won't be like, I don't know what's happening, I'm winning. But like, how can Berlin give such a big advantage? This rookie one line.
Maybe it's something I should delve deeper into because I was of the opinion that black would just going to make a draw easily.
No, I mean, clearly it's David's error to go bishop F4.
Yeah.
But then, let's see how that goes ahead. For now, Anish, after queen e1, rook b8, Sam has taken, and somewhere I do feel like, oh, the black king is in the center, it doesn't look very safe, f5 could come in, but he's just one move away from castling.
Yeah. Yeah. No, it feels like something is going wrong for white, you know. It feels like black's pieces are very well coordinated for launching an attack on the black's king. And whenever there is an opposite side castling, we've always talked about how it's the race about who attacks first. And I think that black is already it's like a race. It's like a car race, and black is already like 1.5 seconds ahead. So it's very, and that 1.5 seconds is huge.
It's important, yeah. It's a short car race, not very long. By the way, Harshit bhai, I need your thoughts being the opening expert in the room on the Wei Van Guen game, because we saw this bishop b5, bishop d7 line. Have you seen it?
So after knight a5, so by the way, there are many options for black to play this. Like instead of knight a5, there is also this very cool move pawn to b5 that people should really check out. It's super fun to analyze. But knight a5, bishop b5, obviously c6 used to be the main move that I have myself employed and played once. But black goes for bishop d7. I've never played this myself or analyzed it. But it seems like Van Guen has spent a lot of time analyzing this.
But
Queen e2,
look at the speed
bishop
at
e7.
which he's
Oh
playing.
my god, he has nine. I'll just quickly take us through the game. Bishop e7,
Yeah, we
knight
saw
f3. Okay, so in the live position now after
No, the last move we saw was long castle here, and Van Guen at 133, bishop e3 by Wei, and instantly played knight c6. What I find here is Wei seems to be not prepared, then works really hard on the board, finds all the best move, and at some point collapses.
yes.
Today I don't know if it will happen.
Yeah, I mean I don't think black is playing for an advantage as such, but if black is able to equalize with such ease against someone like Wei, I think Van Guen should definitely pat himself on the back for preparing so well and surprising Wei from the opening.
Yeah. And also, like, now once you put this pressure, there is this pawn hanging. How do you defend it? Like, you could go long castle, but then this just...
Yeah, I definitely don't want to long castle because bishop takes a3 is really going to spoil my pawn structure.
Even c3, I don't like that this is... like...
This looks really sad.
What sort of...
Yeah.
I mean, this
is really bad.
So weak. So...
I'm expecting knight takes c6.
Okay.
Knight takes c6 and a move like knight c4 comes to my mind.
But then it just loses the pawn, right?
Knight c4? No, there's knight b4, I think, which is even more powerful.
But this also works, no?
Yeah, I guess knight d4 is also good. And rook d4, and black is just very, very quick. So instead of knight c4, can white just castle and say that, okay, I realize that, not long, short castle. I realize that, it's really bad, yeah.
Take and then take. I mean,
this pawn structure is really bad for me.
This is horrible.
Yeah, that pawn structure is really bad. So let's say knight b5.
How about knight f3?
Sorry?
Knight f3. No, not.
Knight f3 back, yeah. Yeah, that seems like a good move actually. I was scared of bishop a3, but I guess now.
And then controlling the c4 square with queen d5. And then knight c4, and then rook e8.
This might be his idea. And then at some point launch an attack with f6 g5 and white can't really launch an attack. Yeah, wow.
By the way, Adiban writes in the chat that Arvind is one of the nicest person. Very humble and down to earth. Almost like a brother to him. Seeing him win the Chennai Grandmasters was awesome to witness.
Yeah.
In fact, Adiban was our co-commentator
Oh,
there.
wow.
He was commentating, and we saw Arvind winning there, beating Levon Aronian in the tie break. So it was a big win for Arvind. I think it was almost a fairy tale for a city, local boy to win it.
By the way, he goes rook e1.
Who?
Arvind. What?
Instead of g3.
I don't believe it.
Wow. So his advantage drops here.
No, but how is it possible to not play g3? What were we like?
It is. I mean, I think those two errors, bishop f4 and now rook e1, nullify each other, and we are back to a normal position.
No, but it's really hard to explain this. No, like and it's not because we are looking at the engines. We are also analyzing without the help of the engines.
But with
and
the
G3
bar showing like such a huge edge.
Yes, but I mean,
I'm actually quite surprised. Okay, like g3, just to show our viewers, like f5, this line. g3, f5. Take and fe4 and fg5. It doesn't feel like at first, if you don't see the move f4 here.
Well, I also have f3.
Yeah.
I mean,
F3
it's not
or
like
F4. You have to do it.
I also have c4, which gives me an advantage. I have many moves that give me an advantage.
Yeah, but
like I'm just up a pawn, right? Like I'm super surprised. d5 happened in the game and knight g3 played, and the advantage has completely dropped down.
By the way, Adiban says after g3, if we can look at his line, f5,
this one,
gf4,
g3, f. Yeah, sorry.
Hi, you can just take a shot. You can take some hot water. There is hot water here.
I got some tea, yes.
Ah, nice. f5, gf, fe,
fe4,
fg, and he thought king g6 was the move which he may not have liked.
But f4 still? King f5, you mean? Ah, okay. But f3, okay, I'll go f3.
f3, take.
And now rook e1. I mean, whenever I get rook e1, I'm jumping on my chair.
Yeah, f3 is really nice. I think just to open up.
Yeah, and
I
f3,
think
d5.
Maybe Arvind in a way didn't want to risk much, so he didn't even calculate this.
But what do you mean risk?
I don't know.
What is there? How can no way there is white is risking anything?
Yeah. Wow. Adiban says Arvind was happy with a draw, it seems. So, like he was at the board. I came with a draw. If you are giving me more, I will. You remember, like this sometimes happens. Someone gives you a good deal and you're like, no, but I came for just this deal. Why are you giving me something better?
Yes, but this is definitely one of the things that happens during the end of the events, that one player is in the lead and he just wants to play safe.
Yeah.
But I think today it's clear that he had a big advantage.
Yeah, huge one. And in fact, this kind of takes on.
Yeah.
He just takes here and now we'll put the bishop here and we will see a shake of hands pretty soon.
Yeah, bishop e6, and I don't think white has any advantage.
I love how your voice became so suddenly like mature.
I don't know if I'm liking it that much, but
it's just
it's over.
there's
It's a
nothing.
draw, right?
There's nothing to be done here. King f. Yeah, here. So we end in a draw. Let's go to Prague's game now. It seems like Arvind has a draw. Yeah, huge
miss. I mean, I completely agree. Like,
could we try and get Navara today? Like, it might end very soon.
yeah, and I would love to hear his thoughts.
Yeah, we
as
can
to
get
what,
David here.
because it's like, to me, it's insane.
Yeah.
Like we're always talking up. Like, we need to be unbiased, and we have to definitely agree that today was a big miss by
No,
Arvind.
I mean, you are one of those commentators who's always very mindful of players' missed opportunities, because you yourself feel like, being a GM, that this can be missed by you as well. But today it seems like you
absolutely.
feel that this it was not unmissable kind of.
Yes, and obviously when there's something very difficult practically, I would mention it. But I think the simplicity of this position makes me think that it was definitely a missed opportunity by Arvind, who with that win would, I think, like completely commend himself as the champion of this event. Yes.
Yeah, at least for maybe. But I think best thing that Arvind can do now is not to analyze his game. Someone should tell him, don't see your game of today.
Yeah.
It's just, it would be too, he would regret it a lot.
It's fine. I mean, it's also important to sometimes accept that you made a mistake, and it's okay. I mean,
of course he'll have
obviously.
to, but it'll be painful.
No, but I mean, he's one round to go. He's going to play Edis Gurel with the black pieces tomorrow. He's still in a very, very good position as far the tournament standings goes.
And I mean, I think Edis is a very tough opponent here. We are actually looking at someone who has just one loss, 6 draws and 1 win. Like, 5 draws and 1 win. So he's 50%, but he's played so well in this tournament. Edis.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So not an easy round tomorrow. By the way, look at what Shankland has done. He put his bishop here, and he's just kind of wanting to sack something in the center.
I think besides sacking, he just wants to put the bishop on b3 because his king was so weak. He's like, okay, I need another defender.
So if I castle, you just want to put it here.
Yeah, and obviously you are right that white at some points wants to go f5 or like somehow open the position up, because right now it feels that it's all black. But obviously black still needs to find an idea. Perhaps he could consider going bishop d7, a5, a4. Obviously queen a5 is not really something I want, because we've been mentioning this tactic time and time again. Knight takes d5.
Finally it works.
Fine. So bishop b3, and I expect something like bishop d7, trying to go for a5, a4, and generate attack towards the black king.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, Kimaya, let's hit 1,000 likes, 3,500 people about watching. Today is the penultimate day, so we want as many people as possible to join us to witness this incredible action at Prague Masters.
True. By the way, Van Nguyen versus Wei did clarify a bit. Wei took the knight, knight takes, and then played c3, defending the pawn. Bishop takes, pawn takes, and now knight e7, played by Van Nguyen, who seems to be still in his preparation. My goodness. Like, Van Nguyen, is he like one of the best opening experts in the world?
In the world is a bit too much, but he's definitely super well prepared.
Yeah,
and
I have been very impressed with his opening.
Oh yeah,
play.
absolutely. I mean, he's very, very good at openings. I think he's even worked with some of the top players.
Hari, I think with Hari he had worked.
I also know some other top players that he has worked with.
Really?
And he's really.
It's a secret.
I don't know if it's a secret, which is why I don't want to say it. So very.
Fabi, I think.
Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I see them, of course, many times in tournaments speaking with each other. So I'm aware of this. It's not a secret, I think.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, he's been working. I've seen him in some tournaments with Fabi. So he definitely knows how top players prepare.
Yeah.
And today it seems like against Wei, he's definitely managed to bring in some of his home preparation, and it's incredible because he's down a pawn, but he's ready to go queen e4, knight d5, and positionally he's got excellent compensation.
Yeah, I'm actually curious how Wei will continue, because this looks so dangerous. Knight coming here, queen coming
and
here,
f5,
f4. It looks very, very...
Black can take over easily. Castle's played.
He did play castle. Okay, Wei is just in a class of his own, so he will find a way from this. And if Van Nguyen plays a move within few seconds, I'll be a little bit scared. Yeah. Oh, look, he looks up, which means he's still remembering his prep. I think knight d5, no?
Maybe even we can look up and try to remember it.
We can do this, just that we will see only the ceiling while they'll actually see the move.
But if knight d5, you can maybe go queen d5?
Queen b5 is a big mistake. Let's ask our...
No, you take the bishop on it.
Exactly.
Yes,
The
knight
bishop on
takes
e3.
e3.
And now the queen on f5 is protected and black is going to be winning. So knight d5 seems to be a very, very good move for black right now.
Yeah. So, okay, we see here. Let's do a quick roundup and go to challengers also. So, firstly, we can see, say, Wei versus Van Nguyen, quite equalish. Wei small edge, kind of neutralized by the fact that Van Nguyen is well prepared.
Absolutely.
But it can go in any direction, this game. Keimer versus Edis Gurel. I don't know what is going on here in this position. It is too complex for me. Your move h4 has happened on the board. Knight g5. I have a feeling Vincent might get an attack.
Bishop g5 played.
What? Bishop f5. Bishop f5.
Oh, okay. Bishop f5 played. Yeah. But on the other hand, Edis is really good in these dynamic positions. And even though it seems scary for black, I'm actually going to root for Edis in this game because he's been really impressing me in these dynamic positions and his calculation has been impeccable in the last few rounds.
Yeah.
What happened? Oh, yeah.
Edis.
Yeah, I kind of lost the track about what you were doing, but now obviously...
Always this way.
Yeah.
He's just sitting this way. An amazing amount of focus. That's just so good to see. And by the way...
Nigi Gonda, Krishna says that traveling from Bangalore to Hyderabad after my interview, could not follow Prague completely, now in return journey watching this live. So, welcome.
Yeah, welcome, and I hope your interview went well and that you will get whatever the interview was for. It could be for many reasons, Harshit bhai. It could be for a job, it could be for admission, also like marriage.
Marriage interview, bye.
Could be for multiple reasons, but okay, bishop f5 on the board. Then this game is roundabout even. Shankland versus Anish does feel like Anish has a great position today. Yesterday, it was very nice to spend some time with Anish.
Of course.
I must tell our viewers that one of the most incredible things that Anish has is the ability to know what is best in the situation. Like after a tough game yesterday with Arvind where he lost, he was like, let's go for dinner. And there he kind of unwound himself to get back today into the mode. Because many times it so happens that when someone loses, that player or person doesn't want to meet anyone. We know so many players who want to lock themselves inside the room.
Yeah.
But Anish is very pragmatic. He was like, I need to get out of this mindset. How about you guys here? You are in the commentary room. Should we go for dinner?
Yeah.
And then we went, and like by the time it ended, he was like looking forward to the next game.
Yeah. No, it's very, I mean, he's very, very aware of what is the best thing to do in the current situation. And we got some very, very nice hot pot yesterday.
Oh, yes.
It was wonderful.
Yeah. I mean, it was first time you ate.
I've had it before, but I've had it very, very few times. So
although you were not very aware of what to do.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, it was a very new experience. Yeah. So I really enjoyed it.
Yes. I had it recently twice in Singapore.
Oh, wow.
There is a vlog on it. You don't watch Chessbiz India vlogs?
No, I do, obviously, but... yeah.
So it was a nice meal we had. And now today... in the Naiya, it's Naiya. What was the name of the place? It's just 15 minutes from here. It's a Chinese place called Naia, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I don't remember the name, but it was fabulous. So I would definitely recommend it.
Oh, Mala. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe people know about it. By the way, so this one looks slightly better for Anish. And now Pragnananda, he pushed his pawn to e5. It seems like this is the most exciting game of today. The knight has to move away. It could come here, but this would not have been good, right?
Yeah, because you
Take-
get yourself an isolated pawn and white is just going to be pushing for a very long time. So he goes knight, he already played knight of d7.
Can we go knight b5 now?
Yes, I like that. I like that move a lot.
Oh.
Knight b5 is definitely a move to be considered. One thing to
I'm
see-
actually very surprised that the evaluation dipped so much.
well, the thing is that after queen takes a3, now if you take with the b pawn, the pawn on a4 is hanging.
No, rook a3.
And if you take with the rook, I mean, just some part of me tells me that this diagonal could be a bit dangerous. But your knight is jumping into d6 quickly, so knight b5 is definitely going to be a candidate move in Prague's mind right now. I'm very curious if queen to a2 has queen a2. There's knight b3. Okay. Because I would obviously like to keep the queens on the board, but there is this move knight b3 which is a bit annoying.
No, we have to find some good idea. Let's go back.
Sagar by completely refuting my move.
No,
queen
but
to-
here there is something, no? Knight b5 is not good, right? So black has some good move here.
Mhm.
Did you find it? Be knight b3, no? Directly. Should be okay.
Yeah, knight b3 looks like a possibility.
Attacking here.
And
indeed.
attacking the bishop on d4. Yeah.
So not knight b5. He has to play
Queen
something.
a2 is not that bad.
And rook c1, is that a possibility?
Rook c1 also possible, but also knight b3 is the one thing that you need to be careful about, because that's what black is currently
What
threatening.
move did you suggest?
He suggested rook a
No,
c1,
no, you.
and I suggested knight b3 against it.
No, for white now.
I thought queen a2 has some merit.
Queen a2. But
because
knight b3?
Knight b3, I just move my rook to b1.
Oh, knight
Because
d4.
if you take my bishop on d4, I am going to jump in with my rook, and I don't exchange the queens with your pieces being so underdeveloped is definitely something that I would like to do.
So queen a2, good idea. That's a good move here.
yeah, just keeping the queens on the board basically.
Okay, okay. Maybe there's something else, yeah, Harshit bhai, that we are missing here. That is a good move for white. Could it be just to chop off the knight? Bishop takes c5. No,
chop
it
chop? I don't think so.
I mean, it's just knight. Other knight will come in. So
Yeah, I don't think that you should take on
no,
c5.
no, take. Anyone here? What should be a good move for white? I don't even realize.
Oh, rook b1 played.
What? No way. And it's
Crazy.
the best move?
I'm not sure if it's the best.
No, it's actually just played against knight b3.
Yeah, he's stopping knight b3. Mm-hmm.
It is the best move. Rook a b1 is the best move.
Insane. Insane awareness by Prague, and
Prague.
Liam was looking in the air like, what is that move?
Now he can just say, what can he do now? Because bishop is still hanging and the queen is
Well,
also attacked.
You can still go queen a2.
But then what's the point? You just gave up your... We saw this.
Yeah.
Right? But there must be something, no? That you save.
After knight b3, you can just go bishop e3 actually.
And then...
And if queen a3, ba3 or knight on b3 is hanging. So I think that's the idea. Yeah, love supreme is right. How bishop to e3 is the reason.
Rook a b1 is a nice move.
Very, very
Keeping that small edge.
classy.
And by the way, guys, Arvind versus David Navara is
Dead
heading
draw.
towards a very quick draw here.
Yeah.
And we are hoping to have David here, if he is free, to join us after the game.
Yeah.
We can ask him also. He's always so good at chess analysis.
Who? Yeah, obviously.
So let's go to challengers and then maybe we can take our first break
Yep.
before we get into the next bit. Jonas Beer has played a slightly risky line in this Bogo Indian with black, and
Well, he wants to win. I
Yeah.
mean, he's even with the black pieces, he's here to win because he knows that with playing against Finek, he's 200 points higher rated than, he definitely should take his chances because Nordirbek in his game against Stalmack is also already better.
oh my god.
So,
These two players are going to win today as well, it seems. Salgado suddenly out of all the games plays the most
Solid.
normal
Berlin This Berlin Rookie one has been really topical in this
in this
tournament.
event. Yeah. And then,
So white is slightly better here.
yeah, Stamatis versus Mark Andrea also.
Oh, by the way, I really love this line for white. This bishop b5, bishop takes c6, d6. I really like this imbalance where white gives up his bishop, but black has these two doubled pawns, and white always plays against the black bishop on c8. So d3, bishop g7, h3, stopping black from going bishop g4 and taking the knight. b6, castles, knight f6, knight c3, knight d7, bishop e3, e5, queen d2. Knight f8 played. h6 is another way that black usually responds. Bishop h6, another move perhaps could have been knight h2 as well. But I think that bishop h6 is obviously in the spirit of the position because you want to exchange these bishops so that black gets weak dark squares. Bishop f6 and h4 played.
Wow.
So I think that they definitely are following some sort of a preparation because for me, knight h2 also seems logical. There's also this idea of going knight d1, knight e3. But h4 is definitely suggesting that this has been analyzed before because...
But you can take e5 will.
No, if you take, this is terrible because takes and bishop g7 is there. And then you pick up the e5 pawn.
Right.
So, knight e6 played, g3, protecting the pawn. Rook g8. Wow. King g2, bd7, and maybe black is taking over.
I like black's position
Queen
actually.
c8.
Mark Andrea might just score a very, very important win. And finally, we have the game of Divya Deshmukh against Nemec. And she has a very decent position out of the opening.
Yeah, I mean, she has to start scoring some points. She's really been struggling in this event. 1.5 point out of 7. So I'm definitely... guessing that she's going to play for a win today, and that's what's happening basically in the Masters and Challengers.
And so we will be back very shortly. Just the roundup of the first half was that Arvind missed a golden opportunity and is now heading towards a draw. We'll be back very soon. Stay tuned.
Stay still by my side.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries it has endured wars, revolutions and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
back, everyone. We have a very special guest joining us in the studio, Grandmaster David Navara. Hello, David.
Hello, Sagar.
Good to see you.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Today I made a quick draw so I can join you for a while,
Thank
but
you.
not for long because I also want to take rest and prepare.
Yeah, but today, David, you gave quite a huge shock to everyone because there was a very critical moment in the game. Did you realize it?
I realized that equalizing was not as simple as I had believed, but I did not know that it was so critical. After the game, I already briefly watched that there was some moment when it was not so nice. But
Can you take us through this critical moment?
I haven't expected this line. A funny detail is that it was played in the Challengers tournament as well, and the games proceeded more or less simultaneously. I mean, I know that knight e8 is a move, but when I look at lines like this, it somehow seems to me that, okay, maybe I'm not even a tempo down compared to this, but there are also lines where white takes and then black plays d5, and this seemed to me like a worse version that I'm like tempo, not tempo down, but if white plays queen d1, it will probably transpose. So I was not so enthusiastic about it. Of course, I know that after bishop d3 I should play g6, knight g7, and after knight d2 I can play bishop f5 instead, which Machun did not play, and his position was probably slightly worse. But I was still a bit skeptical, did not remember what to do against d5, for example, here, sorry. So against the d5 and so on. So I decided to play queen e7 because I remembered that it was also playable. I had briefly looked at it. It was like equal, but over the board I had no idea how to equalize suddenly because I wanted to play something like bishop e7 or king f8, but then white plays, I don't know if bishop d3 first
But
or rook
d5
e1.
now?
Okay, I mean it can become very unpleasant very soon because
Bishop e6.
bishop f5. And if black takes and plays rook c8, there will be rook e5. So it can become very bad very quickly. And so I thought I would probably play h6, but then white has bishop f5 either immediately or after rook e1, like this. And if I play d5, for example, I mean d6 is slightly passive, and white can also play d5 sometimes, and this can be really unpleasant with the knight coming to f5 with my d5 pawn weak, h6 weak, white still controlling the e file. So black indeed equalizes after bishop e7, but it requires some precision, and I was not
You
up
didn't
to
want
the
to
task.
go there. So that's why you played bishop f4.
Yes, I calculated some lines and thought that I should have enough compensation for the pawn, and maybe it would be slightly worse, but I mean, I had already defended 3 endgames the pawn down here, so
Yes.
I thought that this was not the worst one. I mean, against Prague, it was very tough at some point, and against Vincent, it was lost, technically lost, so I was optimistic about my chances to hold, but still I am surprised that white indeed has something special here. I don't know, rook e1 or
FG.
FG. I understood there could be some problems, but
f4, yeah, here.
yes,
Or f3. I don't know.
Yes,
f3 might be strong.
yes, f3
Take, and now...
because after f4 I have king f5. You are right.
Yeah, f3, take, rook e1, I think.
Yes, I even saw something like this, but okay, bishop e6, rook e5 perhaps, although I take on a2 and then bishop d3, rook e7. Yes, it's nice. I missed this particular sequence, but no, maybe I even saw something like this and thought that after h4, f6 I should be fine, but probably it's not true. Looking at the evaluation bar, this looks somehow wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not too surprised that there is something. And I was surprised that white did not go for the critical line, maybe rook e5 here, because f5 is hanging. So that's the problem, perhaps, with the rook on c8.
Rook f5, bishop h3.
Yes, so white wins tempo to consolidate and play king f2 later. Or maybe h4, depending on what black does, perhaps h4. And then king f2. So Yes, if white plays several accurate moves, he gets clear advantage.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, black will
We,
probably
we were
equalize.
actually thinking G3 is quite natural, so he would do it. But when he played Rook E1, I think then it was equal. Like
Yes, actually, I for a while started to believe that Rook E1 here could be a problem, but then okay, it probably just transposes. But my idea was Bishop G2, but then I have G4, and white cannot
nice.
take because of Rook E8, whereas this could be
because of
unpleasant.
F3.
Yes, I mean maybe not too bad because I have some Bishop H3, King F6, some. Or maybe not necessarily Bishop H3, but Bishop somewhere, King F6, and later maybe Rook G8, Bishop H3. If I exchange the rooks, I can probably hold some fortress, but I don't even have to exchange. But okay, G4 is here. Yes, I agree that it's... I was a bit surprised that white had relatively big advantage here after the game. I did not expect it. But
you went and checked. Did someone tell you, or you checked it?
After the game, I went to my room and checked just like for 1 minute that there was something without really looking at what was there, because then Tadeusz asked me to come here. So I did. I was surprised that white did not go for something more critical, but perhaps I wanted to play solid late today to maintain the lead.
Yeah.
I mean, if Prague wins, there will be a tie break. I mean, Arvind surely has a better zone than Bornberger, but I
think it's a playoff.
For
first
place there is playoff, so yes, exactly.
And can we get your thoughts on the Prague Lekwang Liam game? What do you think? Does Prague have any chance? Or here there was nothing, right?
Here I expected at least maybe Rook E5. I would have played C6 because this should not really be not here. Should not really be problematic with me having an active king and Bishop E6, so it should be very much fine. And if white plays something else, I can play F6, but still it looked like a more critical tie because white can take and maybe play Bishop after F6 take on E8 and maybe even play Bishop F5 to restrict my bishop, and somehow this is a slightly worse version for me because with the pawn on C6 my bishop is not so mobile and the pawns could be weak sometimes. Maybe Bishop F5, Bishop C8, B6, B4, and okay, should be a draw anyway because I have just one weakness, but at least white could pretend that he could sometimes activate his king through G4 and like this, but okay, white probably already accepted a draw in his mind, so he just...
That's why I think he did not try much, and also I think it's a great result for you with black pieces.
Yes, exactly.
And just going here to the Prague game, if we click on it.
Yes, I will. So we see that it started as a Queen's Gambit, sort of orthodox, and transposed to Catalan, not so orthodox Catalan. I even played this with black after Queen D3. Black can play B6 or A6, which are both fine. And white sacrificed a pawn but has decent compensation. I even maybe remember how to equalize with black safely here, but I don't want to show it. And maybe don't really remember it. C5 is one of the moves, maybe not the critical one. I don't know, but like Wang Liam is generally very solid. And so probably he knows what he is doing, although I'm not sure if C5 is the best choice for black, but it makes sense for sure.
I like how Prague put his queen on A3.
Yes, it looks very strange, counterintuitive, because white's queen looks exposed, but in fact black's queen is no less exposed here, and this pin is good because black needs some time to protect his bishop, and white can attack black's queen. So probably it works. I would not go for this if it were not preparation, but it most likely
maybe
was.
Liam was prepared.
I even think that maybe Prague was. I don't know. No idea. It
So
looks
both
like
had a lot of time.
Yes, hard to say really. Yes, it will be very interesting. Bishop D4, and it looks slightly better for white, who has more active pieces, but on the other hand, uh, I don't know. There are those weaknesses on b3, b4, b5, so it might matter who occupies some of those squares. Black cannot occupy b3 now, I mean, I would like to see white's knight on b5. Sometimes there is bishop d7, of course. I would like to see black's knight on b3 after the queen exchange, but this is easier said than done. And queen b4 is also an option in some lines, but currently black's pieces are a bit more clumsy than white's pieces, or maybe a bit more passive, like this rook a8, bishop c8. I'm trying to explain what this evaluation bar might mean, but okay, even if I evaluate it on my own, I would probably
Slightly better for white.
I hope I would have evaluated it correctly, but of course I might be wrong. I don't know, because here I see the evaluation and I trust it. Yes, so white's pieces remain more active, and Lech Wang is very solid, but yesterday he surprisingly lost to his white. I mean, Sam Shankland plays very interesting chess here. Unlike me, unfortunately, I have to admit this. That it's remarkable, but in this tournament, I probably did not have a single better position. I mean, maybe for some very brief moment in the opening, if I find the best moves, there will be a little something, but okay.
Well, what do you are you happy with how the tournament has panned out, because you were able to hold some tough positions, or you are not very happy?
Oh, honestly, I'm rather happy. I mean, of course, not with my game against Baye, but otherwise, I think I played well, and I defended some very unpleasant positions, like against Vincent Keimer, it was technically lost at some point. Against Prague, it was very difficult and very tiring. And I had played another tournament right before this one, and even fell ill at its end. So it was tough. I mean, I managed to recover more or less before the start, but I mean, if I had not played another tournament before, I would have had more energy, but I would not have visited a new country. I would not have.
Which tournament did you play?
I played in Djerba. It was quite
Masters,
interesting. Djerba Masters in Tunisia.
Maurice.
And there were, Marc-Andrea Maurice won it with 7.5 out of 9, played superb chess, and there were many other players who played many interesting games. I cannot unfortunately say it about myself. I mean, I was more careful. Generally, I have become more careful in these round robin tournaments, and it's not because
how do you explain that you become, because I know you as a very dynamic and aggressive player.
Yes. Okay, I became older, and even before I used to be good. I mean, I was good in the end games, but I was just playing very sharply. But also, chess has. Okay, I became older, and then I have slightly less energy than before, especially if I play 2 tournaments in a row and fall ill during the first. Also, maybe I'm more afraid, but also. It's more practical when every opponent is younger than me, and some are younger by 20 years. Maybe it's not the most practical thing to go into complications too often. Maybe it more makes sense to play more solidly. Basically, I am ready to grind. I'm ready to defend tough position for a long time. So it's not like complete lack of fighting spirit, nothing like this. Just also, there is problem with the opening theory, that it has advanced a lot, and at this level, if I exaggerate it a bit, there is plenty of theory and everybody remembers everything, which is of course not true. I mean, you see players like Gukesh, Pragnananda, Nodirbek Abdusatorov, Vincent Keimer, playing very daring chess with Arjun Erigaisi, with many fresh ideas and like this. But I mean, you need a lot of energy for this. You need perhaps trainers who will find a lot of ideas for you. You also need maybe sponsors to play like this, because they are so good that they don't even need sponsors. But I mean, if one plays such adventurous chess, it might go up and down. And at my level, I mean, in open tournaments, it could be a big difference. For example, I mean, I'm not really.
So
like-
sometimes this prize money is at stake, and you don't want to take a risk, and you might lose that, and it's also part of all the decision
Maybe,
making.
maybe. Basically, I don't believe to be so much focused on prize money, but I have become more solid with age, which is
Got it.
sort of natural. And also it's connected with the opening theory, because I'm afraid of the preparation, and sometimes in some sharp Sicilian Najdorfs, if I make one wrong move, it's over. Or I'm suffering terribly. I played against a decent grandmaster against whom I had a really good score, and I prepared for the game, but a bit superficially. I played something wrong in Najdorf, and the game was over after like 1.5 hour, and I resigned. And so I mean, I also won many games in Najdorf, often even from bad positions, but somehow this is difficult when I tend to confuse my opening preparation from time, no, maybe not just from time to time. Then it's difficult to play such openings, whereas here, for example, even if I confuse something, miscalculate, I can still get defensible, and the game may be a pawn down, but it's not such a big tragedy. And in many lines of my repertoire, if I make some inaccurate move, I will get a slightly worse position and need to defend it for long, but it's not lost. It's not outright lost.
Right. Very interesting thoughts there, David. Thank you for sharing them with us. One question last I had was, I always see you so respectful of your opponent. You get up to shake hands. Also, when the game is done, you get up. Is this something that you learned from somewhere, or how is it?
Maybe I think I learned it, and to some extent it's natural for me. I mean, when I was young, I studied these books on etiquette, but I unfortunately forgot some things, and somehow when I'm eating spaghetti, then no theoretical knowledge helps me anyway. But I mean, no, I mean, I like other people, and to some extent it's natural, but okay, it's maybe it's sometimes okay. I mean, I want to be polite, like to be polite, and sometimes I need to try to be polite also. And I mean, maybe not everything is as ideal as it looks. I can also be unpleasant, but I'm trying. And
I have only great things that I've experienced with you. Thank you for coming here, showing us your game. I know tomorrow the round is early, so please get some good rest and good luck.
thank you. Have a good afternoon, and all the best.
Thank you. We'll be back in a short break with our commentary.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympia, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, what if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
And we are back, Sagar Bhai. That was great to have Navara with us because he's such a gentleman, always so passionate about chess, and it was great to get his insights about this quick
Yeah.
draw that he had.
That, and also like he gave a lot of insights into the theory that's going on at top level.
Yeah.
And also he spoke of, I asked him about his, like, this very kind mannerisms that he has when he always gets up and so on. And he said when he was young, he read a book on etiquettes.
Which was it? What was the name?
I don't know. But he read a book and he kind of follows it till date, which is so nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So it's great that we are back now, and it feels like Prague's game has had some developments, and the knight from f3 has moved from e1 to c2 to attack the queen here, which is so nicely nestled. And if you take, I believe Prague wants to take back with the pawn,
Absolutely.
opening up the rook.
And also setting up a nasty threat right now. If black plays a move like h6, there is a very dangerous threat that white has.
Oh my god. Can we ask our viewers?
Yeah, chop chop.
Okay. Guys, what is the best move here?
Do you want to start with rook b3 or do you want to start with rook takes d7? Because if you take rook takes b3, knight takes b3, rook takes d7, don't forget that your knights are not rook f8, rook a c8, and your knights are suddenly hanging. So you need to be careful. You need to be careful.
Wow.
It was a trick question.
Amazing.
That's why instead of rook b3, you need to take rook takes d7, knight takes d7, and now take rook takes b3, where your rook is very nicely protecting these two knights and white has a big advantage. So
Fantastic.
that's what white is threatening right now. So after knight c2, I'm expecting queen a3, b3 and a move like rook ac8. I think this should keep equality. Sorry?
Rook d7.
Well, now rook d7, knight d7, rook takes b3 is less tempting because I just have a feeling that something bad is going to happen on this.
Maybe knight c5. yeah?
Knight c5, knight d3, knight c1. Wow. Knight c5, if let's say the rook goes to b1, knight d3, and if rook b3, knight c1. Very nice way to make
Rook
sure.
b1.
And now I just take on c3, rook c1, rook f c8,
Bishop
and you're
e4.
super sad about having this pin. Bishop e4, well,
Rook a3.
black at least has a draw with rook c4, rook d3.
Yeah,
You can
a3.
even take rook takes a3, which I don't really think you should. I think that you should just keep the pin. I think the best move is rook c4 to try and dislodge the bishop from e4 and try and capture the bishop on e2. So black, I think, keeps equality after the move rook a8. So I'm expecting something like this to follow after the move knight to c2 from white.
Yeah, crazy position, but it feels like Prague somewhere lost his edge. And because
Did he have?
bishop c5, he seemed like slightly better, very slightly. But after takes,
So
perhaps
instead
it
of
was not good.
Bishop c5, I guess bishop f4 was a very good move.
Wow. That's the right move.
Yeah, because the point is that capturing on c5 allows the black knight from d7 to come in the game. And white's biggest advantage currently is the fact that black's pieces lack harmony. And I think once you take on c5, black just gets a lot of space, which allows him to equalize. I think bishop f4 very nicely illustrates the point that after queen takes a3, b takes a3, the black's knight is completely trapped on b3. And now it's hard for black to find a move, right? Because I'm ready to go with knight b5. I'm also ready at some point to go knight g5, knight e4. And basically, I have very easy play. So I think that bishop f4 was a critical move that would have given Prague an advantage.
But because now after take, as you rightly said, the knight has entered into the game and black's play looks easier. And now we will see most likely take. And if this game ends in a draw,
That would be a great news for Arvind because Arvind might have been feeling bad that it's such a big chance and now that Prague wins, he can join me. But with this draw, things still stand as they should for Arvind. He is going to be in the lead after this round. And if Prague does not win, which seems to be the case.
I have a feeling somehow, Harshit Bhai, that Lei Kwong Liam has chances to go wrong here. Because firstly, he's not making his move, which means that either he doesn't want to trade or he's looking a little bit deeper after the trade.
I think he might be looking at a bit deeper after the trade because queen b6, I'm a bit afraid that the white rook is going to jump into d6. And I'm not exactly sure if I want to allow white to attack my queen with a tempo.
So, let's say take, and this position, for example, here we saw...
Rook c8, right?
Yeah, rook c8.
Seems like a very, very fine move.
It seems fine and...
Although, let me think if there is something better that I can find because...
I was thinking bishop c6, yeah? But then bishop c6, you take...
Yeah, but why would white ever be better with these doubled pawns? Because of these knights supporting each other?
Yeah.
And that the knights cannot, like, they are very poorly placed. Maybe that could be one of the reasons.
That's the main.
But I don't know. I just don't think white has enough juice in this position to squeeze out of. By the way, as this game is going on, f5 has been played in Anish Giri's game.
Whoa.
So this is really heating up. We left
The
it
most
somewhere
exciting game of today now.
here. A5. Now black is at some point going to try and open the position with a4. King b1, bishop d7. White is like, I know you want to go a4 and like really put my bishop on b3 on a tough spot. So you know what? I'm just going to go a4 myself.
Yeah, and that actually weakens white's position a bit.
It definitely does, but it stops black from advancing a4, which was a very, very crucial threat of black's attack. Rook b4 and f5.
Also, Anish is playing really well, yeah?
Well, he's making logical and good moves, but the position is still complicated. It's not as if he's gotten a big advantage or something, because now after f5, the e6 pawn is under pressure. You can never take on f5 because then your d5 pawn becomes super weak. So, he still has a lot of problems to solve. I mean, after like something like this can obviously completely switch the game in white's favor. So after f5, he needs to find a good move.
Yeah.
And I have a feeling that it's not queen b8. Because I'm afraid that after f takes e6, yeah, f takes e6, bishop takes e6, and something like bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6, knight takes d5 might be leading into some sort of a simplification with opposite colored bishops, where white is a pawn up, but black would have great compensation with his bishop on f2, but kind of steers towards an equality.
Yeah, so I think, Harshit bhai, that f5
is a great move.
Anish has to find the way to deal with it and keep his chances alive of pressing here.
Yeah.
Because it's quite possible that the game might just peter out into equality.
Oh, by the way, this has happened in Prague's game. Queen
Wow.
takes a3, b takes a3.
Wow.
And Liam is thinking now around 40 minutes each for both sides.
Yeah.
For people just joining in, Arvind drew his game against Navara. We also had Navara joining us to explain his thoughts. So you can check that out. So that game was a draw. Prague's game, he was a bit better with the move bishop to f4 on move number
Couple of moves ago.
18th move exactly. He could have gone bishop f4. And now it seems like the current position is around equal. Even Steven, Sagar bhai.
Looks even, but I feel this is the key move for black. If he finds the right move to equalize, it will be a draw.
But I think there should be many moves, no? Like rook a c8 is definitely one of them. Bishop c6, as we got a suggestion from our audience, is also one very, very decent move. I think that, yeah, I just think that black is doing very, very fine.
Do we have something on YouTube by chance? Is it like buffering or something? Maybe if we can check the live stream. It's good? All good.
It's good, yeah? Yeah, so this game currently seems to be around equal, but still there are some chances for both sides in this position because these pawns are doubled, so black might be ambitious himself. It's possible. And if black is ambitious, that will give white counter chances.
Yeah. Okay. So, interesting moment here. I will come back and I want to see. Let's check Keimer versus Gurel. Oh, by the way, Anish made a move.
Queen b6. But doesn't that do the same like fe6? What do you do?
Fe.
No, not fe, no? Because I thought, really fe? I was afraid there will be some knight d5 business.
But knight d5, knight d5, right?
Bishop e7?
Knight e7.
Rook d7. You can't take that.
So, ed, yeah? What is Anish is? Oh, rook b. No, wait a second. Ed, queen e7. Oh, no, wait. Rook b3, cp. Bishop f5 check. No, that doesn't seem to work. But you can start with bishop f5, I think. No, it's a...
No. Yeah, rook e8 is the simple, yeah. Yeah. The queen is almost trapped, yeah.
Wow.
And if bishop d5 check, you don't take on d5, but you just go king h8.
Wow. Incredible
nice.
move.
Yeah, and now b2 is also hanging, queen is hanging. Great idea that
Well done,
stops
Arnav.
knight takes d5.
Also in the chat found it. So,
Yeah.
Anish really tactically making this move queen b6 work. And fe, you were talking about bishop takes. Maybe bishop takes means then, as you said, this kind of
Simplification, yeah. Bishop
Trade.
f6 and knight takes d5, I think.
So that
is-
he doesn't want.
Yeah.
So he will basically take back with the pawn
Absolutely.
and
yeah.
try to say, I can fight here.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Do you think Vincent Keimer, and what a complicated game between Vincent and Edis Gurel, because look at the black pieces all huddled in the center while the king looks a bit weak. Black king, as you rightly pointed out, this move queen e4.
Yes, but the problem with this move is knight takes f3 check and black goes knight g5 next, stopping the mate on h7 and at the same time attacking the queen on e4. So I'm expecting after knight d4, bishop takes d4. And if you take with the c pawn and queen e4 now, which stops you from going knight g5 because my knight is beautifully stopping it. And if you go back knight to f8, then you have to be careful about your d4 pawn hanging.
Yeah, this looks really good for white. So maybe knight d4, he might have to take...
Knight d4 now runs into queen c3, by the way. So you have to be very careful.
Yeah, but even like I don't take knight d4.
Yeah,
maybe I just play bishop d3
Yeah. And
with
then
the
rook
idea of rook c1.
Also bishop c4, at some point knight f5. This looks very good for white.
So would you say that Vincent is slightly better here?
Yeah, I think if he finds this idea with bishop
He
d4...
took.
Oh, he took. Yeah, okay. Then I think he is better.
And
after
cd4 is on the board. If we can just go to live. Yeah, this is the live board position.
Yep.
And it does feel like all black pieces are huddled together, but not doing much, while white pieces are nicely positioned. I love how the pawn on h5 clamps the black king, and this diagonal, which is super open, can become very dangerous.
Absolutely. I think queen e4 is the move that's going to be played next, followed by bishop to d3, making sure that the pawn on d4 is not going anywhere. And I do think that white has gotten a small advantage from this position.
Meanwhile, if we see Wei versus Nguyen, Van Nguyen, we saw that Van Nguyen was super well prepared, and we looked until castle's rook h e8. Pawn came up, queen e4.
Threatening rook takes d4.
Yes.
Very important.
d5, knight f5, now threatening to win a pawn on e3 perhaps.
No, knight h4 is the nasty threat.
To mate, huh?
Yeah,
Nothing
if you go
less.
rook a d1, knight h4 is finito on the spot. Because
What do you say, finito?
finito la comedy.
What does that mean?
The comedy is over. It's time to
But he went rook a e1.
protecting the bishop on e3, but it seems
So
like
that
black
if
is
knight
taking over.
h4,
f3.
because the bishop is protected.
Exactly.
So
But black obviously can go knight d4 now, which is another idea.
no, bishop d. Queen e2.
Yeah, exactly. So knight
Oh, wait a
d4 is
second.
an idea.
Knight d4 just moves the queen, no?
Oh, knight d6 is also another idea.
I think Harshit bhai, you are underestimating white's chances, but also black seems to be doing good.
Oh, rook d6 might be the best move. Trying to
Nice.
bring the rook on
Interesting
the
idea.
other side. Knight d6 is also obviously very, very
c5,
possible.
no?
c5, well, but then your d5 pawn becomes very
And
weak.
knight c4, yeah.
Yeah, your d5 pawn is very weak. So black has a few options to choose from right now, and Van Nguyen is taking his time. Definitely has equalized in this position.
I'm just wondering.
Oh my god, can he go c5? Oh no, en passant, I forgot about that. I forgot about that option.
Wow. Harshit bhai, you are a GM.
What?
You forgot en passant.
I mean,
The rule.
No, I
No,
don't.
generally people who start out chess forget about en passant.
Yeah, I mean, I just wanted to put my pawn on c5
No, I was
and
just
then...
joking. You are now explaining why you have forgot it. But it's just, yeah, okay, so c5 impossible.
Yeah, c5 is not really good.
So there must be something. Do you think g5 makes sense?
Could it? Is there any world in which b5 is a move?
No. That world doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah. Seems like it's quite fine actually.
No, I mean cb5. I mean,
But I
who?
get the d5 pawn and I'm ready to jump with my knight. My rook is well placed. It's interesting.
It's interesting. I was surprised that the evaluation only shifted this much. So that's an interesting move.
Might be the best move actually.
No.
b5.
Guys, what do you think should black play here? Any idea?
I want that suggestion
Knight h4, f3,
But f3 and now the e3 bishop is protected. Maybe white can go queen f2 next and attack the knight and the pawn on a7. So not that easy to find a move.
I was wondering if rook e5 makes sense, but it just feels very artificial.
h5 is very interesting suggestion. Trying to go h4, h3. It does have some merit.
What about queen h5?
I think now he'll just want to go rook h8 and switch. But yeah, it's a bit too much maybe. I think b5 is a crazy move, yeah?
Clearly. Jash Haria says rook d7 with the idea of rook e7.
Wow.
Maybe Josh, you are right. Yeah, that's the best move according to the engines. But why not rook d6 is also a question because you can't go to. Okay,
Yeah.
interesting.
So rook d7 is seems like the best move, but it's not easy to
But
find.
if Van Nguyen kind of outplays Wei from this position, that would be some impeccable opening prep.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so we will come back to this game very shortly. Going now to this happened.
This
FE
happened.
FE.
FE,
And that tactic which we were talking about cannot happen because of Queen E7 Rook E8. So guys, Anish Giri. By the way, Anish Giri is not seen so much on the video. He's always I see so little of him.
Well, he's putting pressure on his opponent. And now
Time wise, 20 minutes.
And also there are some people who calculate much better when they are not on the board.
I know one player who used to do that
Nihal.
amazingly. Nihal is one, but now he doesn't walk so much as before. But there was a player called Michael Krasenkov.
Ah.
He came to Mumbai once. At that point, he was 2700. And he used to, and I was like a little kid. And he used to make a move, get up, and keep walking. And the moment opponent would make a move, he would go there, immediately make a move, get up. And he was not sitting. And later on, I don't know, I couldn't ask him because I was not a journalist back then. But I felt like he was doing it more from the perspective that he didn't want to sit too long on the board. It could be health reasons. It could. I didn't figure out.
Even I am someone who actually loves to walk. And I think like sometimes if you sit on the board for too long, it's possible that you get too much stress. And like when you're walking, you're more relaxed and your mind can calculate with more ease. Because I think I am someone who can calculate blindfolded much better than looking at the board.
Really?
Yeah.
You're one of them. You know this scene of the movie Search for Bobby Fischer. I don't know if anyone has seen this movie, Search for Bobby Fischer. Yeah, brilliant movie, by the way. In that, there's a scene where Bruce Pandolfini, who is a great trainer, gives a position to Josh Wetskin, who is the main little kid and he's trying to solve, and at some point, he just removes all the pieces and tells him, now look at the board. And he finds it immediately. So sometimes pieces can just be distracting. That's why we see Ivanchuk often looking here and calculating.
Little do you know, they've put a chessboard on top of the ceiling.
Yeah, next time I think, Harshit bhai, if you are playing, we would love you to also... I'm actually very excited now that when you will be playing, we will be commentating. Like I will be commentating. And if you reach the top boards, we can commentate on your game. And of course, if you win or lose, you have to come to the commentary room to share your thoughts.
Yep.
Okay, by the way, bishop c6 is what we were imagining and it has happened. It has given maybe white a very small edge, this last move, which may not be very material, but I'm always curious to know what is the best way to press.
I mean, bishop takes c6, b6, rook d6 is something that comes to mind.
Rook d6, yeah. I was thinking also knight d4.
Oh no, you definitely don't want to exchange pieces.
Well, the point being that if I take, I thought my rooks are better positioned.
Yeah, I think rook b8, for example.
Yeah, so this is one way. You said rook d6, also interesting move to get in with the rook, attack this pawn. And guys, believe it or not, Pragnananda is the player who loves such positions with white.
This happened? Oh, no.
No, it hasn't happened. So he's waiting now, he's thinking. And I'm sure Prag has seen that Arvind has drawn. So he would be really because today is his last white game.
Yeah. Whom is he playing tomorrow? Oh, he's playing Anish.
Yeah.
Oof.
And Anish with black is like very tough because if Anish doesn't win today, he will not be in a very ambitious mood tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because then he's not fighting for the top spots.
Knight b5 now.
Knight b5. Oh, that's a very cool suggestion here.
Your idea is to just put your knight to d6, yeah? Let's say rook d8.
I was thinking the other rook, Harshit bhai, so that we have the f6 plan sometimes, you know?
Yeah, I think
Both are okay.
Both are okay.
Like if knight d6 now, I was thinking f6.
So this you have to be careful about. Yeah, don't forget that you're.
Ah,
Why don't you take the bishop first and then do
okay.
Why don't I take the bishop on g2?
Rook a d8. No, rook a d8. Bishop c6.
Bishop
b
c6 first and then
knight
knight d6. Yeah. But I mean, with these pawns being doubled, I just somehow find it hard to imagine that black can be worse.
Yeah,
I don't know.
But I think, Harshit bhai, there are more facets, no? With these two superfluous knights, we are trying to argue that black is
Okay, let's say I go rook b8.
knight e. Oh, you want to take on a4?
I'll just take a pawn. Yeah, I'm threatening to capture the pawn.
But knight c4 and then you threaten.
Yeah, maybe that's the way.
Yeah, yeah.
No, it's not that. I mean, I know that you love to try and find some ideas for white in this position, but I feel that with these pawn doubled, black should definitely be able to equalize. No.
Okay.
What if straight knight a4 instead of rook f8? Okay, let me check. So you are
You
saying
can go back here. Take.
so he's
Knight
saying that after
b5.
knight b5, why not knight takes a4? Who's asking this?
No.
But rook b3 was the idea. Bishop b5,
Oh,
rook
bishop
b5,
b5.
knight c3. But in general, you don't want to give two pieces for a rook,
Yeah.
especially in the endgame. For example, if white can set up a bind, and also attack the b7 pawn, I think white has very good winning chances. Like, this is definitely something that black should avoid.
Yeah.
So after bishop c6, Prague is trying to find some way to put pressure.
By the way, you know this freestyle chess has generally one spot, like a qualifier spot, in every event, which they give to the winner of the biggest tournament that has happened in the past month.
And it's Prague Masters before
So
April.
they are giving Pragnananda the spot for the Paris leg because he won the Tata Steel. Does that mean that for the New York leg, no, I think for New York leg they are going to choose from Grenke.
Okay.
So I don't think this tournament
Is going
victory
to, yeah.
might have a spot. But
And
if
when
it
is
did
New
have,
York?
I think New York is in June or July. But if they did have a spot for this, and if Arvind would have won, that could have given him like an entry to face Magnus and
in
Hikaru
freestyle
and
chess. And I think Arvind actually might be very well suited for freestyle chess because he loves playing unorthodox positions.
I agree. Let's see if Arvind is destined to win Prague Masters, because just winning this tournament on its own puts you in the company of guys like Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Hari Krishna.
Yeah, I mean, Gukesh played in this event and was unable to win it, which just goes to show how difficult and strong of an event it is.
Because he played this, couldn't win it, and the next event he played was the candidates and won it.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, that was huge. So, okay, this one we'll come back to this. Anish Shankland has not made a move. Anish cannot be. Oh, we see him.
Yes, but look at Shankland's clock. He's down to 16 minutes to make 22 moves.
And Anish is like sort of moving around back and forth. He's finding his flow today. It seems like he's very happy.
Yeah, and Shankland is wearing a light blue shirt and Anish is wearing a dark blue shirt.
Oh,
I don't know why I said that, but interesting to note.
yeah, that's a
Oh,
great.
we have some question or
Yeah.
suggestion. No way.
No.
You're joking. Oh, no way.
Here?
Oh, my
what?
God. How did you know?
No, the right answer is you can see the future. What is this move?
And look at Anish. Anish is like, yesterday my opponent shocked me with knight g5. Today this guy is going rook d5. मेरे साथ हो क्या रहा है भाई?
What is happening? Can we break this move down? Isn't
He firstly broke the pawns down, Sagar bhai.
but okay, let's take ED.
Okay, yeah, let's
It's the
capture
same
rook.
idea. If queen takes e7.
Wait a second.
Yeah.
After rook d5.
Okay, let's break it down. I know, Harshit bhai, you will find the move, but what do you think?
So after e5, what's the problem?
Queen e7, right?
Or knight d5 first. And after... So it's not that trivial. Bishop f6 first.
Bishop f6, bishop f6.
No, it's also not bishop f6. Crazy. And I thought this is the reason. But oh my god, there might be rook takes b3 now.
Wow.
Crazy.
Knight takes queen.
b6, rook takes
check,
b2,
king
and rook
c1.
takes b6 is the reason why this is completely winning for black. Wow. But he found something. He definitely has an idea in his mind. What is his idea? Rook d5, ed5.
So we can take, by the way, the rook in two ways, right? We can take it with the pawn and the knight.
Yeah.
Are
If you
both
take with
possible?
the knight, knight takes d5, e takes d5, and
Bishop e7 or queen e7. What do you want? There are so many possibilities,
it's
and I
crazy.
think Sam Shankland got a bit confused, or Anish will get a bit confused because you can take here, you can take with the pawn,
and also don't forget you have an
Then-
intermediate move of rook takes b3 also available.
and then there is intermediate move bishop takes f6.
No, but then b2
and-
is fouling.
No, I mean there are too many
Yeah, it's
intermezzos, so I can clear. And look at Anish there. He's like,
What?
He's
He's like, what? 1 second. Hello? This is not bullet chess. Yeah, but
not
yeah.
so simple for him to know that it's winning, because also like Shankland took rook d5 with a lot of confidence.
But he thought for like 20 minutes, and you know, Kramnik once said that if someone thinks for more than 10-15 minutes in a position, the chances of him going wrong are very high.
Well, it doesn't apply to Wei. Yeah, he generally he's thinking all the time. But what about ED just queen e7? Is that a terrible move? Queen e7, and does that? It seems white is okay here.
Yeah, but
So Anish should not take back with the pawn here. He takes with the. So Shankland would have, like, let's try to think like Shankland. Knight takes. What would he have thought here? Because if bishop takes bishop, knight takes, and there is no compensation.
you're down
you
a
are just
whole
a
rook.
rook down. So you have to here play.
knight takes d5.
Is there any other move like bishop d5?
No, b2 is
B2 is hanging. So knight d5 only move
ed5 only move for black.
because queen is hanging. And now you can take e7 with the queen and the bishop.
Yes, you can do something like this, but black.
And now bishop f5,
no,
right?
bishop f5 is a huge blunder.
Oh, okay.
Bishop
Okay,
f5,
I get
bishop
it, I get
d5
it.
would
check
be-
and you lose the rook.
Exactly.
Okay.
But maybe bishop e6, bishop f7 simply.
Bishop e6. Or how about queen e6? Trading.
why?
Because when you are ahead in material trade. Oh, it's terrible move.
Yeah, it's not a good move.
Why?
Because queen e6, bishop e6, bishop e7.
Oh, Harshit bhai, too quick.
You have to be quick against this counterplay of white of rook takes d5, because if rook takes b3, wow.
Wow.
And if cb3,
This is amazing. Now what? Okay, you just got rid of a important
you know,
bishop.
as Tal said, sacrifice first, think later.
Did Tal say that really?
Someone said it.
Harshit bhai just using the name of.
Say it first and think later. Or maybe bishop f5 now, yeah? Bishop f5.
King a2.
King a2, rook b8.
Yeah, but I mean, is there no way to defend
Bishop
it?
c2 is also an option.
Oh, bishop c2.
This might be deadly.
Oh, wow. No, this is so tough to calculate all of this. And also, we didn't see one small nuance here. Instead of queen takes, what if bishop takes e7?
I think it's the same. Rook takes b3,
Yeah,
c takes b3.
yeah. And rook e8, do we pin it?
We can, I think maybe we just pin it, yeah? Pin it, threaten the b3 pawn, and if you go something like king a2, even d4 looks very tempting.
With the idea of bishop e6.
Yeah, and attacking the b3 pawn. This looks very bad for white with the bishop being pinned to the
Opposite
queen.
colored bishops. And what are the chances that Anish goes wrong here after rook d5?
I think after having that hot pot yesterday, he has no chances to go wrong.
Oh. Do you think the hot pot was the secret? What if he had it on day one? He could have been on so many more points. Yeah. But yeah, this does feel like here he needs to.
But this just goes to show that Shankland is someone who loves going in, like he's not afraid of anything.
You know, there is this
What?
thing. Shankland has this academy, online academy called Killer Chess Training. and there is something known as the weekly homework. And there you have to calculate, like they have 6 positions or 12 positions every week, and Shankland solves them every week. So my thinking is Shankland really prides himself in his calculation, like he's training it every single day and so on. So right now Rook d5 is a matter of like calculation for him, and he like, oh, I've seen all the variations, I'm going for it. But
That's definitely something he's missed.
Yeah,
I mean, with
no,
the
I mean,
evaluation being completely against whites.
let's go slowly here, Harshit bhai, because knight
Okay,
d5.
firstly, Rook b3 is also a candidate move. It is a candidate move. I mean,
It's actually best move.
yeah. I mean, you take off the bishop on b3,
CD.
and like that was the first move that I was drawn towards, and
Because if you don't take the rook, b2 is hanging. So
Yeah.
you have to take.
you have to take. And now I was thinking about e takes d5,
But e
being an
takes
option.
d5, queen e7.
Rook e8, still interesting.
Yeah, and this is kind of evened out because
Oh wow, white has a
Knight-
very nice move. Knight takes d5 here.
d5. What a move.
Wow,
Take, this is hanging.
exactly.
Otherwise,
This is
queen
crazy.
hanging.
Yeah,
Okay.
so rook e8, maybe not, perhaps. Yeah, maybe white is doing
no,
fine.
but rook,
Yeah?
rook b3,
And knight-
cb3, and now knight takes.
Bishop e7.
Bishop
oh,
e7, knight
e7, you're a
e7.
piece up. Okay.
So knight d5, only move, right? Only move.
And e d5, and again we get that opposite colored position. Yeah.
Oh, it's just going there all the
yeah,
time.
all the lines,
It's
all
just
roads lead
transposes.
to Rome. Yeah.
All roads lead to this position, which is difficult to evaluate. Maybe Sam thought he's fine here.
Yeah, I think that Sam thought that, okay, I'm a pawn up. I'm going to go king a2 next. What can go wrong? But bishop f5 check and bishop c2 is really going to put his calculation in a tough spot right now because rook b8 is going
What
to
if
come next.
queen a3? I come here and
Oh my.
looks bad, but
rook b8 maybe, yeah?
Rook
Just
b8.
another attacker. It's finito, yeah?
Okay, you win this pawn, but it's.
I mean,
not
if I
like-
win the b3 pawn, then your king is no shelter. And then bishop c4 and a lot of attacking ideas. Even with such limited material, the king safety is going to play a big role in this game.
So, question to all the people here: will Anish take knight takes rook, or will he first take rook takes b3?
I think rook b3. I vouch for rook b3.
Yeah, rook b3.
Because, like, whenever your opponent plays a very, very unexpected move, they usually calculate all the, like, you know, forcing moves. But rook b3 is slightly, like, you know, unorthodox.
It's the most, like, one of the calculations for Sam, right?
Yeah, but like e d5 and knight d5 is obviously where he should have spent most of his time on. And rook b3 is just taking off like that important bishop of yours, which was like, you know, always annoying me and giving checks on this diagonal.
Okay, we'll come back here. Anish will think, I think, for at least 10 more minutes because it's a critical moment of the game. We are going to Pragnananda versus Le Kwong Liem. Somehow, the rook has jumped right into the center of the board. How and why? So we go...
How and why?
Yeah, why? I mean, knight e3, rook d8, knight c4, and he just jumped in.
Yeah. I think he just said, why not? I mean, I want to trade I want to trade as many pieces as possible. If you take
My knights can come out.
Finally,
Yeah.
yeah. My knights were really having a tough time to
Yeah.
get rid of each other. They were like, you know, just stuck to each other. And
Yeah.
finally, rook takes d4, knight d4. They get some of their personal space.
Yeah,
I
then,
think white is fine. Yeah?
Now, the knights are a little bit away from each other, but it seems like white knight on c4 is the trump.
But this a4 pawn is also weak. Yeah?
I know, but let's...
Maybe...
Harshit bhai, I need you to start believing in double pawns. You know, you have not been believing in white's position at all.
Well, the thing is that...
Like, you're
I
looking
really-
at this position with a eye of like, it's so ugly, those two
Yeah,
double
I mean, I'm
pawns.
obviously
Yeah.
looking at this with some sort of a bias because I care
You
a
know,
lot
I
about
fi-
pawn structures.
What I realized once, and this is like a big eye-opener for me, just to show our viewers, I was talking once with GM Suat Atalik, and it's not exactly this position, but just to give you an idea of what we were discussing, is somewhere takes
No.
happened. No, not here. not in this position, but like this structure. And I was telling him, oh, these doubled pawns look so ugly and so on. And he said like, they look so beautiful.
What?
Yeah, they look so beautiful. It's like you have an open file. And that time I realized it's a matter of perspective. Like, I don't like it.
Yeah.
But maybe over the years, he has won some beautiful games with this structure and he started to love it. So
Interesting.
perhaps somewhere I feel I'm loving this position for white because someday maybe I had some positions where these double pawns gave me an advantage. But you never kind of found that happiness
with double pawns, yeah. I usually found happiness and love with connected pawns. But I am glad to know that people are finding their own love. No, of course, it has some merit. I mean, like the pawn on a4 controls the b5 square, the pawn on a3 controls the square.
Now I love how you are trying to see the bright side.
I mean,
Yeah.
I have to, I guess, at this point after being convinced by everyone.
It takes 2 knights to be next to the pawn.
Yeah. And also this rook gets an open file. If that's the biggest advantage, that these double pawns allow white to have an open b file for his rook, which black doesn't have. So this is obviously one of the key factors that makes having these doubled pawns worth it.
Yeah. So look at Prague, by the way. He's excited. You know, if we can zoom in on Prague, like go full screen. He
Rook takes d4.
Yeah, he took.
Knight takes.
He's liking his position, I think. You know, so much excited. He has a piece. He's swiveling it in his hand and so on. I guess what should be the next move? Bishop takes bishop or?
Knight b5 is an option.
Yeah.
So that you can finally get rid of these double pawns. And now you see the evaluation is suddenly much better.
Yeah, for sure.
Because the white knight will jump to d6 and white doesn't have a weakness anymore.
No, I mean, Le Quang Liam is not going to let you undouble so easily. So...
Okay, knight b5
Knight
is an idea.
b5 I
Knight
like.
b6 is also an option to try.
But knight b5, by the way, you don't take on b5. But then what do you do with your knight in the center?
Maybe you can go knight e2 check. If king f1, bishop takes g2, king takes g2 and capture the pawn on a4. Maybe this could be a way that black...
But also now knight d6.
Yeah, actually this might be dangerous because my knights are really miscoordinated. If you take on b7 with the rook, suddenly f7 is weak, pawn on a5 is weak. This can potentially be dangerous.
You know what is the most beautiful thing about those doubled a pawns?
You can give one away.
That and also this amazing open file for the rook. You would never have got it, no?
I would have never gotten
I mean,
it.
no. I mean, white would have never gotten this beautiful open file if it was not for the doubled pawns.
Yeah, true.
So
definitely some merits that come with having this. And actually the engine slightly prefers white in this position. So
yeah. Okay, so Prague thinking about how to get an advantage. Meanwhile, Anish Giri still thinking, finally we have a scene where Anish is alone and the opponent has gotten up. So Sam has now 16 minutes, so I guess he must be now preparing for his final phase of calculation.
Yeah.
Edis Gurel versus Vincent Keimer. We did see this queen e4 idea, Harshit Bhai, to checkmate here. But knight jumped back. Bishop d3, we said that this should be better for white. But Gurel is like attacking the rook. Rook came up. Queen b7 offering a trade.
Very smart, because obviously with white having so much initiative towards the black king, black is like, okay, let me trade the queens and then show me
but
where
I
you're
don't
at.
want to trade the queens. I want to go queen f4, right? Is it good or?
Yeah, queen f4 is definitely very possible.
Why would I trade queens?
Yeah, maybe he's afraid of knight e6.
But queen f5.
And knight g5?
Okay, not queen f5 then. I have to find something else.
It's not easy for you to find a move, because if
Queen h4 maybe.
Yeah, but then bishop e7 back?
I have to go back like
yeah,
queen
you have
h2.
to go queen h2 or queen h3.
Way style.
But it's too much,
very, very
because
bad.
knight f4 is coming. You can't really do that.
So then maybe
He
that's why
he made a move, by the way. He played
played
bishop b5.
And suddenly the evaluation is equal.
Maybe, black should just trade the queens, no? Queen takes e4, I don't know, knight takes e4. But with the queens being exchanged, I suddenly love black's position, because he has two bishops. He can even consider going bishop d7
Because of if knight d4?
I take on e5.
E5.
And I'm doing quite... Actually, I might take on b5 first, and then I'll take on e5, because then I'm also ready to go rook e8 and put pressure on this line. So bishop b5, queen takes e4, and it seems like Edis is going to be doing very well again today with the black pieces. His tournament is turning out to be very, very well in the second half.
No, I mean, all the people are taking note of Edis as one of the kind of rising
Upcoming,
stars
yeah,
in the
definitely.
world of chess. Sorry? He's 16 years old. Yeah, he's born in 2008. So he's very young. And he's already 2-6, 2-5 or something.
Yeah, and also maybe gaining like 7-8 points in this event. Incredible.
Yeah.
By the way, bishop takes c6 played by
Prague. Best move.
Is it?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
It was the best move. Bishop takes c6.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Prague grinding here. Now pawn takes might be good because if you take knight takes, your b pawn is
Oh,
still
why
weak.
it is actually...
Oh, back rank.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. But maybe... No. Why? Why do you want to give up? Is there some tactic like h6 then?
Yeah, that's what I was considering.
So let's say knight a4, h6 or g6,
h5.
h5, and now both the knights cannot be saved. Wow.
You thought I blundered.
No. I saw your face. I know your when you blunder, when you don't. Generally, you don't. So very strong.
Yeah, so BC6, but actually, I mean, I'm very surprised. White actually, like the engine actually evaluates this as better for white, and it seems like after a move like rook d1, asking the question to this knight where he wants to go, white actually might be pressing here because the rook on a8 is stuck to defending this pawn on
Knight
a5.
b3, no? Again, you come back.
Well, now rook d6. Suddenly the position has changed completely, and now
And doubled a pawns don't matter anymore.
no, they do, but
A5 pawn is also weak.
Exactly.
Now. Yeah, very weak.
I think the biggest reason is that these knights are just so poorly placed.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, this is very interesting. I think it will open many eyes today.
I think right now it's like 30% Prague wins and 70% draw.
Yeah.
I think that's how I would rate the
that's
chances.
the right way to look at it. Also, if Prague wins, it sets up an incredible finale tomorrow.
Oh my god!
And
I
if
just want tie breaks. I don't want anything else.
like in Tata Steel, when I was there, the last day was so mind-blowing because Prague loses, Gukesh loses, Nodirbek does not win, and then they both have a tie break. It goes on for like 7 or 8 hours this entire day. And I think if that is what is going to happen tomorrow, you definitely need good sleep today.
I was there in Vaikansé as well.
Yes. No, you woke up very late. If you
If
remember, you came like super late.
it was 8 a.m. for me, but it was very late. Yeah.
Now here, I think you should wake up tomorrow.
Oh,
on time.
tomorrow is early round,
Yes,
by the way.
11 a.m.
11. Okay, that's very good to note.
Yeah.
Format for the title.
5 minutes plus 2 seconds increment, 2 games. And then in case of 1-1 tie in the tie breaks, then we have the Armageddon with 5-4. Who will get white or black? I think there will be a toss. Let's see. I mean, tomorrow, by the way, Anish Giri, I'm interested now to see, is he feeling good? Doesn't look like it, yeah? Now suddenly
I mean, the thing
not very happy.
I think after yesterday when Arvind played knight g5, which was a shocking move, today rook takes d5 and he's about to make a move.
No, he's not playing rook b3.
No, he's like, He's just confusing his opponent a little bit. Yeah.
And he's also nodding his head, like he's shaking his head, he's calculating.
What do you think of this? Yeah, like when your opponent makes a mistake,
Look at Shankland,
he's like, yeah.
make a move, I'm ready for your move.
Like when you prepare so hard the whole night for an exam and you're just waiting for the question paper, what's going to happen? Bye.
Yeah, exactly. I think Sam cannot wait for Anish's move. It's too much. The suspense is killing.
Oh my god.
He's taking knight
no way
d5.
he's with the pawn.
No,
yeah?
knight d5.
Oh
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Best
The
move.
best move. takes here.
Oh,
Oops,
what
no, no,
did
no.
that happen? Crazy.
Can you go? And he takes instantly knight d5. Okay.
Instantly
and
ED5.
instantly ed5. Now I think queen e7 forced, right?
Oh, but look at Anish. He's looked at Sam for a brief second there. I think Anish feels confident now.
He will get up. No, he did not.
He did not.
He did not. By the way, what about bishop d5? Doesn't make any sense, right? Because b2 will hang. If we can just see, bishop takes d5,
King h8,
king h8,
Queen e7, Queen e7,
queen
let's say.
e7, and b2 is hanging. That's the big problem.
King a1, Rook b8.
Yeah.
This is and
Oh, let's ask one question to our viewers here. Rook f1. I'm threatening to mate you.
the thing is, like, there are two ways to win. So it's I knew you wanted Rook a2. I knew you wanted to show this line. Yeah, Rook to
Maybe
a2
I have
check.
to force somehow, no? To
Bishop a2, Queen b2 mate. Yeah, very
Yes,
cute.
yes.
Very cute. But of course, Rook b1 as well wins. So
Mm-hmm.
after Rook f1, Rook b1, this battery is going to be super powerful. So he cannot take back with the bishop. He cannot take the
that
pawn on
would be-
d5.
So queen e7 is the best now.
Yes, and then I think we are going to go towards.
Now, do you think rook takes bishop is the only move here, or is there anything else? Because if rook takes
Well,
bishop,
bishop d5 check is a nasty threat now
Yeah.
because then I'll have to lose control of.
oh, we did see bishop e6, but that was also bad, right?
No, it's black is
Ah,
still
it's
better,
playable.
but I think that rook b3 is just like it's just killing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Force exactly. It's forcefully putting white into a difficult position. Bishop f5 check. You cannot go to c1 by the way because your king cannot really go for a walk.
Yeah.
Like with
too
all
cold
these.
outside.
It's too cold. Why? Oh, and Anish gets up. Yeah.
Yeah.
And takes a pawn with him, and it puts it in his
Oh,
pocket.
Oh, did he? Really? Oh my God! Stole it. He does it without even realizing that he's doing it.
Yeah. Maybe he's tempting Shanklin to also take one pawn and put it in his pocket because that would be a big blunder.
Which one? Ah, bishop
D5,
d5.
yeah.
Bishop d5.
Some psychological warfare.
Yeah, right now. And now Sam, maybe it dawns on him that what was looking attractive 2-3 moves ago no longer looks so attractive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he must have thought something here,
Yeah.
Queen e7, and he must have
I
liked
think Rook
it.
b3 is what he missed.
Yeah.
Like, I think he underestimated how strong this idea of
Or bishop,
you know,
or maybe he missed bishop c2.
exactly. After king a2, it's very possible that he just stopped analyzing here. But there is also rook b8, no?
Yeah, but that seems
Maybe
to...
now maybe b4 and white is okay.
Wow.
Maybe this is what he saw, and he's like, maybe I'm going to survive here. But bishop c2 is just like a
Yeah, no, this
dagger
is-
move, yeah. Like because now if you go b4, then I suspect queen c6 to be very very strong, threatening queen takes a4 and also threatening queen to
Beautiful,
c4.
beautiful. Yeah, that's great calculation there, Harshit bhai.
So I think that's the
Okay,
variation that
so-
was overlooked.
Can we quickly check Wei versus Nguyen now?
Yes.
Because there we see like
16 minutes. What? Van Nguyen thought for 40 minutes in this position.
and the move he played was g6.
Yeah, that was not on my radar.
I think he just wants to play h5. And yeah,
maybe.
this is very weird.
Oh, everyone is saying Prague. What's happening? Yeah. No, he's thinking, guys. He's still
He's thinking,
thinking.
yeah, guys.
After bishop
Nothing
c6,
much has
bc6,
happened.
He's down to 14 minutes, but he only needs to make 12 moves. So it's not really. He's not really in such a big time pressure right now. And he is slightly better right now, but still quite solid for black. That's the update, or
Yeah.
that's what we left it at, and we still stay at the same. Oh, finally he plays a move, rook b6. What? Is that a mistake?
Yeah, it definitely dropped the eval here. Rook b6, but Prague is feeling quite confident. So he's not attacking anything, right? c6 is defended by the knight.
Exactly.
So what is his idea?
So I expect black to go something like h5 or something.
Yeah, h5 just improving.
And then what is the rook exactly doing on b6, which could have been on d6 if I played the move rook to d1.
I don't know.
Well, he has some point, obviously.
Obviously, yeah. This is the thing, guys. We have learnt it the hard way. That you think that top players never make mistakes. Then many times I go to calculate, like talk to them, and then they rattle out like 10 moves in that line which they had thought, and I'm like, okay, yes, you had thought quite deeply, but you had missed a point on some fourth move or fifth move.
Exactly.
So the same thing here. Maybe Prague has some idea.
Yes, some idea. And I'm also trying to put myself in Prague's shoes right now and try to figure out what that idea is. And it's not that obvious to me.
King F1.
Maybe, yeah. King F1 and trying to go knight E2, trying to trade the defender of the C6 pawn. Yeah, that makes some sense. But also the thing is, like, as soon as you move your knight on C3, don't forget that your pawn on A4 is going to be a bit loose. So right now your positions are kind of in some sort of a stalemate. Like, you can't really move them so easily. Also, rook a6. I don't think black will ever go rook a6. Yeah,
H5 just seems great.
Yeah, we played h5, king f1, and maybe even rook d8 is not that crazy.
But then a5 hangs.
And then I just go back rook a8.
And then knight c6.
And then I take knight takes. Actually, I take here.
Take, rook takes, knight.
No, I think I should start with knight a4. That's what I think. And we might reach this, which should be a draw because the pawn is on e5. So after a move like rook c3, it might be super powerful to go pawn to g5, and then black will just bring his king to f5 and should be a draw. So rook b6, bit of a surprising move which drops the evaluation bar right now.
Okay. Should we quickly see here? Queens have been traded in Vincent versus Edis. The rook swings over to e1. So yeah, bishop b5. He took on e4.
Rook e4, bishop d7. All of this happened. Bishop takes, rook takes, and rook d1 played.
Yeah.
And actually, black is the one who's suddenly starting to be better because he has
a passer.
He has a passer. He has a bishop which can be placed on c3.
And knight e6. No attack.
Exactly. Without the queens on the board, the knights on g3 and f3 seem a bit
Actually,
misplaced.
the knight on g3
Would love to be on d3.
No, he would love to go from f5 to d6 if possible. But it's not so easy because there are tactics.
Yeah.
Okay, so this one, and by the way, Van Nguyen has made an error by playing rook e7.
I think error is a bit harsh. I think he's trying to go rook e8 and I mean, he just wants to keep the game in a very positional fashion. Knight d6 next. I mean, it's unclear how white's gonna improve.
I was thinking maybe he wants to go queen g4 now.
That's actually something that also just came to my mind. But let's say he just goes rook d8. Because if you ever take on e4, black's going to be very happy because now the c4 pawn is hanging. And even this endgame, just to show, is probably better for black with the weak pawns that you have. It's quite possible that black is better in this endgame.
By the way, Liam just played a move. He went knight d7, attacking the rook.
Oh my god.
What happened?
We completely forgot about this idea. Rook b7, knight f3 check.
And take on e5.
Yeah.
Aha. So he's losing a pawn. But maybe...
Easy to miss, yeah?
Knight d7, rook b7, knight f3,
No,
king
for
g2.
sure Prague missed it because he's thinking now.
No, king g2.
Knight e5.
Knight e5, knight e5,
Well, okay, but
knight e5.
White can never ever claim to be better in this position. Down a pawn.
Yeah. So he missed it, yeah?
I feel so.
I guess you can't...
Unless after knight f5 he wants to go something like knight
he takes...
d6? Question mark. And trying to go for... No, look, Prague is definitely unhappy, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah, he cannot win and maybe Arvind keeps his lead. I think draw might be the very likely result here. Unless Prague tries to overpress or something and things can go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, let me not exaggerate.
Oh, by the way, guys, just a second. Harshit bhai, Anish has just
Oh,
taken
bishop
on
F5
B3, CB3 and bishop F5 on the board. So just, and then we'll come back to your point. Will we see this bishop
No,
C2?
absolutely. We are absolutely going to see it. Yeah, no, this is going to happen for sure.
Yeah, one
Yeah.
second. Let's just see if Sam plays his move and Anish blitzes out bishop C2. Because then,
Yeah, then that's going to mean that Anish might win his first game of
Wow.
the tournament.
wow. Anish looking at his opponent there.
Yeah, I think Anish knows. I think Anish definitely knows that he's in control and that bishop c2 is going to give him a decisive advantage.
And that's why Sam also stopped here. Now, he's not,
Oh,
because
yes,
his,
7.5 minutes. Oh, I didn't realize.
it's his only move, right? Because if you go king A1, then already
yeah, I
B3
mean,
is hanging.
Yeah, of course. But maybe it's interesting to give up that pawn.
Could be better than king A2. Yeah, you were saying, Harshit bhai, by the way, Prague has gone knight D6.
Yeah, I think maybe this was his idea that he wants. That's what I was saying, that like unless he wants to go for knight d6 and try to dominate.
And play F4 and win the knight.
Exactly. So maybe this was his idea actually. But knight c5, rook c7 and knight a6 seems some sort of a draw, no? Rook b7, knight c5 back.
Yeah, maybe.
And I see a perpetual ensuing.
This could be the way.
Liam Lay will show the way.
Oh, by the way, king A1 played in Shankland game.
Oh yeah, you are right. And now just take the pawn on b3, right? Or do you consider a move like rook? Oh look, Prague wakes up from his chair.
Yeah, makes yeah, he's there. He's trying to look at this game because I think Prague kind of realizes his game might end in a draw.
I think so, yeah. I think this idea that I showed with knight c5, knight a6 might just end the game in a draw. Wow. For all the 4,000 people joining in, Arvind has drawn his game, so he's on what, 5.5 out of 8? Prague is on 4.5 right now, currently playing against Liam Lay, which means that with this draw, he'll move to 5 out of 8 and he'll be trailing Arvind by half a point going into the final round, because I am definitely expecting this game to
End in a
finish a
draw.
draw.
Yeah. By the way, one of our viewers here said, can we look at the Wei game? So we have it here, Wei versus Van Nguyen.
Also seems to be heading towards some sort of simplification, no? After a move like knight takes e3 at some point and going into that rook endgame.
But you can't take, right? We mentioned this, knight E3.
Yeah, right now, I mean, you can. It's not
F
like
queen E3.
you can't take the e3 pawn.
Yeah,
but
if you take that, then F7 is hanging at
Yeah,
the
so
end.
you can just go f5, and I think black is supremely solid in this position with these doubled pawns again.
No chance for...
I think that black has very good drawing chances. Or it just might be equal. Black might not even be worse. So, some move happened. Oh, knight c5 happened.
Draw?
Yes, rook c7, knight a6. I think that's the way.
I think draw is very likely here.
Yeah. I think knight a6. I mean, there is a delay of 15 minutes, so it's possible that the game has already finished.
Or they are playing. Liam Lay might have wanted to continue.
At f4 is such a powerful threat right now. f4 is such a powerful threat that I feel...
Why is it a threat? Because I can go knight d7, right?
because then c6 will fall perhaps.
But you can play that position.
Yeah.
Let's say, for example, rook h5, for example.
Mhm.
f4, knight d7, and rook b8. It seems like a playable position, right? So...
Yeah, it's definitely playable. And it's going to be Liam Lay who decides now whether he wants to keep the game going or just end it with knight a6. Oh, queen takes b3 played by Anish.
You saw it in that camera, yeah?
I saw it in the camera. Queen takes b3 was just played. threatening queen takes a4 now, so I guess queen a3 back must be a only move. And then I'm going to go queen c2, I expect.
Not take.
No. Taking is going to give white very good drawing chances. No. Definitely not takes. Because now the opposite colored bishops.
There will be two beautiful pawns on the next.
Harshit suddenly learned today not to trust in the double pawn. So he doesn't want now anymore his opponent to take. So, but also the beauty of chess is that always different principles are fighting with each other. So queen a3, you saw Anish without even thinking played queen c2.
Yeah. Oh, actually, queen c4 was another way to play. Because then you could put your queen on e4, and now after queen a2, queen e4, I think this looks really powerful.
So then what is the problem with queen c2? Because somehow it shows like it was not the most accurate move.
I suspect it allows rook f1. No.
Queen g2, right? There.
One thing is clear that Anish believes that he's going to win this game.
Yeah.
And with his opponent having 6 minutes, I definitely would agree with that sentiment.
Do you think bishop e7 is a sort of a pesky move here? Oh no, there's queen g2 also, right?
I just go rook b8 and rook b3. I have a very simple plan of going rook b8, rook b3.
Okay.
So you need to do something. I will rook c1 actually. But
Queen g2.
now bishop e3, bishop trying to go rook g1 and trying my own counter play. Could be a way to do it. But I think that queen c4 was definitely more accurate.
Yeah.
I definitely think that this was the best way to do it.
Because if rook c1, there is maybe even bishop c2 there, right?
Yes, it's possible that bishop c2 is a very powerful move, going for d4, d3. And also, rook f1 is a powerful threat.
Yeah.
Rook f1, because if you take, this is going to be checkmate. So rook c2, queen c2, and Shanklin down to less than 5 minutes. He has 16 moves to make.
Yeah. Taking a lot of time. Meanwhile, Prague versus Liam game. Liam is thinking he hasn't made a move, but I think he might repeat with
for sure.
knight a6, knight c5, and we will see a draw there. So let's stay here and see what Sam comes up with.
Bishop e3.
Bishop e3.
And also the queen being on c4 protected this idea of pushing your pawn from d5 to d4. So I do think that queen on c4 was like just a better placed queen.
True.
Now after bishop e3,
Do you think rook b8 still works?
yeah, still rook b8. For sure should be a move to try and go to b3. I do want to stop you from going rook c1 somehow. So what other option does black have?
Queen g2. Greedy.
Yeah, and then queen e4 because the queen cannot move because the a4 pawn is hanging.
Wow.
So I think you can just be greedy now and take the g2 pawn. Oh, yeah, bishop e3 and Anish is thinking. Gurel, by the way, might be trying to go for a win. Bishop a3 played by him. Maybe he wants to put his bishop on b2, or he's also stopping white from going rook c1 and knight c1. I think knight c1, he can just take bishop takes c1 now. Rook takes c1 and perhaps even go knight c5 or d3 first, followed up with knight c5. Looks. Oh, by the way, Anish is playing queen takes g2. Yes.
Oof. Stealing pawns on and off the board. Anish Giri.
By the way, knight a6 was also played by Liam. So this game seems to be heading towards the draw now after rook d7 or rook b7. Yeah, rook b7. Sorry, not d7, of course. b7, What? No, yeah, this didn't. Rook b7 and now, yeah, knight c5, rook c7, knight a6. Yeah, knight c5 quickly played by Liam. Rook c7 again played by Prague. Prague knows that this game is going to end in a draw.
Not a very happy game for Prague, I guess, because he did get his prep in. He had that small edge, but didn't get much. But it's not such a bad game as well. Tomorrow he still is within the striking distance of winning, but he might face Anish, who would be in good form by beating Shankland today. Might be very tough to beat Anish with black.
Yeah, that's good.
And while Arvind will have black against Edis, actually, I cannot say that Edis is not dangerous, because if Edis beats Vincent today, he'll come in good mood tomorrow, and Arvind would be a little bit low on confidence.
No.
I do feel like,
No.
last round title is so close.
I don't think so.
Some knows.
No, I think Arvind is too mature and experienced to get affected by that. I think that Gurel might be the one who's more, who basically might feel the nerves more, because it's his first super event, and I think a draw for Gurel against Arvind would be a great result, even with the white pieces.
Okay. By the way, Liam is having doubled mind, it seems.
Yeah, he's like,
he wants to play on. He's like, draw, my tournament, I'm already on -1. If only I could get a win with Prague, I would be so happy.
I mean, and also Prague is, like one player that he's like so well known and well renowned as one of the top players in the world.
He hardly loses, yeah?
He
He
very
didn't
rarely
lose here.
loses.
He didn't lose in Tata Steel until the last round.
Yeah. So this is going to, no, actually he lost to Anish as well.
He lost 2 games, huh?
Yeah.
Anish and, Anish
Vincent.
and
Vincent.
Vincent. Okay, 2 games. It's a lot for Prague
Oh,
standards.
by the way, so just to quickly go here, after Queen G2, Rook G1,
Yeah,
Queen E4 was played.
yeah.
And then Shankland goes Bishop to B6, trying to go pawn hunting with Bishop takes A5.
Is that pawn even worth taking?
I don't think so. Maybe I just push D4, D3, yeah?
Arjit bhai, you have to
You
be careful.
because this
Yeah.
Queen G3 suddenly can swing, and maybe White can get his own counterplay towards
But
the G7
BG6,
pawn.
no?
Yeah, I mean, Black is obviously always better.
Maybe there is something else. Like D4 and some move here which is very powerful.
Queen B3 check? No.
Should be 6. Not so simple.
Yeah,
Maybe it's
maybe just
queen,
take the pawn.
Maybe it's Queen D6. I don't know.
But yeah, it's not easy. I mean, but okay, after Bishop B6, I think Black can even consider going Rook B8.
I'd find this position very tough because it's not
Oh,
like
Rook
the
B8
moves
would
are
be
very
terrible,
simple.
yeah? No, it's possible. I thought that I have some Queen G3, but then A4 is hanging. And if Rook G7, King G7, Queen G3,
Oh.
you try to be very smart by capturing my Rook. Queen B7 is a checkmate. So,
Nice
Rook
one.
B8 seems to be the best move for Anish in this position. Liam is still considering whether or not to make a draw.
Let's go there. I want to see him. Tough moment for Liam.
Yeah, because like he's a pawn up, and it feels like also with white having these doubled pawns, he's up 2 pawns right now. So it feels like he should be better, but I don't know. What's the move?
You know, this thing which happens with chess players always, where he decide to cut. No, H5 is your move.
F4?
Yeah, we saw this knight D7, Rook C6, Rook B8.
Yeah. I do think it's quite likely that he will go for this actually, now that I think about it.
Let's wait. I think going full screen is nice to see his expressions.
Bishop G6 played by Anish, by the way. Very interesting.
Yeah, Anish is doing fine.
Putting pressure on the clock, Anish. Trying to play quickly.
has it ever happened to you, and Harshit bhai, when you had not a great tournament, you decided to overpress in the next game and then lost that as well, having even worse tournament?
Yeah, for sure.
Always happens, yeah?
It happens quite a lot because your mentality after losing a game is to somehow bounce back.
Yeah.
And that makes you more prone to taking risks.
Yeah.
And obviously
And
when
then you
take
lose
risks,
one more, then you play one more, and often it's like
No.
string of losses.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, at some
At some point
the
you
bleeding
just
stops.
stop.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you are smart enough to not doing the same mistake again. But obviously, that's part of the mental game that's super important in chess. That as soon as you lose a game, you need to put that in the past.
There is one famous quote, Russian quote, I think, where they say that once you lose a game, just make a draw in next game, recover, and then go for a win. Don't ever go for a win after a loss, which nowadays in recent times the youngsters absolutely don't adhere
Yeah,
to.
I don't think any Norwegian top player is going to agree to that. So, okay, Liam is really considering strongly to continue playing in this position.
I think
And I think he has all the reasons to. I mean, he's up 2 pawns, and even in this line that we just saw, rook c6, rook b8, even though the
you
material
can't
is
say he's
equal.
up 2 pawns. He's up only 1 pawn.
Yeah, now he's up 1 pawn because white captured
No.
the c6 pawn.
No,
What?
this is equal.
No, this is equal, but these pawns are doubled, so. What? I mean. No, I mean, for sure, black is doing quite well here.
Yeah, sure, but
And the king can potentially be in trouble if the rook comes into b2 or b3. I think he will play, because I feel like if I was black, I would probably already be ambitious now.
yeah. Depends also on when he makes this move, because you don't want to be going too low on time.
But also a psychological difference now is that Prague was playing for an advantage the whole game, and it's very difficult to change that psychologically, going from always being like pressing for an advantage to defending.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of the key reasons why Liam should continue playing, to test Prague psychologically.
No, he's not going. He just saw at his score sheet.
I think it was to check how many moves he has to make, but
Yeah, he has to make only 5 moves.
okay, I think we should go to Giri's game. A lot of excitement happening there. Less than 2 minutes for Shankar. He just takes the pawn on a5.
Wow.
And rook a8 now seems like a very, very strong move.
Rook a8, maybe bishop b4, right? Just blocking.
And then I can consider queen c2.
And then I can play a5. And I'm kind of having a small trump card there with the a pawn.
Yeah, your pawn suddenly became an asset. Okay, I am not going to allow you to do this. So bishop a5, what's the other? Oh, rook f3 is a move that I did not consider. But then maybe queen b4 and you can...
Yeah, your king is also a bit weak, no? Like as black.
So what's the move? I think Anish needs to be accurate in this position.
Yeah.
It's this key. This might turn out to be a key moment in the game, because what to do? Ooh, queen c4. No way is that the best move. Trying to go rook f1 check. Because bishop c3 would be terrible, yeah, now. Because rook f1 check is lights out.
Karthik Kamath says a very nice comment in the chat. He says there is a Russian story. Father is angry with his son, not because he gambled, but he decided to recoup his losses from gambling. Tal mentions it in his book.
Oh, very interesting.
Very nice. It's okay to gamble, but not recoup your loss from gambling. Like, it's okay to lose a game, but not try to again
make the same mistake again, yeah?
win.
What's that like? There is also another saying, yeah?
Yeah.
I mean, I forgot what
Slightly
it's...
funny one. But
Yeah, but it's kind of like, when you go to a movie and you don't like it, but you still sit there to finish then because you bought the ticket. But obviously the best thing to do if you don't like something, just walk out. But the fallacy... Like there is
sunk cost.
Yeah, fallacy of sunk cost, exactly, yeah. Okay. Coming back from all the fallacies to what's actually happening on the board.
People here didn't buy a ticket, so they can leave any. if they don't enjoy the commentary. But what?
Rook f4.
Oh, going for the a4 pawn. That's a nice move. Yeah.
And if bishop c3, it's important to note that queen a4 doesn't really exchange the queens because queen takes a4, rook takes a4 is a nasty check because it's checkmate.
Wow.
So rook f4 is a nice move, yeah.
Yeah, good one. Good suggestion.
But it's not easy to find it.
Yeah, but a4, then it's not easy to defend a4, right? Or
Yeah, I mean, you obviously can never go b3 because queen d4 check and you lose
yeah,
the
you
rook.
lose the rook.
So rook f4 actually is...
So here Anish is thinking and here Liam is thinking. Man, Liam now down to 10 minutes.
But the thing is like, the clock is not that important
Yeah.
because they have 5 moves to make.
Yeah,
The question is whether to make a draw or not.
true.
Because
What is your thought in the Wei versus Van Goghen
I
game?
don't like exchanging the queens.
I have a feeling that Wei might take over here.
Yeah. And
Okay.
also the clock seems to be saying the
11
same story.
11 moves
because
to make.
Guan was up 40 minutes on the clock, so he's really taking his time, which shows that he's a bit uncomfortable in this position.
And Keimer versus Gurel. Gurel
Gurel is better. He's pushing.
Pushing, D pawn, C file open, bishop well placed. Let's see. And by the way, I'm curious. Look at Prague, by the way, standing there near the Guen game. He's waiting. If his opponent repeats, he'll go and draw. But if he's mentally
And
just
Gurel
staying
also is walking
flexible.
back, yeah? Gurel also just...
Yeah, he's just walking back. But do you see Harshit bhai? I think he's just mentally not switching himself off because both things can happen. It's very important for a player to be ready that if my opponent plays, I have to go and play. If he draws, I'm okay.
I usually do this whenever there is a repetition on the board. I just walk off because it shows my opponent that I'm confident. So I think besides being flexible, he's just showing a confident
Yeah.
body language right now because his opponent might feel that he feels confident. Maybe I should just make a draw.
True.
Because if he sits on the board, his opponent might sense that he's a bit nervous. So I think he doesn't want to show the nervousness, and that's why he's walking.
This is the oldest trick in the book.
Yeah.
Like I think Capablanca used it in against Botvinnik in the Avro tournament in 1938. It's a
Oh,
very
wow.
famous story where Capablanca was completely losing against Botvinnik but gets up and shows confidence against the young Botvinnik. And Botvinnik, of course, was like, okay, I'm also going to be future world champion. I know this. And he won that game. By the way, Jake Blue says, Sagar bhai, if you are in Prague, I'll come to meet you. Jake Blue, please do come tomorrow. Here
the last day.
in the commentary box at Don Giovanni Hotel, 11 a.m. Don't be late. Harshit bhai, it was for you, not for him.
Okay.
No move by Liam. And meanwhile, Anish, no move by Anish. Everyone's making us wait. But Wei is just moving quickly. He pushes his pawn to a5. Listening to Harshit, getting rid of his doubled A pawns.
And also, Wei was always the one under time pressure. I think he's very happy that
No,
for
he's
the
like,
first time
"What?
I can even do this.
I have more time? That's insane.
So
no moves.
Yeah, Giri is about to make a move.
Rook F4, I
Can we
think.
go full screen there because this is a very, very interesting moment.
Rook
Rook
F4.
F4
I
is a
think
key
Rook
move.
F4. By the way, the best move, I just did some little bit of sniping around the engine. It said Rook C8.
No way, that's
Yeah.
not gonna happen.
Rook C8 is the best move.
I don't think that will happen. I think Rook F4 is more logical.
He's going. Yeah,
Yes.
he finds it. That's
Wow.
a good move. Good move. Second best move there. Nice one.
And our audience member must be feeling very happy because he found this idea Rook to F4. Very nice suggestion.
Any Anish fans here?
No,
No.
what? Okay, I will be. I am Anish fan.
Okay. There's one. And he plays Rook F4, attacking the pawn.
I also really like Anish's personality, you know, like I think he has a very likable personality because he shrugs things off very easily. Like he's not having the best tournaments, but he's still in a good mood.
Yeah.
And that's a very difficult, quality to have.
Correct. But also, Anish has seen so much in his life. Like he's father, he's a husband, father to 3 kids. So, he has to juggle many roles.
Yeah.
And I think that has made him realize that it's not just one thing that he needs to focus upon. Sometimes, like yesterday, I saw on Instagram that Danny...
Sorry?
Oh.
Oh, draw, yeah? Knight A6. Knight A6 played.
Ah.
Oh,
Wow.
okay. So that means that's a draw offer.
It's a draw offer here. But Prague doesn't claim or anything. I think Prague is
He
like...
cannot claim yet. He cannot
No?
claim yet.
Why not?
Because if Knight C5, then he can claim.
No, look at this. It was 95. Sorry, no, here. Go to live.
No, he cannot claim just yet, I think.
So knight d6. This is one time the position. Second time. And yeah, if
Knight C5, only
then he
it
can
will be
claim.
3 times. Yeah.
Correct. Okay, now you can't play this position with your knight on a6. You have to go back.
Yeah.
And the moment you go back,
Back
Prague will be like,
Yeah.
arbiter. Draw. Oh, by the way, Shankland quickly
Wait.
plays
Yeah.
bishop d2. No, draw. Harshit bhai, it's a draw.
It's a draw, yeah.
Bishop f4. Attacked. You can't take on a4. Bishop f4.
Oh, draw agreed, by the way.
Draw
in that
agreed?
game. Yeah.
Can we go there and... Yeah. And Liam is very quick to ask, do you
Should
think
I
it's
have
better for
played,
me?
yeah.
And Prague says, should we analyze downstairs? Maybe they are analyzing there. I don't think they need to come, but we can...
Yeah, because tomorrow is also an early day.
Yeah.
So I think it's better if they take some rest and prepare.
But if Anish wins, then he should join us.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
For hot pot or for the interview?
No, for live commentary. Not hot pot again.
You don't like it, yeah?
No, it was good, but I mean...
But I don't think Anish will eat anything else if it got him luck. Okay, by the way, the game is still going. The result is not yet decided, yeah?
Oh,
It still
100%.
needs to be accurate.
Because you see, the material is very even. It's 3 pawns per side and opposite colored bishop. The only edge that black has here is the weakened white king. Because in fact, if it was not for the weakened white king and you take the queens off, white might be better because of the...
Rolling a pawn,
Yeah. So, now Anish has to be very careful here.
Rook G4, yeah, that's what I was considering as well.
Oh, and if rook takes rook, can we ask our viewers what happens?
I'm not sure.
Well done. Queen b1. It's checkmate. So can't do that. Absolutely.
When I said I am not sure, Sagar bhai is like, what is happening? Rook E1? Yeah, Rook E1 seems logical. But then you just chop off the pawn, yeah?
Oh, that's what.
What did he do? What he played a move?
Rook
Rook
F1. Threatening. Let's ask our viewers
why
is
not
queen
use
takes.
queen? Yeah, I think it's a free pawn. Yeah.
Yeah, free pawn. Pinning the queen.
Pinning the
so
queen.
queen can't move.
Yeah. It looks good for black.
Yeah. Now the viewers are like, don't ask such questions. We won't even reply.
Yeah, Rook F8 is a checkmate. So can't do this. Okay, quickly going to the live position because Anish.
Oh, in our chat, people said Queen F8. Guys, Queen F8. Queen is pinned.
Now, the Queen C2 would also be a great move, but it runs into Queen F8.
Yeah. Suddenly, Sam has created a mate in one threat, and I think Anish goes H6.
Have to be very careful.
H6 makes
H6,
sense.
yeah.
I like the move. H6.
Yeah. Or H5.
Oh, H5. Yeah. Nice.
Yes.
H5 one step closer to queening later. One guy in the chat says, good night, Prague lost Prague championship. Actually,
Not yet.
not yet. Not at all.
Tomorrow is
Actually,
the final day, guys.
It's a very exciting final day. Anything can happen.
We saw in Vaikanze that the leaders can have a lot of pressure in the last round,
Yeah.
which can lead to a lot of crazy results that we would usually not expect. What was played? H3, yeah?
H3, okay.
Queen. No. Rook G2. Seems logical, yeah. Trying to put the rook on the 7th rank. And if bishop C3, you also have D4. So rook G2 looks very, very
Yeah,
logical.
he'll play it.
Yeah, rook G2. Yep. And 1 minute 20 seconds for Shankland for
He has
9
to make
moves.
9 more moves.
Yeah.
Wow. And meanwhile, it seems like Edis Gurel game,
Is heading
the
towards the draw.
engine says equal, but I have a feeling that black still looks quite good, no? With this queenside majority, bishop, rook here.
It does, and the knight on D4 cannot move because the F2 pawn hangs.
Yeah.
So it feels like black is definitely pressing. Okay, but we should definitely
We should
stay
stay
with
here.
the Giri's
Stay
game.
here. Shankland has 50 seconds, Anish has 10 minutes.
And yeah, Anish is obviously super confident now. Look at the way he's going back and forth. He's rocking his chair. And Shankland knows, yes, something has drastically went wrong. Rook takes D5 was over ambitious, I think.
After that, he's not gotten a chance to
Yeah.
come back. But let's see. The check doesn't make any sense.
Because just king h7, right?
Yeah, if we can have the board here, check, then he goes
Oh, what did he do?
bishop a5. So bishop a5 played again, and it's a big error because now
Rook f2.
rook f2.
Might be interesting.
But why bishop a5? What is his plan to
Well, he
bishop
just
a5?
saved the bishop, yeah, it was hanging.
Yeah, but there was no other.
Queen c4 is also a move. Also looks very, very good.
Yeah.
But I guess rook f2 is the most tempting right now, so that you also threaten rook to not f4 but f3. So I expect rook f2 to be played. Or d4.
Anish has all these moves ready. Yeah, he's playing pretty quickly.
No, when
He's going
for
king h7. Useful move.
Classy.
Yeah, no checks later.
Yeah. And just asking white a question. With 30 seconds on the clock, it's very difficult to not make a blunder.
True. Yeah, by the way, Saini says Anish got motivated by his son Danny because I saw on Instagram that he got a gold medal in a chess tournament.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
Or maybe something
I
else.
knew Danny is very, he felt very, very talented for sure.
I,
I'm not at all surprised.
I think more than chess talent, he is an amazing commentator talent. What a commentator, Harshit Bhai. He will take our spots very soon. Queen b4.
Push him. Time to push the pawn. d4.
You mean D? Okay. Or queen c2? Maybe just.
Also possible. Yeah, queen c2 also a great move. I think the biggest problem is that black is not winning directly, but the fact that white's king is so weak that at some point is going to break through.
He played d3.
Queen d3.
Attacking the rook.
Again, 30 seconds for Shankland to make a move. Rook e1? Maybe. Rook c1 played. And is there a blow for black? I think rook c2 might be a blowout.
What exactly is rook c2? He moves the rook away.
No, rook
Nothing is
c2.
helping, no?
You don't want to trade rooks. I thought that queen b1 is dangerous, but king a2 and white might survive. So maybe not rook c2.
Harshit Bhai, you don't suggest such moves. Generally, they listen to you. He might play rook c2 now.
No, of course not. I mean,
No?
Anish has 9 minutes on his clock and he has plenty of time to figure it out. He doesn't have to rush. He can even make a move like d4 and like his position is still going to be completely winning.
He took another pawn.
Yeah, he's just chopping it off one by one.
Okay, queen h3. Feels bit risky, you know?
Well, but it's the same, right? Like white also has this kind of...
now the threat is rook g4.
Yes. Rook g4 is a big threat now.
Because I was thinking if queen d4 here for white with the idea of bishop c3 and then threatening mate on
G7. Yeah, but rook G4 is a killer
Very-
because rook takes A4 and it's finished. Nice point. So this is the live board right now. 18 seconds for Shankland. 10. Almost 10. Yes, he makes queen B5. Queen B5 played.
Shefali Singh says he will show this game to Greedy Weedy because there's an ongoing joke that Vidit Gujarati is very greedy. He always keeps on chopping pawns. So there's a name that is given to him, Greedy Weedy. But here it's Anish who has been very greedy, but rightly so. And I think he's doing it well. Should we look at any other game or stick here? I think time
I think
trouble.
we
Yeah,
can
let's
stick,
stick
yeah,
here.
for
stick
at
here.
least until they reach the time control. D4, yeah. If you have a passed pawn, why not push it? D3, D2 coming very, very quickly. I think by the time they reach move 40, the result is going to be decided.
Yeah.
I think it's already decided that black is going to
I
win.
don't know. Yeah, I'm a little bit nervous when such open board. Like for example, let's say bishop b6,
Okay. D3.
d3, a5,
Okay, D2.
d2, rook d1.
Queen F3.
Oh, he
and-
played by the way
oh.
queen d5.
So, I guess D3 will happen or no? Yeah, D3 looks possible. Queen D3 also possible. Trying to... What?
What? Oh, rook is
rook is
hanging.
hanging.
Rook is hanging.
Yeah. So. I guess D3 is the simplest. He played Queen D5? Yeah, he played it, yeah.
The d pawn is rushing down the board.
Is there any other way for black to put pressure?
I was wondering
Queen E3 is what I was
if bishop c2. Yeah,
attacking them. He played it, yeah?
queen e3.
Yeah, I think this might be a good move.
But queen e3, you just want to... Nice, interesting move.
Yeah, because I'm asking the rook a question and at
And
the
I
same
can't
time,
go rook c8 because
Yes.
I get mated here first.
Yeah, with rook G1, king B1, bishop B1 check, and next move I can just win your queen with bishop E4,
Oh.
completely winning. So,
Not kind, yeah, Harshit.
not kind, but I mean, chess is a brutal game.
Brutal.
By the way, Wei versus Guan game seems to be also very interesting. Guan having 44 seconds, but he's holding on with his
40 moves
dear
done.
life.
40 moves done.
Oh, okay, okay.
So here, Wei
White
is
is a pawn up, but black is somehow solid.
Yeah. Could end in a draw. And Gurel also, we are on move 38. This game never really came under time trouble. So f3 played and Eddies is thinking now.
I think White's idea is to go at some point G4 and then knight E2 because of course after a move like A5 you cannot go knight E2 because rook A1 and suddenly you're completely mated.
Yeah.
So maybe White's idea is to go G4 to put a square for your king on G2 and then come back knight E2. Oh, by the way, Anish is about to make a move. Queen E3, yep. He plays Queen E3. I like it. I like this move a lot. Just forcing things, threatening rook G1 and asking Shankland a very difficult question. This was a very smooth game by Anish actually.
Yeah,
Right
yeah.
from the opening, he was always slightly better.
And to win with black is quite huge.
Oh, absolutely. Rook D1 played. And
Rook g1, no, now? Or no, we don't want to trade if there's no mate.
yeah, might be something stronger.
Yeah, let's look at... Making a comeback is also an art, yeah? Like in
Oh,
such
wait
events.
a second. There is also rook g5.
Oh, attacking. Whoa.
I did
the
not
bishop
see
is
that
gone.
move. Yeah. And queen d8 is the only move, but then queen b3.
Oh.
Wow, wow, wow.
Queen g5.
Queen a4 is mate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I think this rook g5, queen b3 idea is incredible. Do you think he'll find it? It's over, yeah?
If he finds it, they'll resign.
Yeah. Yeah, rook g5 is killing the game on the spot.
Anish knows it, yeah, that he's winning. He's not even getting excited, like, I know.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's moving the queen.
What? Queen e2. Ah, also completely winning because queen d4 there is rook g4. And rook a4 is hanging. So queen e2 also ends the game on the spot. This is over.
No, if yeah. Because b2 and rook both are hanging.
Yeah.
And if rook d2
Then queen e1.
and
then
king a2,
You just lose.
just take.
Yeah. Oh, actually, you know what? I just
Yeah.
realized that I have queen f1, king a2, bishop f7 as well. So I think this is over. I think there might be resignation.
Oh, he played queen d4.
Yeah, but rook g4.
That was the idea of queen e2.
Yeah, to go rook g4. And rook d2, rook d4, rook e2, rook a4 is a nice way to end things. Queen d7.
Uh-huh.
Still fighting.
Bishop e8. Check. Ugh.
Don't allow checks.
Queen c2. Yeah, that looks good.
Yeah, exactly. I like this move, queen c2.
Queen c2 is
Attacking rook
very
takes
strong.
a4 and I think queen c2 ke baad it's over.
yeah.
Also, it's going to happen on the 40th move, yeah, like queen c2 and resignation. I think it's over. It's all over after queen c2.
Yeah, exact. It's like he'll get 30 minutes, but nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Sham is like, yeah, it's done.
Yeah.
What is Anish calculating, by the way, to queen c2?
I mean, he has some other options as like I think black has quite a few
No,
options.
but queen c2. Maybe he just doesn't want what queen g4.
He's about to make a move with the queen. Yeah, bishop c2 is also possible. I think queen c2 is the cleanest.
I like bishop c2 as well. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
queen c2 exactly. Yep, and it's all over.
should we try and bring Anish here today? That would be nice, you know, to
Yes,
get his thoughts.
of course. After
How
he
to
won.
bounce back after a loss.
Oh yes, resignation. So once Anish Giri won his game with the black pieces. Good comeback, yeah. It just shows the fighting spirit and resilience that he's gotten in this tournament. Like very difficult to bounce back with a win from the black pieces.
Was it fighting spirit, good calculation,
But
good
also,
positional understanding?
also-
Once again,
Yeah.
or was it just the hot pot?
I think it was actually white doing a lot of damage. I think it was white who basically self went like this rook d5 actually was a huge mistake.
Yeah.
He had a very decent position, but after rook d5 there was no looking back. Yeah, I mean it was
True.
just completely lost.
Wow. Edis Gurel versus Vincent Keimer in a very key moment actually we have joined in. 40 moves are done.
No,
But Harshit bhai, how to defend this pawn?
rook d3,
A4?
rook d8 check.
Aha.
Yeah, this is ba4. This is going to be a draw.
Wait, should I take this and then attack here?
It doesn't matter. King g2. It doesn't matter. I think this game is going to be a
Here?
draw. King g3.
Here?
Rook d7.
Aha. So you think it's a draw?
Yeah, this will be end up in a draw. which means Navara's game is a draw. Lekwang Liam's game was a draw. Anish won his game.
Yeah.
I suspect Gurel's game to end in a draw against Vincent Keimer, which means Wei versus Wang Yun is the last game that has some excitement left.
So with all these results, does that mean that Arvind and Prague have kind of confirmed their first and second spot?
Yeah, I think so.
Because Anish was at 3. Was on
Anish,
3.
yeah.
So he's now 4.
Mm-hmm.
And 5.5 and 5. Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
Jake Blue says, I will try and catch you tomorrow evening in Praha. Oh, nice. Look forward. It's amazing how people from our live stream are coming tomorrow. Like he lives somewhere far away, but is coming here.
Oh, that would be
tomorrow
great.
evening.
I mean, tomorrow is the last day, so it's the best day to witness all the
Harshit
drama
bhai,
tomorrow.
when are you leaving from Prague?
I'm leaving 8th morning.
Oh no, too soon.
Yeah.
Not 8th evening.
No, morning. I'm
I
gone.
thought we would commentate together on Dubov versus Hans Niemann match,
Ooh.
which is on 8th.
What time?
Full day, yeah, somewhere
Oh,
in
wow.
afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, if I have internet on my flight, then maybe we can do it.
Because that match is crazy. It's 12 blitz games,
18 blitz games.
18.
Yeah.
And the one who wins
We'll have...
gets one question.
No. The one who loses
Yeah.
has to answer a question in the polygraph.
Right. So one who wins will
Has
get
the
the
right
chance
to
to
answer.
ask a question.
Yeah.
Wow, it's crazy. It's like,
What kind of question?
I think just it's based on cheating. Yeah, like they will ask each other, "Have you ever cheated before?"
No.
And then
Not have you ever cheated, because the answer to that will be yes, because Hans admitted to cheating online, right?
but
the
something
answer,
more nuanced.
the question is, I was also listening to Fabi's thoughts on this, and the question might be, do you admit to cheating more than you have said?
But that
And-
again, if he says yes, then we are still in doubt how many times. So
No, but I mean, if
you
the
have
answer is yes,
you
that
have to
means
ask
that...
a question whereby the answer said gives you some concrete information. Then it's worth, like you set up a match, do the polygraph, all of that.
And I also actually think that instead of one question, it should have been like 30 minutes of questions, and you have to answer them, yeah? I mean, makes sense. Because
Imagine both Niemann and Dubov preparing for this match by thinking what question to ask.
I think both players kind of know what they're going to ask.
It's already
I'm pretty sure it's quite clear what they will ask.
very interesting. Like, this is the most weird kind of prize that you can have for a tournament.
Yes, but it will definitely bring a lot of clarity, because there are so many questions revolving in people's minds, like, what exactly happened in that fiasco 3-4 years back, or like with the whole...
But that Netflix documentary is also coming. So this question might might just make that more interesting. Who
Yeah.
knows?
What can be the question for Dubov?
What will I mean, similar.
Similar
That
question.
have do you admit to cheating more than you have? Because I think that there was something that I'm not exactly sure, but there was also some instance that he was playing from friends' accounts, or he thought that his opponent is cheating, and then he or something like. I'm not exactly sure, but we'll just wait and see, yeah. And we have a guest.
Oh, wow.
Hello.
Oh, I just didn't notice him coming here. And
We did notice the beautiful game, though.
yeah, we were on it throughout, and it's so amazing to have Anish here joining us and to get his insights into this very interesting encounter. His first win here.
Yeah.
And
I'll just take a...
you want to take a break?
Yeah.
Okay. You may have to switch off your
Yes.
microphone. Welcome, Anish. Congratulations for your win.
Yeah, I'm glad that working on openings all these years has been so helpful for me.
In what way?
No, just working on openings was one of the most useful things I've done in my life. I think it's really nice that I...
Like today it worked?
Yeah,
That's
today
why
it
you
was
are
really
saying
yeah,
or?
yeah, of course.
I was just asking Harshit that was it opening preparation, good calculation, really a deep understanding, or was it just the hot pot?
Exactly, yes. Hotpot.
Let's have a look at the game.
I'm not sure at all about all of these things you said. I mean, I think mostly that he played very risky.
Did you realize that Queen E1 in the opening after D5 is actually dropping the evaluation in a big way? Like it's black is better now.
I think already the move F4 is very risky because there is some theoretical line where they take forcing GF. And then you can play, or even there is some idea to do it now, bishop c4, bishop b3. But he went f4 directly, so I thought that this is, I don't know if it's bad. I don't think it's bad yet, but we get now a position which is very risky for white. You know, it's now fashionable to do knight takes c6 thing. It's in fashion in all the openings. Taimanovs, everywhere they do. But back in the day of Kasparov, you know, when Kasparov was playing in Sicilians, in the 90s, whenever somebody would go knight c6, he would put a dubious mark to his move. I mean, I had annotations of the book.
Because so black gets a strong center.
Because you go rook b8, queen out, and you attack. Center and attack. And white's attack doesn't seem obvious. But computer nowadays is playing very well. But you have to know how computer plays. Because, you know, if you play Kasparov and you don't have computer, it would be equal plus.
True.
And you don't have to be Kasparov to put rook on b8, actually. So
yeah, no, you found the best move. And by the way, your opening choice of Sicilian classical variation worked out quite well today, no, in that sense. Because we were expecting Najdorf.
You told me yesterday, yeah, for sure. But okay, you told me yesterday that e5 is bad, yeah, down our dinner. You said, okay, you want to win, but you play e5, how are you going to win? So I thought, okay, I have to play
thought
c5.
You were inspired by Sopiko, no? She always loves to play Sicilian.
Yeah. No, it is kind of funny, like, he has a chessable course on classical Sicilian.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes.
With black?
Yes.
Oh.
So he looked at everything.
And then still you went in there.
Yeah, no, I thought it's funny, like, okay.
And did you see his course before playing this, or?
Yeah, of course. It's the only thing I did, looking his course, my whole tournament.
So d5, queen e1, and rook b8, and then he took and played bishop c4 with the idea of parking the bishop.
That is all right, yeah. But I guess it's extremely risky what he's done.
I think e5 was fair, right here. Just
I was expecting this and take a knight a4 or something, or what? Not knight a4. Yeah, no, I was trying to somehow, but it looks okay. It's very hard for white to do anything.
If you go bishop d3 here, is it bad?
Yeah. So let's say I castle.
And you are just saying rook b8, queen b4.
Yeah, and what are you like? Normally, you want something. You have some anchor knight on g5. Like you are very far from attacking. What is your idea? I don't see. Knight should be on f3 at least.
Yeah.
So maybe he has some strong move here. The computer is saying. I don't know what it is. No, knight it also bad. Yeah, I thought knight a4 is a strong move, because I thought that he wants to go queen a5, prevent a bit my advance. If a5, maybe queen c3. So I was thinking maybe this is the way. Try to somehow maintain some kind of shaky equality. But bishop c4 is okay. I didn't understand a lot of his decisions. Okay, first of all, bishop c4, why not directly? But okay, take bishop c4. There were interesting ideas here. I was calculating some wrong stuff. So first of all, there's queen c7. Bishop b3, h6. Takes. Check. That's the whole point. Yeah. So initially, I thought that this. I thought that
some sack is coming on d5. Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah. But I thought that this is losing for white at first. But then I realized not so simple. So if gf, bishop d5, now ed queen e7, nice cheapo. Knight d5, knight d4.
Right.
So okay, maybe better, but he regains the pawn, not so much. If queen f6, very tricky. Rook f1.
Yeah. This
the bishop a4
scary,
check. Huh? Queen e5. Yeah, very scary unpleasant. So this didn't quite work. h6. I was thinking so long about this. Then I realized that he doesn't have to go back. He can play, let's say, rook f1, but it continues. Also, I was calculating a long time some f5 move. I take. He has to take with b pawn. The bishop is hanging. I have check. He has to go rook d2. And I think he's okay. Kind of okay. Maybe. And then I thought, okay, I'll just castle. But I was not sure it's that clear. Okay, f5 he should go, of course, yeah? Always f5. it's not that easy because e6 is soft. There are some
Right.
concrete things.
Right.
Yeah, f5 actually I can go ef. I thought knight d5. I have knight d5. Maybe. Yeah.
Bishop f6.
Ah,
and
no,
knight
hang on.
d5.
Yeah. Hang on. Yeah, this is not clear. No, ef. He will take. Yeah, no, he should have gone f5 then. I think. Anyway, he went king b1. It's not the end of the world. Bishop d7. I didn't also. Why not f5 again? What is the issue with f5? Why not f5? Why to start a4? I couldn't
Yeah.
understand. I'm probably good. I'm better, but I was thinking rook b4 maybe. I don't know. I was far from decided on my move.
I think he was very
Afraid of a4 maybe.
afraid of yeah.
a4 I think is there is the knight
Just
knight
take.
a4 knight a4. The thing is a4. The reason a4 is bad is because I need this a pawn very much to disturb the bishop. Once I give up the pawn, no, the pawn is. Oh, maybe I was thinking even queen e8. Maybe this was my move I liked the most. Provoking a4. He went a4 himself, so I was so confused. So confused.
He went
Yeah,
a4
no.
and now rook b4.
Yeah, the problem with the rook b3, which would be very, very, very strong. It's even strong anyway. But there is knight d5 here. Otherwise, it would be just completely losing. Queen b3 and just. Yeah, so rook b4. Yeah, actually, I thought I made a mistake here because I thought maybe I should have gone h6 first. And next rook b4. I thought h4, rook b4. And I thought I have worse version, and then later I realized probably I have better version of the game. But it was hard to tell because I thought maybe somewhere g4, but I think g4 there is some problem there. I think simply queens b6 or something. But or queen c7 also. I was not so sure. But yeah, rook b4 was okay. f5, queen b6. Yeah, this was working for me. Yeah, now.
When he took rook d5, what did you feel?
I saw this, so I was not
You had-
so
you had
scared.
seen
Yeah,
it.
yeah. No, I was afraid,
But you
of course.
thought a lot.
Yeah, because I have many options anyway. I mean, I saw like what I saw is that I can take, take,
It leads to no knight only. no?
take. No, but I mean, I saw this initially that okay, I'm just better, yeah. So for free, so I don't need to see more with black. Like it was a backup. I was mostly thinking about knight d5, and then I thought after a long time maybe he should go rook d3. I think I would take. I was not so sure if it's so clear. Queen d1 maybe, because initially I was calculating knight d5.
Yeah.
So
We were
bishop-
also, I think, looking at knight d5.
Knight d5. There's a very clean line. Ed, queen e7,
Rook e8, no?
rook e8, bishop f6, rook e7, bishop e7, rook b3. This is
Yeah.
this is practically lost, yeah.
Yeah.
Because weak king.
Yeah.
He should try to get rook to a3 and king to a1. If he gets rook a3, king a1, blocks d2, he's okay. But I will never allow
But your
that.
d pawn is also very strong.
Yeah, no, it's very, very bad. So I don't know what's okay. I thought rook d3, yeah. But rook d5 is panicky. Now I have, I was thinking because I was trying to find a win. There are very tempting options. So first of all, ed or knight d. I mean, anyway, this I can include. This is the same. Yeah, I can go ed. And this position looks, at first I thought, okay, wait, sorry, what is the...
Yeah, knight d5 is very strong here.
Wait. So, oh wait, I blundered that a lot.
No, when?
No, I mean in my calculation.
But you took with the knight, no?
Yeah, but I was thinking about the other one also.
So ed5 maybe is not the best move.
Yeah, it's really embarrassing. Yeah, because now rook e8, knight d5. Yeah, no, it's crazy. Yeah. Okay, I knew I was going to take with knight, but still. Okay, no, so then I did the only thing, yeah.
So you were like close to taking it with the pawn?
No, but I was choosing for a long time. It was okay.
I mean, you didn't find that there was too much difference between the two moves because of
No,
this.
because I missed. I was looking at knight d5, but here I missed it. It's crazy, yeah.
And
because-
if there is no knight d5,
No,
then
but-
actually black is better in all lines, yeah?
because much
Yeah.
better, yeah. No, but I was actually luckily. I mean, okay, I would have probably seen knight d5 if I would have thought about this again. But I thought queen a3.
Sorry.
Yeah, queen a3. Actually, I was not sure if this. Sorry, not this. This is losing. I was not sure if this wins knight b5, so that's why I refused it. But okay, maybe if I would choose on this, I would seem longer. But this is very nice, and we get this position, which I think might be, but it's very, very hard and bad
King
because
a2 maybe. What
No,
did
bishop
he
C-
miss actually? Maybe he missed bishop c2 here after
yeah.
king a2.
yeah.
Maybe, right? Otherwise, why would he play rook d5?
I think it was very desperate. I mean, I think
He didn't like his position, maybe.
yeah, it looks really bad. I actually thought it's very bad, practically. Also, he was slow, and I thought his previous moves were not very consistent. So I thought maybe I had more with h6. I regretted my move rook before a bit. But then I thought, anyway, I have big advantage. Yeah, the thing with this position is that it's not about pawn or something. It's just that they say, yeah, with opposite color bishops, you have the safer king.
Right.
And the combination of me having the d pawn and also now the g pawn, and his king is like, if he had a pawn on a3, and you would go queen c3, it would be a completely different story. It would be a very, very smooth draw for him, or at least different story entirely. But now my king has this h7 square, and he can never activate the queen because there's always issue with the king, and he can just it's just really hard to play. Okay, rook f4. I was happy because I initially was going to blunder into bishop b4. I blundered bishop before a5.
a5 is
Yeah. And I need my rook on the fourth to break this sort of blockade.
Also, rook c8 and rook f4, both were the best.
Rook c8,
moves.
rook c4, yeah, with the idea. Yeah, I was choosing. But I liked rook f4, also the kind of move that is very unpleasant for him because it's not what you expect.
Yeah.
And also I was calculating some lines, like I'm not sure, but it was kind of funny line. I'm not sure if I have to take, but it was just funny line that I can allow this. And then there is mate queen d1.
Oh, nice.
And bishop b1, bishop c2.
Oh, beautiful.
Yes, this is very nice. But I'm not sure I need rook f queen a4. Maybe I have some other move. Yeah, this. I was missing some moves, but I think it's overall just very good
No,
for me.
I think you played it perfectly here.
Yeah, h5 king h7 is nice. Okay, initially I wanted to go h6, but h5 even better. Yeah. Yeah, h5 king h7 is you always when you do h5 king h7 or even h6 king h7 is even prettier. Then you sort of you should do that and then see, and suddenly position collapses because once the king is like two tempi safe, because otherwise there's a check always. When there is no check, he has zero play and he's just and all the forced lines are now lost with king on h7. Yeah, this was just everything was completely lost. Yeah, he can never activate anything. Yeah, no, just by force. Queen c2.
Yeah, amazing. And Anish, one thing which we definitely want you to shed a little bit of light upon is how to come back after yesterday's game, because it was a very tough loss for you with the white pieces, and still you managed to come back today and play a really good game.
Yeah, I think hotpot was the key for sure. You're booked for today again as well. Please reserve. I hope you will finish early because hotpot is waiting. No, it was good for sure. I mean, honestly, I was just lucky today. I probably
Well, in a way, like you have to get lucky. Like yesterday, in some ways, you were unlucky.
I always that's why I always say that chess at the top level is only luck. Like you have
because
to
all are good.
exactly. You have to get good, but then once you're good, then you are all just tossing the coin. And okay, maybe Carlsen a bit better, so he gets he's just a bit above. But even now, Carlsen doesn't want to play because probably he knows that he has to join the coin toss the coin toss party. He doesn't want. Yeah, I mean, I think like yesterday. I didn't see or play worse than today in a sense. Like I was calculating, taking decisions. Today, even there were some shaky moments. Like for example, I don't know why I didn't play h6 and the rook before. Like usually you should arrive to a conclusion before you make a move. I kind of left it in the air and just went rook b4 sort of by hand. And then I was thinking, why not include h6? So today I didn't play that well. I was missing this crucial line with knight takes d5, which is understandable because okay, of course I'm a bit disturbed after yesterday. But yesterday I saw everything, but lost anyway. So, so it happens.
But there's one question which everyone many times when players lose a game, they want to sort of stay away from everyone. They want to be in their rooms and so on. I've seen majority of the players acting that way. But when you lost yesterday, you wanted to be with some people and so on. Can you talk a bit about this psychology from where, because I'm sure for you also earlier it could have been that you would want to stay alone when you lost.
No, I had one tournament where I've done this to the maximum extent and it was a disaster. So I played in mind games in China. I was very, very young, maybe 17, 16, I don't know. And my routine was to go to the round. It was many games a day, some rep. Go to the round, lose, go back to the room, watch some TV series, be alone. Go back to the round, again lose, then again go back alone. And it was just, it was a routine, and you just keep losing, and the results are worse and worse. And, well, I just learned that you sort of want to do this, like, not because you're feeling, if you feel horrible, you want to be alone, but that's all, like, basically you start self-destructing. And it was, of course, it's harder like for me to focus on preparation because I have to prepare the stuff. It's so sharp, and I was not in the mood, and I had to really focus because normally when I feel good, I prepare. It's much more easy for me. I sort of just prepare and everything. I remember everything, and I'm also enthusiastic. But now, like I was, it was harder to prepare than usual, of course. But I sort of just forced myself through that. But the dinner was nice. I mean, the food was legit good. The company was bearable. So.
One of the viewers took the name of the restaurant as well. I think they will have more people going there.
Oh yeah. This guy should should give us a discount next time. All he gave was some free water for the pot. Yeah, extra. At least fill up with the proper thing. Yeah, what is this water? I mean, come on. Ridiculous.
But guys, do you have anyone would like to ask a question to Anish before we let him go from here? Anyone has any questions? You can feel free. Yes.
You prepare any new course?
Oh, do you prepare any new courses?
It's difficult. Everything is taken. So I could try to do classical Sicilian, but it's already done by my opponent Sam. Arguably, I could do a better one, maybe. But no, I'm joking. But actually, there is one more. So there is also classical Sicilian by Srinath as well. So I'll consider doing one more, but it is getting a little bit difficult because you're running out of topics. We have limited openings. Okay, there are a lot of them, but I don't want to repeat myself. I don't want to do something which is already done by someone else. So I still have a few options, but I have done the things that I was really into. So I've done the Najdorf, and I did a few more courses on e4. I did the e4 for white, and then I did one d4 for black as well. It's Grünfeld. Also, my wife's QGA, I also helped her back in the day because to
French Dragon.
Yeah. So I basically I wanted to in French and the Dragon. I wanted to show some ideas. I had some new ideas, and I thought okay, I'm never gonna play this, so I might as well make a chessable course on it. But it was really nice. Like I basically found equality in the Dragon back in the day when it was difficult to find equality. Like now computer shows, but back then it didn't show. And the French also had some deep ideas in Vinaver, which again now with new computers it's all easier. But back then it was really I was really proud to show my work. Yeah, I have some things I could explore. Like I could, they want me to do some kind of Najdorf thing because Najdorf is doing so well. But I think they don't understand. They want me to make a Najdorf course now, but a worse one than that one. They say now make one for the noobs, but it's not a good idea, I think. And they also say update. What update? There's nothing to update. It's a perfect course.
Perfect.
Yeah. I mean, I've done some updates here and there. But frankly, it's hard to update because everything's good. I could also consider like some white repertoire, D4 type thing, but I will see. I'll maybe do it at some point, but I'll see for now what's happening. And I'm glad people are enjoying the courses that I've made.
Absolutely, guys. Do check out Anish's courses on Chessable. We have Harshit Bhai who has a question.
No, I wanted to say I would really love if someone like you does like a My Life and Games
Yeah, you would love, but you wouldn't even buy it, yeah? Everybody would love, but nobody buys. What you will buy, Harshit, is when you have to play the tournament in 2 weeks, and you don't have opening, and you'll buy my course, what to play. You already bought, okay.
Harshit Bhai is going to play freestyle.
Look, Sagar, I'll tell you, but all this freestyle, it's all distraction. How it is, your life and games, everybody's like, I hear they're listening because it's free. But even here, they already want to go. But the moment you're trying to sell your life and games, nobody's interested about your life and games but you. So you are very passionate there, telling about your life and you had this game, and they're like, you're not even a world champion. Why are you even here? So it's nonsense.
You need a good title.
No.
Like a title, like...
It doesn't help. You need...
Like for example,
you need to
YouTube,
think what they need. No, they need... Harshit has the same problem. He has the tournament. He's nervous now. He wants to get 2600. He already told me yesterday. But he doesn't know what to play. And he's in panic which opening to choose. He sees everything equal. He doesn't know. He doesn't see what's happening. Why equal? He wants some guidance. and that's why they need opening courses.
Right.
But there is also this thing which is like 110 games you must know.
Yes.
Because people they are like, okay, I have to study endgame, I have to study endgame, I have to study, and then I feel like, okay, 100, maybe only 100 is okay, and they buy this course. But nobody buys anything else. It's only 110 games you must know.
100 opening ideas you must know is a good topic.
No, because it will not help Harshit in his tournament. He needs clear repertoire.
But
Okay, I have to
not
play.
Harshit, but those who are at
Harshit is my customer.
Harshit. You are only thinking about Harshit level
Harshit
players.
is my
GMs.
Oh, but also actually, I think the main a lot of people from 2200 upwards are playing my courses in the base. The others maybe also play, but they're not in the base of the games. But yeah, those are benefiting the most. I mean, I'd love to do some course on other topics, but I think people just don't want to buy. And you know, even on YouTube, yeah, there's like some yeah, maybe guess the ELO or something, but it's you know, it's you can see from YouTube. Nobody cares about chess now. Only the people who need to play need opening.
Anish, this Prague, first time for you. How has been your experience playing at the Prague Masters? Are you enjoying this event?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Of course, I had still have a hope that I'll come and crush everyone and go away. But
You mean tomorrow?
well, I was hoping it would happen every day. But but yeah, I knew that it could also be difficult. Played these kind of tournaments before, and I know that the difference between a Grand Chess Tour level tournament and this one is only in the prize money. There is no difference. The players here are even more eager to play. Because people who play Grand Chess Tour, they're okay, they come because the money is there. But here people come to play. So players are really, really good. So I knew it could be difficult, and it was. At least I learned a lot, I feel. Because, you know, I don't play so much classical, so many rapid and blitz last couple of years that I sort of need more, you know, because I want to learn, but I need more information. Yeah, like you can't analyze information when you don't have information. So I need to play a lot of classical games to see like what is the state of classical chess, of my classical chess, of their classical chess. Because, you know, you have some people like Carlsen who says it's all dead and it's over. Maybe he's right. Let's see. Let's play. Okay, not yet. Yeah.
Did you feel it here, like
That is
during
dead?
the games? Yeah.
How is dead when I lose to Ravind? If it's dead, at least don't lose. No. It's not.
You felt like in all the games you felt there was a lot of action.
Yeah, I mean, I had, let's say, one game which was very uneventful with Vincent. But to be honest, it is a bit... okay, first of all, he could have pressed a bit more in some moments. He didn't. And also, okay, it was his choice. I mean, he played the Catalan. I played this line before, so I warned him, let's say, against Gukesh also. And then he went into the end game, which is, of course, very drawish. So, okay, I don't know exactly what he was sort of hoping for. But then I was black, so it's not my problem. But yeah, when I was white, okay, I had some chances here and there. The thing is that it's also really hard to say. Like, it's very tempting to blame everything on the game, like Levon or Magnus do. They say, okay, chess drawish, this, that. Can't prove that I'm better than a 2600 player. Okay, are you better than 2600 player? I mean, okay, how you want to prove? Yeah, you have to prove, and I think yeah, it's easy to blame the game and the whatever, the drawishness or the openings, but as long as, you know, there is someone who won 3 games here and, you know, Prague won 2, then probably it's your own fault. So I think that it's my own fault that I don't have more points than them, and yeah, I'm going to, okay, I was trying to play interesting games. I played a lot of interesting games, and yeah, I'll keep that. Tomorrow one more, and then a lot of other tournaments.
Tomorrow actually very exciting game, and you will take part in kind of deciding the championship as well, because you face Prague.
Yeah, Aravind is 1.5 point ahead of Prague, right?
Point ahead
and
of
who is
Prague.
Aravind playing tomorrow?
Edis.
With black?
Yes.
Ooh, that's a very good chance for a draw normally, yeah, you would think. Because Edis also had good tournament, right? Edis had 50%. He's very happy. So
And Prague will kind of try to push because he needs to win.
Good luck with that.
In a way, it's a nice thing for you as well, right? Because if Prague needs to win, he'll take his chances, and, you know, it'll be an interesting game.
No, but I mean, I can tell already Prague, like, you know, once Grishuk did this to me in candidates, but okay, they had some kind of thing where, okay, he tried to make a draw against me when I needed to win, to help Nepo to win. I mean, also these friendships, you know, so-called, I find it very strange, like these guys, like, who are friends, you know, also like Magnus and Nepo type, yeah, like, sometimes they're friends, you know, when they have to make draw, but for usually they're friends when they have to make a draw, because it gives them an excuse to make a draw, but they're really not friends. I mean, I heard them talk about each other openly or behind closed doors. Like, they're not only friends in chess as me and Vidit. No one else. No other friends in chess. Everybody's enemies. Okay, Fabiano, maybe Levon, maybe friends, because Levon no longer beating Fabiano. But Levon will start beating Fabiano, friendship will be over. So it's all relative. So yeah, but I'll look forward to tomorrow's game, of course, as usual. I think Prague will
Here
have
there
his
is
chances.
no friendship because, I mean, in a way, Arvind is already ahead. He could win the tournament, so there is no. They all have to fight for themselves.
Yeah. No, it will be exciting. Prague, of course, also a great fighter. He'll try to win tomorrow also, but okay, I also try to win.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Amazing. Well, Anish, thank you so much for stopping by, for sharing your insights on the game, and also, looking at answering all these questions. It was great fun, and we have a final game going on. I think it's very likely that this will end in a draw. No?
How much money you put on the line for this? You paying for the hot pot if it's if VU wins or not?
If Wei wins or
You
draw?
have to, no, if draw, then I'll pay for hot pot.
Okay. I
Okay.
agree. It will be a draw.
Okay. No,
Because here it looks unlikely.
no, you'll have to pay for hot pot dinner, but it will be a very late one. I think there are chances. I don't know why, but how do you can't force a draw? No, you pawn down for now.
Yeah, but also like the knight is beautiful, and if you take the knight with your bishop,
I'm not going to.
then
I'm not
it's
going
a draw, right?
No, but I'm not going to. I have some moves to improve. If let's say you do nothing, I will go g3, king g2 for now, and slightly improve my king. The rook f3 sometimes is a question. Rook b3. Let's say rook f3, knight f5, rook b3. I'm switching there. I want sometimes rook b7. I don't think it's sort of like an obvious one. I think you have to do something good, like rook d4 maybe, rook c5. Yeah, it reminds me a bit, of what game? Okay, not at all, but a little bit of this Ding, Gukesh Ding. There was one game, remember, where there was sort of fortress, and then Ding let it go, and Gukesh was winning, and then Gukesh messed up. Remember this?
Yeah.
It was double pawns, but at least
Something like this.
double
Yes,
pawns,
yes,
but
yes.
better. White had a bad
Yes,
bishop.
yes,
White had a bad
yes,
bishop. Now
yes.
White has a good bishop, but they're
Yes.
not double pawns. But it's similar in a sense that what I'm trying to say is that sometimes you have fortress, like you just stand, and that's it. It's a draw. It's a bit ugly, pawn down, but it's you just stand. And it's not fortress. It's sort of a draw in dynamics. Like if you play like computer, it will be draw. Or okay, maybe if you play like human, opponent will also not play very well. But it is not like a draw. You're pawn down, and they're going to be playing. So I think chances for VE. And also you have to realize VE higher rated,
Yeah.
putting pressure. So no, I'm with
Also,
VE
Van
here.
Guen down to 40. Like time will play a factor
Time
at the end.
for especially for black. Black needs
Yeah.
time. And
Yeah.
Tie-Dye lost a couple games here already. He's not feeling well. No, I think you have to pay for a hot pot.
Really?
Hmm.
I mean, in what situation you will pay?
If draw, I'll pay.
Okay.
Yeah.
If draw, oh,
And if
Oh, okay.
if VE blunders the rook, you pay also. So
Yeah,
any
yeah.
result,
Any result? Any decisive result, I pay. Otherwise, draw,
Okay.
you pay.
No, it's good. I'm taking this
Oh.
one. Yeah.
Guys, I am rooting for Tie-Dye 1 now. Come on. But thanks, Anish. And we'll take a short break. And on the other side, the battle for the hot pot.
Stay still and by my side. So pretty and so kind.
I love your leather eyes, reflecting my clothes bright. You've got to be under your skin. I'm flying in a dream. I love your leather look, reflecting my love's good. I love your leather look. So pretty and so kind, forever.
Chess is a battle of minds, a game where every move shapes destiny. For centuries, it has endured wars, revolutions, and the test of time. But in today's world of instant insights, one challenge remains. What if one game could change a tournament, but no one saw it coming? At the Chess Olympiad, teams fought for medals, yet the Swiss format and tiebreak system left everyone in the dark. Fans, players, even commentators. Other sports thrive on real-time stats. Chess? Not yet. A team of engineers, data scientists, and chess enthusiasts ask, What if you could change the game? What if AI could bring real-time clarity to chess? What if you could predict outcomes, calculate winning chances, and even foresee future parents? Now, we can.
Sagar bhai, we are back.
We are back, and a lot at stake in this battle between Wei Yi and Van Guen. Anish Giri was here with us and said that if there is a decisive result, then he will pay for the. No,
But I
will
don't
have
know
to
if
pay.
I'm invited.
I
Sagar
will
bhai,
have to pay.
ये invitation का question I'm always a little.
Well, if I have to pay, then you are not invited. If he has to pay, everyone is invited. Whoever
बुला भाई
wants
आज.
to. So, yeah, but the thing was, if it's a draw, then he has to pay. If
Yes.
any decisive result, I have to pay.
But it looks good for you right now.
Right now, Van Guen,
Let's just stop here.
Van Guen has to play well. And I think
Let's go, Gyohan bhai.
if Van Guen gets knight f5, Harshit bhai,
How
and
will-
h4, he would be very close to
Also,
a draw.
rook c5, rook d2 check is coming. I mean, suddenly black will get counterplay if rook d2 check comes. This is, very nice idea.
But I think g4 is the move, right here, that white should play, just to keep some.
And if knight h4, it's a mistake. We'll lose our hotspot by. आपको भरना पड़ेगा. So knight f. Oh, maybe king f2 h4 is better, no? Just fix this.
Harshit bhai, all moves that you are making are little worse for.
No, this is h4 is very, very fine, I think.
Okay.
Because I'm fixing this g2 and h3 pawn. And if you move the rook to c5, I'm very quick to get counterplay with rook d2 check. So I think h4 is quite likely
But
to happen.
you know, this is the kind of position which I don't know if Wei wants to enter, like king e3, rook g2,
I think this is exactly
rook
what you want.
a5, and suddenly like white is the one who has great chances, I feel.
You think, because rook a7 check will force my king on the back rank. That's a huge point.
So in a way, just winning this g2 pawn may not be enough. He does play knight f5, which is I think safer.
So g4, maybe he just wants to go knight d6. I see a point.
Take,
g4,
right?
take,
Take.
knight d6, rook c5. No, what?
Rook c5, rook a5, right? Rook a4, right? Oh, it's rook c6, huh?
It's getting unpleasant actually.
Anish is very smart. He saw it. He said all the things. Van Guen's tournament was not so good. He's not feeling it. Time is going low. And then he trapped me.
Oh, by the way, we didn't check Gurel's game, or was it already a draw? Okay.
Draw.
So 4 results already. What about the challenger section? Can we just
Yeah.
quickly take a look? So Nordirbek won his game, which means he's taken the sole lead right now with 6.5 points out of 8. Oh my god, that guy is unstoppable.
He beat Stalmack.
Yeah.
And here Bierre is not going to win this against Finneck.
Finneck has very nicely put up the blockade with the rook on b3 so that the pawn on b4 can't go anywhere. He's also threatening the h5 pawn. So black needs to be a little careful. Can't allow these connected pawns to be advanced.
So clearly if Jonas is not going to win, then it will be a half a point lead for Nodirbek Yakuboyev. So the question then is, who are they facing tomorrow? Actually, we said this, Nemec, Bierre faces Nemec
With white, so he has very good chances to win.
and Yakuboyev faces Finneck.
Yeah, so I think
Both can win, and
Both
so
can win.
Yakuboyev most likely will be the
the
champion.
winner, yeah.
But kudos to actually Divya for fighting hard in this event, and she's 2 pawns down here,
I'm a bit scared.
but she's holding on, at least as the engine says it's roughly equal.
What would your psychology be if I were to put you in Divya's shoes? And let's imagine you did not manage to salvage a draw in this game. How would your feelings be? Like, how would you get your
No,
thoughts together?
It's very tough, and I think my thing is the same for Divya right from the midway of the tournament, when she began losing a few games, that you need to have such losses if you want to grow as a player. This remains the constant for me, and I truly believe in it, that a player like Divya will become like 2600 plus only if she faces such oppositions regularly, gets into trouble, and learns from it.
True. And you know how they say, like, whenever you go to work out in a gym, like, whenever your muscles hurt, like, it's very important that your muscles are strained in order for them to be stronger. So I think it's very important that Divya gets these positions where she is struggling a lot against stronger players, because this experience will help her in her future tournaments where perhaps she is the one who's putting pressure on her opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this has been, this is something which everyone has to understand, all the fans here, that a player becomes a top player not by just winning. They have to go through certain events which are above their level, and it's actually very, very good that she gets these invitations.
Absolutely. I mean,
to play.
There are so many people who would love to play in this event. It's a very exclusive opportunity to play against the top players in such a nice organized event. So definitely a great opportunity for Divya in this event to grow as a player.
And Harshit bhai, right now, if we see, she is attacking g3, and her knight cannot be dislodged because it's on a dark square. I can even put another rook to defend it. It can jump to g4. So a pawn, although it's a dangerous pawn, it's still far away. The bishop is a bit passive. So taking all of this into consideration, it feels like Divya can hold.
Well. Yeah, she is doing very well. Yeah.
So who knows, maybe she can turn this around. And one win means you already start feeling good.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if she wins the last two games like Arjun did in Vaikanse, she's definitely going to have sweet memories from this event and forget about the tough losses that she had.
True. Okay, and Nemec is... we'll keep an eye on this game. Guys, let's go to the Masters game between...
Sagar bhai is like, oh, this game has so much pressure.
Yeah, man. Close to 50, 60, 80, 100 euros at stake. I don't know how much. Depends on how much you guys eat.
If Sagar bhai is playing pulao bhai, sab kuch pulao bhai.
No, if I lose, then I'll be like, okay, only one dish per person.
And I think Wang Yuan is doing a great job of holding so far. Knight e7, attacking the d5 pawn. If you take, I will take with the king. Rook c5, I will just push a4. I'm ready to go king d6 next, and very good drawing chances for Yuan.
Yeah. So right now d5 pawn is falling, yeah? There is no way to defend it.
Sagar bhai, you tell me, like, how was your experience? This is the penultimate round. We've almost here for more than a week. How did you like the organization? What did you think about the city? What are your impressions?
I mean, there are two reasons why I love Prague a lot. One is, of course, the city is wonderful. The second is that I really love the people here. And I think I've started to grow the appreciation for working with people who are very kind and nice. And I think that I felt even in Vaikanse when I went earlier this year.
You got to travel in business class. Bhai.
Oh, that because Amruta gifted that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Amruta gifted me like the upgrade from...
really? Oh,
because it was my birthday, and earlier in the year, someone had asked, what's your New Year resolution? I said, once in my life, if I get to travel business class, maybe it's a nice thing. I've forgotten about it. And then that Amruta...
I didn't know that actually. Such a sweet gesture by Amruta.
No, of course, I don't think for the next few years I can travel.
Now you're saying it on purpose, yeah? So that everyone will gift you. Very tricky.
No.
So tricky, Sagar bhai.
I think once is good. Because if you do it more than once, it's so much more comfortable than the normal way of traveling that you get addicted to it. So I think I'm happy doing it once.
Chaska nahi lagna chahiye.
No, not to do it more than once. So yeah, and so now I'm here. It's been wonderful at Prague, and I hope to come back here again. And also Prague Chess Festival is growing right in front of my eyes. Like I saw it last year, it's grown this year more than last year. And I think the stature of the event is growing.
Yeah.
You have to be at it for several years, and kudos to all the sponsors, without that, I realize, like you can see on the screen
Yes, all of these
at the bottom,
sponsors, yes.
these are the ones who are actually supporting in such a big way. So, I mean,
Incredible,
without
yeah.
them, I guess it couldn't have happened.
There is a true passion for chess in this city.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, absolute blunder would be rook d5.
Oh, yes.
Then it's just
Then
bishop
you lose
e7.
100 euros by.
And I'm just losing the piece. So, not this. Now a5 pawn is under attack. So can I take this? And then you take on a5.
And you still a pawn down and you have to defend this position.
But I get
Maybe rook
this
d2 check, I think. That's
check,
the way.
stopping king e3.
And if king e1, I go rook d3. And king e2, I have knight f4 check, which is a very nice check, protecting my rook. And also, I think this is the way that black should play. But it's still unpleasant. It's a draw, but he's still a pawn down, still needs to defend. By the way, Sagar bhai, what was the goal? How many subscribers did you get now?
Oh, I have no clue, bhai. In this tournament, we did not really
Push.
look at all of these things because we were like so focused on the chess. But maybe next tournament we will do that.
Yes.
And what about you, Harshit bhai? How was your experience at Prague Chess Festival? Because you have played here once before in the open tournament. But here you weren't playing, you were commentating.
I definitely noticed that the players playing here have a lot more fighting spirit than many of also from Vaikans. Actually, this year has been very special. In Vaikanse, we got to see so many fighting games. I really enjoyed commentating. Also in this event, I love it when they always play some new ideas. They're always like trying to find some innovative ways to make the game interesting. Especially Arvind, with his opening ideas, has been someone that I've really admired in this tournament. I've been really enjoying his games. So I think overall I've had a great experience and I'm definitely...
Also the city you liked.
City is wonderful. I'm in love with the city. The organizer, Mr. Bolek, has been very, very kind and nice to me and to all of us, also our directors who are the people who are working with us.
Tadiash and Dominic here.
Yes, have been very helpful.
Very hard.
So we also have one more member from our team, Shahid.
Shahid bhai. Maybe tomorrow we'll invite him to the stream.
Yes, absolutely.
He's been working across the clock morning, covering the other events which happen. And right now also he's sitting here doing his reports and so on. Maybe Shahid bhai, if you are here, you can just say hi to the chat. It would be wonderful for them to see you.
Yes.
If you don't mind. Yes, here.
So that it's three of us in this tournament.
Yes, and we also have our good friend Prajwal who has been here. And he has been just here doing his things. I saw him in Vaikanse. He came here as a chess fan. And that is Shahid here. Shahid, Shahid is Shahid, your first time on stream, it seems.
Yeah, first time ever on any live stream.
Oh, wow. That's amazing, guys. If you are not aware of him, he is someone who does incredible amount of work. Writing articles is one of his forte. He's been doing that for years. Shahid, is there a number of articles you have written? Do you know the number?
I don't know. It should be many thousands of thousands.
Oh my God.
Maybe even close to 5,000 to 7,000 articles.
Yeah, should be 5,000 to 6,000.
5,000 to 6,000 articles, and he writes at least 2 or 3 every single day for last 5 years.
And I struggled to write one essay in my exam, Sagar bhai. So
yeah, I mean, if consistency had another word, then it is Shahid here. So Shahid, thank you for being here and for joining us. And Shahid, of course, guys, if you want to read about his work, you can go to chessbase.in and check out what he is doing. Just phenomenal stuff. I always keep reminding, I think Harshit, I told you about this story. Once he had to go to some doctor or something in during the day. So he wrote one article in the morning, then went to the doctor. There was something, and then next day again he wrote. And I was like, okay, this is something
dedication
at another level. Yeah. Okay, knight d5, rook takes a5, taken.
And maybe black can go g5, f6 to set up like a dark squared blockade.
But you said let's start with a check, right? Should we do
Oh
that?
yeah, actually, yes, you're right. Rook d2 check was what I was more drawn towards. Yeah. I think rook d2 check and rook d3 is the way to do it. Also, what about f5? Let's just exchange the pawns, no? We want to make a draw. Why not just go for exchanges?
Right, you are absolutely right. If g5, then we can also go f.
Oh, rook d2 check played. Rook d2 check played. Gyoen is like, let me just give checks. If you go to g3, I'm going to be very, very happy to go g5, a4, to go f6. And if you make a move like bishop g7 to attack my pawn on f6, I think black has a very interesting way.
Let's ask our viewers, black to play, what would you do here?
Maybe king e6?
Yeah, just bringing the king defined. Also, now people are also tired. It's late in the night, but knight
Yes,
f4.
Ahilan.
Ahilan, array.
Great.
Well done. Gino Nair, well done.
Knight to
f4, threatening mate in one.
And it's not stoppable. Yeah. So that would be a very bad blunder, not only for Wei, but also for your wallet.
Yeah, because even if Van Nguyen wins, I am in trouble. At some point, I have to be very neutral.
Rook d2 check. 14 minutes for Wei, but I don't know. I think Shahid Bhai is in the background working there, and he was also here. Shahid Bhai everywhere.
Everywhere, yeah.
How is that possible? Doppelganger.
Let's quickly go and check challengers if we have any updates on the Divya game, because I think that Moritzi is winning actually against Stamatis. So Divya here actually showing, she's gone low on time, yeah?
Yeah.
She's gone lower on time. Actually, Divya was totally lost, I think, at some point.
Yeah, it looks really bad.
But
now
then she
got
came
back
out
somehow, yeah? I think maybe she can even go try to play for a win now, actually.
How?
Like, rook,
Because you can always trade the rook, right?
like queen a1, knight g4 check looks scary somehow. King h2, knight g4 check, and knight f2 check.
You can also go like...
Is it a perpetual? Knight
No,
g4?
you can't go here, right? Rook b1.
No, queen c3. Yeah, all rook b1. Yeah, you're right. So king h2, knight g4, and king h3, knight f2 is perpetual, no?
And if I take...
Then you lose the rook on c3.
And I think white has good chances here to play for a win, no?
I wouldn't say so, because
safer.
your bishop on g2 is blocked. The king on h3 can be weak, so I would actually pick black here. I think knight f2, king h2 back might be the easiest way to do it.
And then a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I expect to happen.
But I think Divya wants to fight for more. I mean...
Maybe. You
She-
think so, yeah?
No?
Yeah.
Because
maybe.
otherwise, why would she think for 10 minutes, 12 minutes? Or maybe she just plays it now.
Yeah. Okay, quickly going back to the Masters section, because...
Sakar in the chat saying, arbiters feeling like jaldi khelo, Panvel nikal. Guys, yeah, actually tomorrow the game starts at 11.
Oof.
And yeah, it's like we have
Sagar
to...
bhai, might be difficult for you to wake up
Yeah,
early,
I
no?
mean, going for dinner and all, very tough to do some game commentaries plus coming. Yeah, maybe I have to see. Jared says Wei has 6 king moves. Oh, nice. 1, 2. I can only see 4 though.
Yeah. King e1 played. Oh, so we are going to get this line, yeah? Rook d3 back.
Yeah.
Rook d3 will be played instantly, I think. Oh, he played it already.
Yes.
What?
Bishop
at
h6.
6.
Tricky way.
Yeah. Stopping knight f4. Now he's threatening to go king e2.
Oh, so now you can't take f3 pawn because the knight is hanging.
Knight b6? Could be.
Could be.
Interesting.
But bishop h6 is a nice try, no?
Yeah.
Because as we saw, and Harshit Bhai had pointed this out, that if the king comes up to e2 here, then the knight jumps in with a check, and then black is able to stabilize with f6 g5. But with bishop h6, there is no such time.
Yeah.
And now...
And he has 3 minutes and half minutes on his clock. Sagar bhai, I'm very sorry if you lose.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to order a lot of food.
Yeah, for all the people joining in right now, there is a bet that Anish Giri came and said, where he said he will provide the free dinner for everyone that who wants to join if there is a decisive result. Sorry, if there is a draw. But in case of a decisive result, I should provide the... By the way, Vivaswan Damle, who's been pillar of Indian chess for 50 months.
Wow.
That's 4 years and 2 months.
Jeez.
That's incredible.
Is that what you are calculating?
He says, half century it is. Punyacha Porga, ABD, Punyacha Java is streaming. Oh, you are Punyacha Porga. Like you are the son of Pune.
And you are...
I am the son-in-law.
Son-in-law. Are bhai,
And
bhai,
says, India's future looking super strong. Sagar, hashtag Sagar for GM, hashtag GM69.
Oh, thanks a lot for being a member. It's great.
Amazing.
To have this support.
Amazing.
King e6 played. I really like this move because now after king e2, the rook can go to b3 and the knight on d5 is protected. And again, the idea of f6, g5 remains intact to put your knight on f4. I think
if Taidai makes a draw, I'll quickly
invite him as well. Yeah.
Like you did the hard work. Please come.
King e6, 11 minutes for Wei. And QN knows that this game should be a draw, but it's not going to be easy to defend against Wei, who's going to try his best to win this game.
The only reason why this is a draw and not a win for white, because white has an extra pawn, is because black pieces are beautiful, right? That's the only reason.
I think the rook on d3. Again, you see the rook is perfectly positioned to put itself behind the passed pawn. And you know, these players, it's very intuitive for them. They know these concepts. They don't even have to think about it, that the rook belongs behind the passed pawn, that the knight on d5 is going to be great in the center, controlling a lot of important squares.
King e2.
King in the center. Okay, king e2. And I think rook b3 will be played.
We have a question by Vijesh who says, bro, I'm a big fan of you and your channel. I have a question. After this tournament, is there any other chess tournament that you guys are covering? I think in the month of March, this might be the only one, but we have an incredible news. We have something that is called the Help Chess Foundation, where we have all the people who contribute above 50,000 as big believers. And we have always decided that we will do the big believer simul, whoever has contributed. And guess who is the player who is ready to do the big believer simul?
Arjun?
Close. I mean,
Vidit?
His wedding is there almost.
Oh, yeah. So, no way.
Yes, the world champion has agreed to do the simul, and it will be an online simul.
Wow.
So, I think he'll take on 30 to more than 30 people there.
Wow.
And he'll
There are more than 30 people who are big believers?
Yeah.
This year?
Not this year, but it has been like, because it's our first simul. So, from the inception, all those who have contributed will play against Gukesh. And I think it's when I mentioned to Gukesh that they have contributed for the upliftment of chess players. Would you like to do it? He was readily agreeable to it, and that's his
great gesture,
great kindness by him. In spite of his busy schedule, he's found time for this. Thank you, Didi, for your super chat. He was the one only who was asking, for all the your skincare
No, it was
routine.
Rizzard who was really rizzing me up. Rook A6.
Azim says, what about freestyle? Yes, on so in April there will be Vidit's wedding on first 2-3 days where most likely I'll be there.
What do you
And-
mean most likely?
I mean, I will be there. I'm just being kind to Harshit bhai because although now I think Harshit, you also are anyway not going to come because you have a tournament.
Yeah.
So it is not like you are not in. You can always say you have a tournament.
वो तो बुलाया था पर मैं जा ही नहीं सका.
And so there and then freestyle chess in Paris, most likely Grenke. And in India also there are beautiful events happening during that period which we will cover. There is the Bangalore GM.
Oh, you will cover it, yeah?
Yes, we will figure a way to cover that. We will also have the Women's Grand Prix happening
In Pune.
In
actually.
Pune.
When is that?
It's in April first
Okay.
half. And then we have Pune GM, which is also an incredible tournament of the top.
But a lot of things are clashing, yeah?
Yeah, all clashing, everything. It's like April is like the hotbed of tournament month. And then, of course, in May, we will have the big Norway chess coming up.
You're doing it.
Yeah, we will try to figure
Oh,
how
wow.
to cover it. But it's huge because both Gukesh and Arjun are playing there with Magnus Carlsen.
But it's not clashing with anything, of course.
No,
It's
no,
a big
not.
event.
It's not. So, and then Grand Chess Tour will begin. And I mean, the calendar is like too
Too
filled
packed.
up. And I feel more than the players, perhaps the commentators will get tired because you can't commentate on every tournament. Then you will go crazy.
At some point, I think I might need to take a break from Sagar Bhai because I might be spending more time with you than my family.
Yeah, exactly. I think you need to really.
No, but it's fun. No, I'm really enjoying it, obviously. It's great fun and pleasure to commentate on these big tournaments.
But you can anyway take break. Okay, and now Wei calculating here what to play. He did give a check, by the way. King went back to e7.
Maybe check.
No, I don't think Wei will want to draw. He will want to fight.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
He will keep creating chances and perhaps another hour will pass by.
Oh my God.
Let's go to Divya game. 'Cause I think we can keep a bit of switching around with that. By the way, we never covered any futures game. Tomorrow we should look a bit at
Yes,
futures. The young girls who are
Oh,
playing.
draw. Divya's game is a draw.
Yeah, she drew this.
So knight g4, knight f2, this actually happened. Okay.
Oh, so actually she did break. Oh, no, look at how the draw happened. She gave up her queen.
What?
Rook c3, queen c3, rook b1, king h2 style.
Arre.
Because queen c3, okay, it's a draw anyway. But,
she just forced it.
I think if she would do this way.
Maybe queen f2 would have been an extra possibility that she
Exactly.
didn't want to allow.
Exactly, and it's not even good because check. So she did it in the best way, not even the style. Queen c3, and check and.
Yeah.
So that's a nice finish, no, for Divya. Like queen sacrifice to draw.
Yeah. Also, she was in big trouble, so she should definitely be happy with that draw.
Yeah.
Jonas is really pushing his he's trying to really put pressure on Finek until the very end.
I think he might even be in trouble, yeah, if he's not careful.
He needs to be careful for sure. So going back to Masters now. As QN.
Oh, he's down to a minute now.
Oh my God. A4 pushed. Sagar bhai, how do you rate your chances?
I find this to be a very dangerous situation for Guen. Really. Because, there's no easy direct draw in sight. And the time on your clock is going down. And you will have to make not just one right decision, but several. And when that happens, it's very tough.
Oh, look at Quantum Chair's message. It's so funny. I had to say, yeah. Hi Harshit, are you a bicycle? Because you're too tired. Arre, bye bye.
Oh, nice one. Nice one.
I am not a bicycle. Ha ha ha.
Check by Van Goghen. He gives rook b2 check. Bishop comes back to d2
Oh
already.
my god.
By the way, Wei had a better move
King
here.
d3, because if rook b... Oh, king d3 was crazy. Because knight before check looks scary, but there is king c3, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my
And
god.
if you take here, I take
Of course,
here.
yeah. Then your like the knight is
But
notoriously
even,
bad
even
defender.
this endgame,
No. This should be gone, yeah? Because the knight is a very bad defender against the a pawn, I feel.
yeah.
So he instead goes for bishop d2.
I think that still there is a fight there, Harshit bhai. Just so that I can make my point. If I can get my king here and my knight can take care of these two pawns, it will be a draw because it's the wrong color
Yeah.
square. So maybe that could be a reason why Wei went bishop d2. Urban Monk says Chess World Cup is going to happen in Delhi. That's what I read in some of the newspapers.
What's happening? World
Chess
Cup,
World
yeah?
Cup.
In October.
In September.
Okay.
But it's not officially released. But some of the newspapers in India did kind of write about it.
Hint, yeah.
That it will happen in New Delhi. Should be exciting actually.
By the way, the pawn has reached a5.
Yeah.
It's getting closer and closer towards the queening square. It's a bit scary for black hole now.
Absolutely. 2 seconds were only left for Van Goghen. Now 10 seconds left.
Oh my god. 9, 8, 7. He has to move f6.
I guess.
Oh, that was a bad move.
Maybe not the best move here.
But with 30 seconds on the clock, this is really tough.
Oh, he plays f6 and it's
It's a
very
bad
quickly
move.
king d3.
Oh, yes,
Very-
the king. He had to go rook a3. He had
Yeah.
to go rook a3, prevent white's king from advancing to d3, c4 now.
But okay, look
King
at the
d3,
time
this
again.
is very tough.
20 seconds for Van Goghen.
No,
the
this is
best
very tough.
move is either rook a4 or g5. One of the two he has to find. He's still within some chances to
But
draw.
10 seconds again. The clock is ticking very quickly. Bhai. 5, 4. He has to move.
Yeah.
g5 maybe. King d7.
King d7 played and that increases Wei's advantage if he finds the move g5. If we can have the board. If the move g5 is played, Harshit bhai, very tough move because you don't really want to give away this. But after this, you are going to win this pawn and then you'll be 2 pawns up.
But I don't know. Knight f4 check. I feel like the rook endgame should give me very good drawing chances, no?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe
But
not.
a6 wins. But you have to start off with this very interesting intermezzo rook check.
Hard to understand why this is drawing. Maybe it's
But
not
maybe
even
it's
drawing.
not drawing. So actually this is winning. If he finds g5. Very tough moment though for Wei.
But
He
yes,
has 10
he's about to make it.
Oh my god. Finds it.
G5 has been played, and
G5.
just like that, Sagar Bhai is in big trouble. That's why you shouldn't bet Sagar Bhai.
Yes, all the kids watching this, please remember, don't bet anything. But if it's about giving a dinner to your friends,
yeah, it's fine.
it's
I'm just
fine.
joking.
Sometimes
Everything is fair in love and war.
such a tough moment for Van Goghen. Why, what to play? His pawn is he's losing. He
No, I mean,
cannot-
it's very tough. I mean, I was trying to see if there's a scenario where I can get rook, bishop versus rook, but I cannot. Yeah, I cannot give my knight for both the pawns somehow.
yeah.
And if I cannot give my knight for 2 pawns, that just shows how much of a severe trouble Guen is. And he is the time is just going to be the crucial factor that decides the outcome of
You
this
know,
game.
every move he has to make in like 30 seconds and he's coming down to like 2 seconds and you can see he's not able to keep his calm.
Knight f4 played.
Oh,
Yeah.
he plays this, but that's a blunder, right?
Bishop takes. No, it's over.
And Wei is super happy, I guess. After take, pawn takes and a6. Just over.
Only move, yeah, by the way, a6. But okay, logical. Just push the
Yeah.
pawn, protect it. It's hanging.
Because the reason why it's losing is because I'll just go king e4 next and win this pawn, and there's just no way you can.
Oh, he did go rook a3 check, which was a great find by him.
He didn't take. He gave a check.
And now, is there only one move that wins?
No, I think all moves are
All
winning.
moves are winning. Oh, okay.
But if king c4, maybe not. Oh, it's also, yeah, king c4, gf4. Now if a6, the problem is that here there is king c7 incredibly,
Okay, also not easy.
which draws. So king d4 is the best perhaps option, or king e4. But I guess to king e4, rook check, king d3. It's
But
not
rook is-
easy, no? Like for
Oh,
way
king
to
D2
decide.
is the only winning move. Why?
King d2.
D2 is the only winning move.
Why? But gf.
That's a too
A6.
difficult question for
Oh,
me.
and if take here, a7, and rook goes back,
And rook
then
g8.
rook g8, threatening to queen, and if you take, check and you lose.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, amazing.
But do you think he'll find king D2? This is a
What about
critical moment.
king c2?
Draw. Draw.
And what is the difference between king d2 and e2? Like king d2 and c2?
Maybe the king on D2 is...
Okay, 3, king d2, gf4, a6, king c7.
And now the king goes to E2, F2, G2 and goes to the other direction to capture the F4 pawn.
Because here after king c7, I'm threatening to take the pawn.
Yeah.
So if your king was... But what if I go king
Actually,
e2
Sagar
directly?
bhai, king D2 is not an easy move to find.
No, but why should I... If I go king e2 here, why is that bad?
GF4.
And now?
And now A6 I go in
A6?
the other direction somehow. Very strange. No, it's very complicated endgame. We cannot... It's very hard to understand
But
the
king
nuances.
e7? And I try to do the same stuff.
I'm not sure actually if Wei will play king D2. What do you think?
Yeah, difficult to say, but I think this is very tough for humans. And I think great move found by Thaidai 1, rook a3 check. Shows his class. Even when you're pushed to the wall and you are able to find such moves, shows what kind of a player you are.
Absolutely. By the way, Beer finished his game. What was the result?
Draw, I believe.
He drew, yeah?
Draw.
Mm-hmm.
Himank says, "Hi Sagar bhai, is it possible to let all know if there will be any playoffs? If so, what is the format?" Himank, yes, there will be playoffs in both Masters and Challengers. Checked with the organizers here. They mentioned that 5 plus 2, 2 games. In case of 1-1 tie, there will be an Armageddon of 5 versus 4. Mission possible, by the way, we will discuss this topic some other point, but it's a very interesting question that you have asked. For now, Wei is thinking. Harshit bhai, did you try to think about this, or you sort of are like, no, this is very tough to understand?
It's very tough to understand. It's
not even possible to think about it, or
because I mean I understand that putting the king on D2 is flexible. It's like you can either go towards the king side or the queen side.
yeah,
and
but
I feel
when
like
to go here and when to go
it
there?
depends on where black king puts. I definitely understand this, that if A6,
Yeah.
king C7, now the black
Now
king
if I
goes,
go this side?
then I go the other side. So it's basically like
Oh.
you have opposition. So I did understand this one point, that after king D2, white has opposition, and depending on where black king goes, white will go the other way.
Crazy.
So if you are going इधर तो मैं उधर जा रहा हूँ, इधर तो उधर.
Oh my god. So if I go here, you go king e2.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's this we should do a short video of this.
Yeah.
No?
It's very nuanced
This is
idea.
a very deep end game. And I think people would love to learn from this.
Yeah, and I think Wei is thinking about all of these nuances, and perhaps he might actually figure out that king D2 is the only move. Wow.
Guys, for all those who are joining in today in the Masters section, 3 games ended in a draw. Prague drew with Liam. We see on the right, it's there, a small box. Arvind drew against Navara. The big game of today was Anish beating Sam Shankland. Anish scoring his first win. Edis drawing against Keimer. And now this very important clash for the tournament and also for the dinner tonight.
King D2 is tough.
Prathamesh says, do we need to book tickets to visit World Cup? Well, right now, let it first get announced properly.
Yeah.
Then you should do it. Otherwise, it will get wasted. Kaustup says, instructive game analysis ideas by Harshit Bhai. Thank you.
Oh, thanks a lot, bye. I'm glad that you're able to learn something from this, because it's definitely very, very instructive endgame. How White has to put his king on d2. Not at all an easy thing to understand. It took me quite a few minutes, and I'm not sure if I've understood all the details myself yet.
Because generally, it'll be like after few moves also there might be a...
Exactly, yeah. 5 minutes for Wei. He's really taking his time.
Actually, I love how he's taking time, no, here?
Yeah, because he
Harshit Bhai?
knows it's a critical moment. Wow.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. It also shows his class. I feel like this end game, yeah, you know, it's the end of the day. We are all tired. Players are tired. It's not even the fight for the top spot in the tournament. Yet such a beautiful game being played. And that just shows why chess is so amazing.
It's such a rich game
Yeah.
that even 5 hours into the game, there can be a lot of nuances and intricacies that both players need to analyze. Wow.
Raghav says, when will Vidit play his next tournament?
His biggest tournament is happening in about 3 weeks from now.
Yeah, he's ready. But chess tournament, actually, he's not so sure which event, because
Maybe
he
he'll
won't
take a
be
break.
playing in freestyle.
Yeah, maybe he's just taking a break and having some personal time, which makes sense. Yeah,
But-
it's a
but
big
I-
chapter
But he
in
will
his life.
play, I
I'm
guess,
sure,
the
of
World
course.
Cup,
Yeah, of course.
then the Grand Swiss, then the World Rapid. So second half, we can definitely
Expect
see
a
him
lot
in
of
action. And people were also saying that Indian Olympiad team this year will be even stronger. Because...
Arjun?
Yeah,
Gukesh?
Arjun, Gukesh, Prague, Arvind and Vidit. So it's like super strong.
What changed?
Hari was there.
Yeah.
So Arvind, because he's now almost 27, 45.
Yeah, of course. By the way, very exciting in Aerofloat. Today was the last round.
Oh, yes.
I don't know who won.
Ah.
I think Nepomniachtchi was in the lead. RUS. It's very exciting because Hans was also playing in that event, and right after this event they had the...
Wait, I'll find it easier. Oh, Nepo won. So we have Jan Nepomniachtchi scoring
Wow.
7 points, finishing ahead of Richard Rapport, Andrei Esipenko,
Hans
Maxim
Niemann.
Matlagov, Sergei Lobanov, Amin Tabatabai. Wow, so many players on 6.5.
And Ronak finished 16th with 6 points.
Ahead of Dubov.
Yeah.
Not bad.
But I think in this event, a good friend of mine really struggling was SL Narayanan. It was a very tough event from him, and he's
But
having
for Nepo to play in an open tournament and gain 4 rating points is tremendous.
crazy.
He just shows what a strong player he is.
Yeah. King E2 played, and GF4 quickly, it's equal now. King D2 was
But,
too tough. But
I can tell you, Harshit Bhai, that we will see many more swings in this endgame.
For sure, but at least objectively, it's a draw now.
Yeah.
You should be happy about it, bhai. आप तो
No,
मतलब
no,
अभी आप भी look tense, भाई क्या हो गया भाई?
I want to just
Have dinner.
No. I just want to see, like, this is so rich because more possibilities will come up. It's not over A6. And now...
Only King E7 or King E8 draw.
But
King
you
C7 is
had
lost.
mentioned that to go that side, yeah?
No. We need to go on the same side as the white king.
Oh, yes. White had to go the other side.
Exactly.
Black has to go on the same
White
side.
has to be a copycat.
No, this is tough.
This
I
is-
think he
yeah.
will go. No, but he should go here. Because logically, keeping the king around the f pawn is useful. Himang said Hessel had to withdraw with 2 rounds left in Aeroflot.
Yeah.
What happened? His health was not good or?
His performance was, he was really struggling, and it's a phase, you know, like every player goes through it at some.
He finds king e7.
Yeah, bhai, he's very good defender, bhai. Yeah, I mean, everyone goes through a tough phase in life and in their career in chess, and you know, he just needs to evaluate what went wrong and find the best option from now.
Yeah.
You know, the Japanese saying, right? The most important step is the next step. So should always try to keep the past behind. And yeah, king e7, by the way, given very, very accurately finding the best move, which definitely makes me believe that he has good drawing chances, because when the endgame started, I was really unsure if he's going to draw this.
Yeah.
King e7, and what was played? Rook b6 played. Rook to b6 was played. What? Okay, after king e7, rook b6, yeah. And now black should just wait. Any move, just wait. Yeah, king f7. And now the king cannot go here because the f3 pawn will hang. Actually, it's not that easy. It was king d2. You can just take the pawn and yeah, rook
Take
goes
and
back.
come back.
Yeah.
Urban Monk says, Sagar, can you please do AMA in ChessBase India subreddit? Oh,
Interesting. AMA meaning ask me anything.
right.
For the ones who don't know the lingo. Rook b7 check played, and now
King f6.
king f6.
Or king g6 I would like.
Or can you actually bring your king closer?
Actually, king g6 is a blunder. Can you believe it? Because I
Well,
want
you
to
want
go...
to king your king closer to
But
the
I wanted
center.
to go king g6, king h5, king h4, go to g3. a7, king h5. King d2, king h4, yeah. Rook g7 is the key move. I stop the king and then
yeah.
I'm completely
Yeah. You are
tied
just-
up. It's
and now
terrible.
the white king will just
I
come
need
and
my
win.
king.
Yeah. a7. Again, king e6 or king e5 is very important. King e6, king e5, king d4 I really like. King e5, king d4, just put your king in the center, yeah?
Yeah.
No, king e5, there is something to be scared of, yeah? Rook e7 check, king d4, and now suddenly if I try to go in the opposite direction and say that your king is cut, still some things to work out, but I guess rook a2 check and now the rook
I
is
will keep your king,
yeah.
king cut. Cut kar.
cut कर रहे भाई सागर भाई. Kit Kat. Time for a Kit Kat break, Sagar bhai.
Now, not again.
No, there is that chocolate no है ही नहीं
Yeah,
हमारे पास.
यहाँ पे. By the way, Urban Monk says he's a mod at the chess community and we organize an AMA with Vishy sir. Okay, then it's great. I don't know when I will be able to do it. I would love to do it. But you know, if I have to plan a date or something, it's always very complex for me because I'm traveling a lot. So maybe some point for sure. King d2 played. And now just bring your king. King d6, king c6.
Yeah, king d4 I think I like more because king c2 then you can just go king e3, yeah? And king b2 already sacrifice your rook. So I think that king d4 is the best way to do it.
The question here is for you, Harshit. Do you know where your very good friend Abhimanyu is? The Tanmay asks.
Yeah, I mean,
he wanted him to push for 2700 this year.
yeah, no, Abhimanyu is very, very motivated. He's working a lot on chess. He's around
Your move.
2640 now.
King d4.
King d4, yeah. He's around 2640 and starting next month he's going to play a lot of events. So it'll be very nice. I think he's going to play in Uzbekistan next, where there is a big tournament happening. So we will see him in action starting this month.
Amazing.
King d4, and yeah, now if the king goes to c2, king e3, and I think that Nguyen is very, very close to making a draw now.
King c2, king e3, rook b3 check.
Oh la la.
Never
That was...
take it for granted. Go king
Oops.
c5, no?
That was a
Just-
big blunder by me.
just-
Rook b3 and white is completely winning.
Yeah.
Have to be accurate, bhai.
Yeah, king,
I'm-
go back, king c5.
Or maybe just rook a6. So that now whenever you go here, I'll go here. Because I just want to give my rook at some points and then make a draw.
Okay, makes sense also.
What did he do?
Rook check. Where he gives this very
Rook
tricky
d7
check, asking, I think I'll go king c5 now. I want to go to b6 with my king.
Yeah, king c5 makes sense. King c4 is also drawn. King e5 is losing.
Because it cuts the king off.
Yeah, but then again the white
And
king
then
goes
you
in the
just bring
opposite
your king,
direction.
yeah.
20 seconds for Nguyen. It's still, it's not, it's, I mean, you know, they are not very easy questions that Wei is posing.
Actually, we should also keep a board here somewhere, or we can have the board because we are showing some analysis, and yeah, that would be amazing. Thank you.
King c4, he finds it with 3 seconds on the clock. My
Wow.
God, this is incredible defense. I mean, this is not at all easy with 3 seconds on the clock to time and time again find the best move. King c2?
Actually, if Van Nguyen draws this game, he can be very, very proud of his achievement.
Oh, absolutely.
Because he was on the brink of the defeat and he came back from there.
And he has all the reasons to, yeah. I mean, he had such a difficult game. It's like almost 5.5 hours
Yeah.
into the game and
Yeah.
he's still fighting hard.
Check on a2,
I
believe.
that's what I'm expecting. Yeah, rook a2. Oh,
King
king
d1.
fell down and went to b1. And just any move
Rook-
now. Rook a3 back makes the most sense. Just
Rook a6 maybe?
yeah, sure. Also completely good. And then if king b2, we just make another waiting move. Rook a5.
I was thinking instead of waiting, how about trying to go king b5,
I don't know if I like it that
king
much.
b6?
King c d4.
And then I don't have time to take
Yeah,
the
you
pawn.
don't because the king pawn endgame.
So my main aim should not be to win the pawn, but to restrict the
to
white king.
shoulder your white's king and basically say that if you go forward, I'm going to go towards your f3 pawn. I think that's the drawing mechanism.
Got it. So now can we wait? We just wait rook a5.
Yeah, we just
So
wait.
that if there's a check, we come towards the king.
exactly. I think
towards
just
the pawn.
waiting is the key.
Actually, Ashu says, any update about Nihal Sarin? Actually, I'm also waiting for him to get back into action. Nihal is someone who has great potential. And if you think
He just
about
needs to
it,
play more.
yeah, if he plays more, he'll definitely reach 2700 and beyond. And today we also had this World Juniors which are going on where Pranav was
already won?
completely crushing. He was 1 point ahead. I don't know what happened.
What he should have won, no?
No, no. Himang Bhai can tell us in the chat. Draw.
So he won. If he drew, I think he won.
I think there is still some maybe technical possibility. He drew today, so maybe tomorrow he has to also draw. If he draws, he would become the world junior champion.
Huge
and
result.
That is something big for player like Pranav. The reason being, when you are around 26-20, 26-30,
Only move, bhai.
yeah, because if king, it's clear, right? King d3, rook c3, check, rook a3.
No, but king b4 is also losing.
Yeah, but why would you go to b4? To limit, yeah?
Yeah, it's not easy. King b5 is the only drawing move.
But king b4,
Oh, it's not easy, bhai.
he'll play king. Oh, he blunders.
He blunders. King d4. Game over. King b3. It's over.
Oof. But what happened, yeah, here? Just a second. Rook a5, rook c7 check. And why was king b4 a blunder?
Because then
Some
after
rook
rook f7 and
f7.
rook f4 is hanging with a check.
There's no way to come out of the check.
Oof.
Wow. And so he went king d4 and now king b3. And Wei, I felt like the way he made King B3,
It's over.
it felt like he knew he was
Because
winning.
after King E3, the point is King B4 and Rook C3, Rook A3. This idea that you mentioned, it's just completely gone now.
Yeah, maybe he can start with Rook C3. King B4 is also correct.
Yeah.
Can he take Rook A7 now? Oh, he's just not in time or
He's
what?
not in time.
Wow, that is
Rook
just
A7, there is Rook C. No, not Rook C3.
take. I think he has to play King F3, but I guess just the white king is too close.
Too close, yeah.
Wow. Wei Yi finds a way.
Finds a way for you to pay for dinner tonight.
Ah,
Yeah, this is over.
I was quite proud
is
of
tough,
Van
man.
Guen. Look at him shaking
Yeah,
his
but
head.
it's tough, like these games are so tough. They really are,
Yeah, this kind of suck your
and
excitement from chess many times.
especially in the second last round, he's shaking his head. He defended so well for the last 5 hours, and now, of course, he knows it's completely gone. Rook A3, and he's going to resign now.
Check, but what? King,
King
A5.
A5, yeah. He's just making moves, but yeah, he knows he's lost. It's very tough, bhai, to lose like this after 5.5 hours.
I agree. And it all was one mistake, which we didn't even realize where it was coming from. So tough it was.
Yeah, he's just distraught.
This is
Very.
top level chess. It's unforgiving. Absolutely unforgiving.
It just shows how difficult it is to, make a draw against players like Wei.
Yeah.
He posed questions until the very end.
He resigns.
He resigns, yeah.
Wow. And Van Guen asks Wei, the first question, isn't the rook endgame drawn? But the interesting thing is Wei had a win with King D2 he didn't find. So in a way you can say that.
But King D2 was too tough. But yeah, I guess the draw was also very, very difficult. So hard to say, what was the best outcome of this game. But finally, it's Wei who wins the game.
Yeah, and you can see Van Guen there. He's thinking in his mind like what could he have done better. And I must say that here, the moment where the game slipped away was King B2, Rook A5, check.
Maybe
What a tricky check, yeah?
Maybe Rook A5 was not so accurate. Maybe bring the rook to A somewhere. Maybe just something else, yeah? Rook A4 or no?
King B4.
Rook
yeah.
A4 is not working.
What about King B4?
No,
Oh, it's already a
Rook
blunder
A4
because
maybe.
of Rook F7.
Rook A4, yeah? Maybe. Might be the best. And this might be an easier draw perhaps. Rook C7 check where
Rook C7 and then
King
King
D4.
B5. You also.
No, King D4 is losing again.
King D4, King B3, no?
Yeah,
Same.
this concept is lost, yeah. Yeah. So I have to always go to B5. I think this was the thing that was very hard to understand with 30 seconds on the clock.
I like Van Guen also just discussing this.
After such a tough game, he
Yeah.
still has energy to discuss. Oh my god, insane.
That's why he will be a world-class player
Yeah.
very soon.
And can we look at the standings after today's round?
Wow, we
After
already
eighth
have it
round,
ready.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Arvind in 5.5, Pragnananda with 5, Wei 4.5, trying to catch up with the leaders after having
Wow.
half out of 3.
Wow.
He's now in third
What
place.
a fighter.
Crazy fighter. And then we have Vincent Keimer, Ediz and Anish on 50%. And then Navara, Liam and Shankland on -1 and Guen really struggling in this event with 2.5 out of 8.
You are saying that Wei actually scored 4 points out of his last 5 rounds.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow. And does he have technically still chance of winning this event? Remember what happened in Tata Steel.
He does.
Imagine that tomorrow Arvind loses to Edis Gurel, Pragnananda draws against Anish, and then Wei, who is tomorrow, I don't know who is he facing. We have, let me just check the pairing.
Oh, it's there. Yes,
It's
we have
there.
the
Let's-
pairing.
Pairing is there.
Wei is playing against Lekwang Liam with
and,
the black
and
pieces.
chances are pretty possible that Wei could win.
Depends on Liam. It depends on whether Liam wants to finish the event with just an easy draw or he wants to play.
But still, I mean, it's not a given, yeah, that you can draw with white whenever you want.
It is.
No, come on.
for that level?
Come on.
I think so.
It's not a given.
Yeah, I mean, unless Black takes big risks.
Yeah, plays Karokan. There is no draw. Slight minus. But you play.
Yeah, maybe.
Anish, Prague, David, Sam. I think David, Sam, no one has a chance. Edis, Arvind, of course, the main game. And Van Gogh, Vincent, also not a chance to finish in the top.
Yeah.
So, these are the standings of the Masters. And in Challengers, I think we have a sole leader now.
Yakuboev.
Nodirbek Yakuboev doing his magic
Yeah.
and leading the tournament. And I think it's time for us to call it a night.
Yes.
Because it's 8:30 here.
Yes, long day for us, but it was incredible. Fun, very, very exciting games. Finally, Wei won his game and Anish was the one who won his game as well. So, 2 results.
Yeah.
Tomorrow is the final day, guys. Slightly early, 3:30 p.m. Indian time and 11 a.m. European time. It will be a lot of fun. Tomorrow's the last round, Sagar bhai.
Yeah.
We'll see you, yeah?
Take care, guys, and sleep well. See you tomorrow.
See you.